Section 1 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 1. Alick Murray had not overpraised the Highland home of which he had so often spoken when far away across the wide ocean. The house, substantially built in a style suited to that clime, stood some way up the side of a hill which rose abruptly from the waters of Loch Etive, on the north side of which it was situated. To the west the hills were comparatively low, the shores alternately widening and contracting, and projecting in numerous promontories. The higher grounds were clothed with heath and wood, while level spaces below were diversified by cultivated fields. To the east of the house, up the loch, the scenery assumed a character much more striking and grand. Far as the eye could reach appeared a succession of lofty and barren mountains, rising sheer out of the water, on the calm surface of which their fantastic forms were reflected as in a mirror. Across the loch, the lofty summit of Ben Cruachan appeared towering to the sky. The scenery immediately surrounding Murray's domain of Berkeldine was of extreme beauty. At some little distance the hill, rising abruptly, was covered with oak, ash, birch, and alder, producing a rich tone of coloring, the rowan and hawthorn trees mingling their snowy blossoms or coral berries with the foliage of the more gigantic natives of the forest, while the dark purple heath, in tufted wreaths, and numerous wild flowers were interspersed amid the rich sward and underwood along the shore beneath. Behind the house were shrubberies and a well-cultivated kitchen garden, sheltered on either side by a thick belt of pines, while in front a lawn, also protected by shrubberies from the keen winds which blew down from the mountain heights, sloped towards the loch, with a gravel walk leading to the landing place. Murray had added a broad veranda to the front of the house, to remind himself and Stella of Don Antonio's residence in Trinidad, where they had first met. Indeed, in some of its features, the scenery recalled to their memories the views they had enjoyed in that lovely island, and though they confessed that Trinidad carried off the palm of beauty, yet they both loved far better their own Highland home. It was a lovely summer day, and Stella was sitting in the veranda with a small stranger, whom her faithful black maiden, Polly, had just placed in her lap. She was fully employed in bestowing on him those marks of affection which a loving mother delights in affording to her firstborn. Alick stood by her side, watching her and their child with looks of fond pride. He had just come in from the garden, which it was one of his chief occupations to tend, and had taken off his gardening gloves, that he might pat his child's cheek and tickle its chin to make it coo and smile. He might have been excused if he was proud of his boy, for he was a noble little fellow, a braw chiel, as he was pronounced to be by his grand aunt, Mistress Tibby McTavish, who had presided at his birth, and likely to do no discredit to the name of Murray. "The cutter ought to have been back by this time," said Alick at length, looking at his watch. "Archie has had a fair tide from Oban, and a leading wind up the loch. I hope that he has not managed to run the Stella ashore. Ben Snatchblock knows the coast, and he himself should be pretty well acquainted with it." "Perhaps Mr. Adair did not arrive at the time expected, and Archie would, of course, wait for him," observed Stella. "That may be the case," said Alick, taking the telescope from a bracket on the wall, and looking through it down the loch. "There is no sail in sight like her, but I see a 4-oared boat, which has just passed Bunnow Ferry, pulling up the loch. Can Adair by any means have missed the cutter, and be making his way alone to us?" "Probably she contains a party of tourists on an excursion," said Stella. "She is, at all events, steering for Berkeldine," observed Murray. "If she does not bring Paddy Adair, you will have the opportunity of exhibiting the small Alick to some other visitor. I will go down to the pier to receive him, whoever he is, with due honor." Saying this, Murray, having bestowed a kiss on his wife's brow, and given another tickle to his baby's chin, which produced an additional coo of delight, hurried down to the landing place, towards which the boat was rapidly approaching. He had his telescope in his hand. He stopped on the way to take another look through it. It is not Terence, but who do you think? Our old friend Admiral Triton, he shouted out as he looked back to his wife, and then hurried on to the landing place, that he might be there before the Admiral could step ashore. In a few minutes he was receiving the old man's hearty grasp of the hand as he helped him out of the boat. I had long promised to pay a visit to some friends in the Highlands, and I determined to make a trip a few miles farther and take you by surprise, for I knew that I should be welcome at whatever time I might arrive, said the Admiral. Indeed you are, my dear sir, answered Murray. Most sincerely I say it. We are flattered by your visit. Well, give me your arm, my boy, for I don't walk uphill as easily as I used to a few years back, said the Admiral, leaning somewhat heavily on the young commander as he stumped along with his timber toe. Stay, by the by, I must dismiss my crew, he exclaimed, stopping short. Let them come up to the house first, Admiral, said Murray. They would consider otherwise that we were forgetful of Highland hospitality at Birkeldene. You will find your way up to the kitchen, my lads, by yonder path, he added, turning round to the boatmen. The cook will have a snack for you before you pull back to Oban. The men touched their bonnets and gratefully grinned their assent to the laird's proposal as they tumbled out of the boat, while Murray conducted Admiral Triton by the centre path, which led through the grounds to the house. Mrs. Murray, having deposited the wee Alick in the arms of Polly, stood ready to receive them. I am delighted to see you looking so bright and blooming, my dear Mrs. Murray, exclaimed the old Admiral, shaking her warmly by the hand. It shows that the Highland air agrees with you, notwithstanding your long sojourn in the West Indies. Except in being more bracing, the climate differs but little from that which I was accustomed in the north of Ireland till I grew up, and I was scarcely long enough in the West Indies to become acclimatized, answered Stella, and a shade passed over her countenance as she recollected the trying scenes she had gone through during the time to which the Admiral referred. He observed it and changed the subject. And so you are expecting to see our old shipmate, Terence Adair, he remarked as he sat himself down in a chair which Murray placed for him. I shall be heartily glad to shake him by the hand again and talk over old times. I haven't forgot his making me carry his portmanteau for him, the rogue. And the Admiral chuckled and laughed and told Stella the story while he rubbed his hands. I made him pay, though. He thought he was going to do me out of that, but I was too sharp for him, ha ha ha, and he laughed till the tears ran down his cheeks. He was becoming more garrulous than before, another sign of advancing age, which Murray was sorry to observe. He told many of his old anecdotes, laughing as heartily at them as ever. He was interrupted by the appearance of Polly, who had been watching for an opportunity of introducing the baby, which she now brought to its mamma. The Admiral started up on seeing it. What? I hadn't heard of this small stranger, he exclaimed. Is it a boy or a girl? A fine little creature at all events. I congratulate you, my dear Mrs. Murray, with all my heart. A sailor's wife is all the better for a few small ones to occupy her thoughts when her good mon, as you call him in Scotland, is away from home, though I suppose you have no intention of letting Mary go to sea again just yet. I hope not, indeed, answered Stella, turning pale at the thought. There are numberless officers who have nothing to do on shore, and he has plenty to occupy him. But he ought to take a trip to sea to prevent himself from growing rusty, said the Admiral. We want the best officers to command Her Majesty's ships, and he is among them. You will not contradict me on that point. I am sure he is, said Stella with a sigh. Then, in case the Admiralty require his services, you will not dissuade him from accepting an appointment? Oh, Admiral, are they going to send him to sea? Exclaimed Stella suddenly. Not that I know of, answered the Admiral. I have not been let into their secret intentions, and I don't wish to act the part of a bird of ill omen, though I confess that, were he to have the offer of a ship, I should advise him to accept it. Stella's lips quivered. She had thought herself very heroic, and that she should be ready to sacrifice her husband for the good of his country. But when it came to the point, she could not bear the idea of parting from him. Alick had gone round to see that the boat's crew were attended to. On coming back, he took another glance through his telescope down the loch. Here comes the Stella. We shall soon have Terence Adair with us, he exclaimed. What brought him home? Asked the Admiral. Surely he went out with Jack Rogers to India. "He got an ugly wound in cutting out a piratical junk in the Indian seas," said Murray. "It was a near thing for him, and the doctors insisted on his returning home as the only chance of saving his life. So he wrote me word in a few lines. But he is not much addicted to letter writing. I therefore know no particulars. He will give us the account when he arrives." Murray stood watching the cutter while the admiral continued talking to Stella. The little craft, a vessel of about 12 tons, had been built by the young commander soon after he settled at Berkeldine. What naval officer who has the means in his power would fail of possessing a vessel of some sort? She was not only a pleasure yacht, but was useful as a dispatch boat to bring the necessary stores for the house from Oban, and served also for fishing in summer and for wildfowl shooting in winter. She was a trim yacht, notwithstanding her multifarious employments. Ben Snatchblock, who acted as master, with a stout lad as his crew, was justly proud of her. He boasted that nothing under canvas could beat her, either on a wind or going free, and that in heavy weather she was as lively as a duck. Not a better sea-boat could be found between the mainland and the Hebrides. Indeed, she had often been pretty severely tried, and on one occasion Murray had had the satisfaction of preserving the crew of a wreck on a dangerous reef, when no other craft was at hand to render them assistance. He had, of course, named his yacht the Stella, for what other name could he have thought of giving her? He now watched her with the interest which every seaman feels for the vessel he owns, as close hauled she stood up the loch. Now a breeze headed her, and she had to make a couple of tacks or more to weather a point. Now she met a baffling wind, and it seemed impossible that she would do it. "Keep her close, Archie!" exclaimed Murray, as if addressing his cousin. "Now keep her full again, and shoot her up round the point. That'll do it, lad. Capital! Another tack, and you will have the wind off the shore. That is only a flaw. Put her about again. With 2 more tacks you will do it." The breeze freshening and proving steady, in a short time the Stella was near enough to enable Murray to distinguish Terence Adair and another person, in addition to those who had gone away in the yacht. As the jib and foresail were taken off her, she shot up to the buoy. Murray hastened down to the landing place in time to meet Adair and the stranger whom Archie pulled on shore in the punt. Adair sprang to land with much more agility than the old admiral had exhibited, and was warmly greeted by Murray. "As you told me that Archie was staying with you, I brought that broth of a boy, my nephew, Gerald Desmond, to bear him company and to help keep him out of mischief," exclaimed Adair, turning round and pointing to his nephew, who hung back till his uncle had offered some explanation as to the cause of his appearance uninvited. "Desmond, you have grown such a strapping fellow that I didn't recognize you," said Murray, putting out his hand. "You are welcome to Berkeldine, and we can easily stow you away in some odd corner or other, notwithstanding your inches. Will you come up to the house with us, or will you wait for Archie?" "I will wait for Archie, sir, thank you," answered Gerald, and Murray and Adair walked on. "We have had sad times at Ballymacree," said the latter, speaking in a much graver tone than usual for him. "Gerald only arrived a couple of weeks ago. Although he has grown so much, the climate of the China Seas has played havoc with his constitution, and I didn't like to leave him in a house of mourning. His mother died while he was away, and my poor sister Kathleen caught cold, and went off in a rapid consumption a few days after he arrived." "Your sister Kathleen, to whom Rogers was engaged?" exclaimed Murray. "I am truly sorry to hear it. What a blow for him, too, poor fellow! You said nothing about this in your letter, though I saw that you were in mourning." "Faith, I hadn't the heart to do so," answered Terence. "I knew that I'd have to tell you all about it, and so I thought it better just to ask the question whether I might come and see you, without saying more, knowing very surely what your answer would be, if I didn't get it, which I didn't, seeing I left home before it arrived. But I suppose it's all right, as Archie said that you were expecting me?" "Of course, my dear fellow," said Murray. "Poor Jack! Have you written to him?" "No, but Kathleen did, while she had strength to hold a pen, and her mother put in a few words to tell him that all was over. On my life, I couldn't have done it. Things have gone badly, too, at Ballymacree in other respects. The old place must go, after all, and it will break my father's heart, I'm very certain. If we had had a good rattling war, and I had picked up lots of prize money, I might have saved it. But that is not to be thought of. And then, my dear Murray, a little private affair of my own which has put me out sadly. I wrote, when I first came home, to Lady Rogers, asking leave to pay a visit at Halliburton Hall. I got an answer from Sir John, very kind and very polite. At the same time he gave me to understand that he had considered it better I should not make my appearance there. In other words, that I wasn't wanted. I fancied that Lucy had begun to care for me, and so Jack thought, I suspect, from what he had said when I confessed to him, that I was over head and ears in love with his sweet little sister, and had for her sake kept my heart intact, notwithstanding the fascinations of all the charming creatures we met with in the West Indies. So, in truth, Murray, I am about as miserable a fellow as any in the three kingdoms just now. I am very sorry to hear what you tell me, answered Alick. We will do our best to cheer you up, and our old friend Admiral Triton, who arrived a couple of hours ago, will, I am very sure, lend a hand in the good work. Terence, having unloaded his heart of his griefs, had considerably regained his usual spirits by the time he had got up to the house, and had shaken hands with Stella and the Admiral. While he was talking to the latter, Murray hinted to his wife not to ask questions about his family or the Rogers, telling her briefly what had occurred. The Admiral immediately attacked Terence about the old story of the portmanteau, and that led him into a whole series of yarns, laughing so heartily himself at them that Adair was compelled to laugh also. "You must give me a cruise in the Stella tomorrow, Murray," he said. "She will be far the best style of locomotion for me, for these mountains of yours don't suit me, and yet I should like to see something of the magnificent scenery surrounding you." The proposal was at once agreed to, and Stella said that she should like to go also. Archie and Desmond now arrived and paid their respects to the Admiral. Desmond was introduced in due form to the young heir of Berkildine. "Faith, Mrs. Murray, he'll be after making a fine young midshipman one of these days," said Gerald, patting the baby's cheek. "Won't you just let Archie and me take him to sea with us next time you go afloat? We'll watch over him as carefully as any she-nurse can do on shore, and teach him all manner of tricks." "I dare say you would," said Stella, laughing. "His nautical experiences must be confined at present to a cruise on board the yacht now and then in fine weather, though I don't forget the good care you took of Master Spider on board the Supplejack. By the by, what became of your pet, may I ask?" "Tom Rogers and I took him with us on board the Niobe. He was making immense strides in civilization, having taken to sleeping in a hammock under bedclothes, and learning to drink tea in a teacup, when he was lost at sea in a gale of wind rounding the Cape. Tom tried to write a poem to his memory, but broke down, declaring that his feelings overcame him, though in truth he couldn't manage to make even the first two lines rhyme, so that might have had something to do in the matter." While Gerald was rattling on, Archie produced a letter bag, which he had hitherto forgotten to give to Commander Murray. It contained several letters for him, as also others forwarded by his Navy agent to Lieutenant Adair. Among them were two long official-looking dispatches, with the words, "On Her Majesty's service," printed outside. Murray looked somewhat grave as he read his. At the same time, an expression arising from gratified pride appeared on his countenance. Terence tore his letter open. "They don't intend to let me rest on shore, at all events. I expected to have my promotion, however, but instead, their lordships send me off to sea again. I am appointed to the Opal, just commissioned at Portsmouth, as first lieutenant. I ought to be highly flattered, and Desmond, my boy, you are to go with me." "The best thing that could happen to you. I congratulate you," said the Admiral. "And what news does your dispatch contain?" he continued to Murray. Without answering, Alick put the letter into the Admiral's hands, and taking his wife's arm, led her into the garden, where they were concealed from sight by the shrubbery. "It will be a blow to her," said the Admiral as he glanced over the official document. "Still, it is flattering to Murray, and unless he is resolved to give up the service altogether, I could not wish him better luck. You and your old shipmate are not to be parted, Adair. He is appointed to the command of the Opal, and I have a notion that she will be stationed at the Cape, and probably sent to the east coast of Africa, where there is work to be done and prize money to be picked up, not to be got every day in these piping times of peace. It is no easy matter, however, to catch those slippery Arab slavers, so you mustn't count your hens before they are hatched. Still, the Opal is a fast craft, and if any man can do what is to be done, Murray will do it. At all events, I am delighted to hear that I am to serve with him. I was anxious to be off to sea as soon as possible, and it makes amends to me for my disappointment in not getting my promotion. I say, Archie, I suppose that you will be appointed to the same craft? Exclaimed Desmond. Nae doot about it, mon, answered Archie. I've a notion it's the doing of our cousin, Admiral McAlpine, who returned home not so long ago from the West Indies, and would of course have been looking after our interests, for he is a very kind man. I suspect that Mrs. Murray considers it a very cruel kindness, observed the Admiral. But every sailor's wife must be prepared to be parted from her husband, and to make the most of him when he is on shore. He is a lucky fellow who has got a wife to be parted from, said Terence, thinking of Lucy. At all events, when he is away, he can look forward to the happiness of being again united to her, instead of having to come home, as is the lot of some of us, without anyone who cares for him to give him a welcome. So the favors of heaven are very fairly divided, and in my opinion Murray has the best of it, though it may give him and his wife a severe pang to part from each other. Here they come, and we shall learn how they have settled the matter, observed the Admiral. But as duty has ever been my friend Mary's guiding star, I am very sure that he will not allow his inclination to prevent him from acting as he thinks right. And unless I am mistaken as to his wife's character, she will not utter a word to prevent him. No one would have supposed from the countenances of Alick and Stella how much their hearts were agitated. I am sorry, Admiral, we must give up our projected cruise for tomorrow, and cut yours and Adair's visit short, as we shall have much to do in preparing to leave Berkeldine. Though I must beg you to stay as long as we remain, said Alick, quite calmly. We must greet you without ceremony, and I know, Adair, that you and Desmond will lend a hand in setting things in order for our departure. Then you have made up your mind to accept the command of the Opal, said the Admiral. I said it would be so. I was sure of it. I must compliment Mrs. Murray, for there are some wives who don't love their husbands a jot the better, who would have turned the scale the other way. Duty, my lads, duty should carry everything before it, continued the Admiral, turning to the midshipmen. Learn a lesson from your superiors, and never let anything induce you to swerve from duty. Murray, of course, had an immense amount of work to get through. It was at once settled that Stella should accompany him to Portsmouth, and should take up her residence in the neighborhood during his absence. Berkeldine was to be let, and a tenant had to be found, arrangements made with a factor and grieve and other retainers, various articles to be stored up and others to be carried with them, the Stella to be laid up, and the horses to be sold. A couple of days thus passed rapidly away, and all working with a will, the party were ready to start. The rays of the sun, just rising above the lofty summits of the hills, glanced down the loch as they assembled on the landing place with their dependents, and every cotter on the estate from far and near, who had come to bid them farewell. Many a tear was shed by the females of the family, as Mrs. Murray, the baby, and Polly, with the gentlemen of the party, embarked on board the Stella, which was to convey them to Oban. The men waved their bonnets and uttered a prayer in Gaelic that the laird and his good wife and the bairn might be brought back to them in safety. Sail was made, and the little craft glided away from her moorings with a fair breeze down the loch. Mrs. Murray looked with fond regret at the lovely home she was leaving, though no longer the home it had been to her without her husband. The Admiral, of course, did his best to keep up her spirits, and whatever Alick might have felt, he was as cheerful as if they were merely making a day's excursion. The scenery around the home he loved so well looked even more attractive than ever. On the port hand, Ben Cruachan rose proudly amid the assemblance of craggy heights which extended to the eastward along the shores of the loch. The ruins of Ardchatton Priory, covered with luxuriant ivy and o'er-canopied by lofty trees, soon came in sight on the starboard side. The monks of old, wise in their generation, chose pleasant places for their residences, observed the Admiral, pointing to the ruins. They must have been of great benefit to the surrounding population in those turbulent times, said Mrs. Murray. I have sometimes thought that it would be well if they still existed in districts where no landed proprietors lived to look after the people. Very well in theory, my dear madam, said the Admiral, But we must take into consideration what human nature really is. Monks, in many instances, prove themselves to be arrant knaves, and among every assemblance of mortals such will ever be found in time to leaven the whole mass. These and friaries and convents were not abolished a day too soon, and, advanced as the present generation esteems itself, I am very sure that if we were to shut up a dozen men together, picked from among the most learned and enlightened students at our universities, or the same number of the most charming women to be found, and insist on their living as celibates to the end of their days, and devoting themselves to a certain routine of strict forms and ceremonies, they would very soon come to loggerheads, and do more harm to themselves and others than they could possibly do good. The wisest men in all the nations of Europe have seen the necessity of abolishing the conventual system, and I cannot suppose that English men and women are more likely to be holy and immaculate than the people of other countries. The whole thing is an illusion, and I am very sure that the system, if, as according to the wishes of some, it should again prevail in England, would only tend to the corruption of those who are beguiled by it, and to the dishonour of true religion. You are right, Admiral, and certainly my wife does not advocate the re-establishment of monasteries in this country, remarked Alick.
Oh, no, no, I was thinking rather of the past, said Stella, and probably, if we could look into the interior of convents in their best days, we should see much to grieve and shock us.
The tide was on the ebb, and as the cutter passed through the narrows at Connell Ferry, she pitched and tossed in the turbulent current, here forming a perfect race, in a way which put a stop to further conversation. The breeze being steady, she, however, with Murray's skilful handling, ran through and glided forward on her course. Now, Dunstaffnich Castle, standing on a slight elevation near the shore, came in sight, a picturesque ruin, its high walls and round towers rising boldly against the sky. Farther on appeared Dunstaffnich Castle, an ivy-clad square keep, in former times the seat of the MacDougals of Lorne, and now the cutter entered the Bay of Oban, with the long island of Carrera on the right, and brought up amid a fleet of small craft and coasters. A steamer on her way to Glasgow was waiting for passengers, and the party had just time to get on board before she began paddling on to the southward. "You will take good care of the craft, Dougal," said Ben Snatchblock, as he handed over his command to the old Highland skipper, in whose charge Murray had given the yacht. "Cover her over carefully, and keep the sun from her in summer and the snow in winter, and we'll have many a cruise on her yet when we come back from the East Indies." "Dinna fash ye, mon, she'll take no harm under my charge," said Dougal. "Dougal has been somewhat jealous of Ben on account of his having been appointed to the yacht instead of himself," remarked Alick. Glasgow was reached before nightfall, and the next morning the whole party started by train for the south. Admiral Triton insisted on accompanying his friends to Portsmouth. "My sister Deborah and I have taken a house on South Sea Common for 3 years, and you and your wife and Ben must be our guests, and we have a room for Archie till it is time for him to take up his berth on board. You will cheer us up, and we old people want companionship, for I can't get about as I once did, and the young fellows fight shy of me and don't laugh at my yarns, as you and Jack used to do. And I say, Murray, if you want to do me a favour, you will let your wife stay on as our guest. The boy will be a great amusement to us both. We'll not spoil him, depend on that. I then can come and go as I like, and when I am away, she'll help to keep my good sister alive and cheerful. When Deb hasn't me to look after, she's apt to get out of spirits, and to be thinking about her own ailments, fancied more than real, for she is as hearty as she can expect to be at her age, while if she has a guest and a little child to occupy her thoughts, she'll be perfectly happy and contented. So, you see, you'll be doing her and me the greatest possible favour. Don't say no, but settle the matter at once." Murray, of course, thanked the Admiral very heartily. He was sure that the invitation was given from the kindest of motives, and he fully believed that Stella would contribute greatly to the happiness of the old man and his sister, who, without kith or kin, required someone to solace them in their declining years. He seemed truly grateful when Murray, after talking the matter over with Stella, accepted his kind proposal. "She mustn't consider herself a mere visitor, but must be as much at home as if Deb were her only housekeeper. That is just what Deb will like.
And I must be looked upon as their visitor when I come back from paying a visit to any of my friends who are still willing to receive me. They're the only people on whom I can now depend to give me a hearty welcome are Sir John and Lady Rogers. They don't get tired of my yarns, and Sir John laughs at them as heartily as he did many a long year ago.
And so the matter was settled, and on reaching Portsmouth, Murray and Stella accompanied the Admiral to his very comfortable home at Southsea, at the entrance door of which Mrs. Deborah Triton, she had taken brevet rank, stood with smiling countenance ready to receive them. It overlooked Spithead and the Isle of Wight, with the Solent stretching away to the westward, the entrance to Portsmouth harbour, with steamers and vessels of all sizes running constantly in and out, being seen at no great distance off across the common. But Sister Deb, as the Admiral generally called her, is more worthy of a description than the house. She was remarkably like her brother, except that she had 2 feet, whereas he lacked one, and that her still plump face was free from the weather-beaten stains contracted by his honest countenance during his days afloat. Her figure was short and round, exhibiting freedom from care. It was such, indeed, as only a good-natured person could possess, but her face was the index of her mind and heart. That bore an unmistakable expression of kindness, gentleness, and good temper, which perfect faith in the simple truths of Christianity could alone give. Murray felt perfectly confident that his wife and child would be in good keeping during his absence, and his heart felt lightened of one of its chief cares. Next morning, Murray, accompanied by Archie, went on board the Opal, which, having just been brought out of dock, lay alongside the hulk. She was still in the hands of the riggers, who, busy as bees, swarmed in every part, rattling down the rigging, swaying up the topmasts, and getting the yards across. Her appearance in that condition was not attractive, but as he surveyed her with a seaman's eye, he felt satisfied that she was a fast craft, and well calculated for the service on which she was to be sent.
I have no wish to command a steamer, but I cannot help fancying that a pair of paddles would be more likely to catch the air of dhows we are to go in search of than is the fastest craft under canvas,
he observed to Adair, whom he found on board. They at once set to work to collect a crew, in which business Ben Snatchblock was especially active. Ben, a few days afterwards, received, to his satisfaction, his warrant as boatswain, his zeal being considerably enlivened thereby. He, before long, managed to pick up a number of prime hands from among his old shipmates, on whom he could thoroughly depend. The gunner and carpenter joined the same day he got his warrant. The former, Timothy Ebbs, was a little man, but he had a big voice and a prodigious pair of black whiskers, which, sticking out on either side of his face, gave him a sufficiently ferocious aspect to inspire shipboys and other young members of the crew with a necessary amount of awe, while the able seamen respected him for his tried courage and undoubted nautical experience. Adair was very glad to find that Joss Green was appointed as master, as he had known him well when he was second master of the Tudor in the West Indies, and a more merry, kind-hearted, better-disposed fellow never stepped. Joss, it was said, never went anywhere without finding friends, or came away without having made fresh ones. Adair, Archie, and Gerald, with all the officers who had as yet been appointed to the corvette, took up their quarters on board, and the work of fitting out made rapid progress.
"I wonder whom we shall have for our second lieutenant," said Gerald as they were sitting in the berth. "An old shipmate or a new one? I hope we may get a good sort of fellow. I should like to have old Higson. What a good-natured chap he was." "That was when he was first promoted. He may have grown rusty by this time at not getting another step," observed Archie. "He is elder than the captain, and yet junior to Mr. Adair."
On going on deck soon afterwards, an officer came up the side who introduced himself to Terence as Lieutenant Frank Mildmay, come to join the Opal as second lieutenant. No 2 persons could be more dissimilar than the first and second lieutenants of the corvette. He had a smooth face with pink cheeks, whiskers curled to a nicety, and hair carefully brushed. His figure was slight and refined, and he wore lilac kid gloves, his appearance being certainly somewhat effeminate. Indeed, he looked as if he had just come out of a bandbox.
"He'll never set the Thames on fire,"
observed Paddy Desmond to Archie.
"Faith, the men will be after calling him Mr. Mildman, unless he condescends to dip those delicate paws of his into the tar bucket."
The men probably looked on their second lieutenant with much the same feelings as did the 2 midshipmen, while he, regardless of what they thought of him, accompanied Adair into the gun room to make himself acquainted with the rest of his messmates. The remainder of the gun room officers and midshipmen joined the next day, and, the complement of the crew being made up, the corvette, casting off from the hulk, took up her moorings in the middle of the harbor. Of the newcomers, 2 small midshipmen, who had never before been to sea, Paddy Desmond immediately designated one Billy Blue Blazes, in consequence of his boasting that he was related to an admiral of that name, while the other was allowed to retain his proper appellation of Dicky Duff, Paddy declaring that it required no reformation. An old mate who was always grumbling, and 2 young ones who had just passed their examination, with an assistant surgeon, 2 clerks, and a master's assistant, made up the mess, and pretty closely stowed they were in the narrow confines of the berth. The only other person worthy of note was the 3rd warrant officer, the carpenter, who rejoiced in the designation of Caractacus Chessel, the name of the British hero having been bestowed on him by his father, who had once on a time been a stage player. He was as tall and bulky as the gunner was short and wiry. Indeed, the 3 warrant officers formed a strange contrast with each other. Murray frequently came on board to see how things were getting on, but never interfered with Adair's arrangements. He was sometimes accompanied by Admiral Triton, who seemed to take almost as much interest as he did in fitting out the ship. The sails were now bent, and Murray waited in daily expectation of receiving his sailing orders. Meantime, the kind admiral and his sister were moved with the thoughts of poor Stella's approaching bereavement, and, knowing nothing of Adair's attachment, he got Deb to write to Lady Rogers, inviting one of her daughters to pay them a visit, and assist in taking care of Mrs. Murray. As it happened, he said nothing of the first lieutenant of the Opal, and Sir John and her ladyship, supposing that Adair was at Ballymacree, made no objection to Lucy's accepting the invitation. She accordingly, much to Murray's satisfaction, arrived the very day the ship was ready for sea. It so fell out that Adair, who had managed to escape from his multifarious duties, and was not aware of her coming, called to pay a farewell visit at the house. He was ushered into the drawing-room, where a lady was seated with a book in her hand, though her eyes were oftener cast over the blue ocean than its pages. The servant announced his name, the lady rose from her seat, and gazed at him with a look in which surprise was mingled with pleasure, a rich blush suffusing her countenance. "Mr. Adair!" she exclaimed, holding out her hand, which Terence took, and seemed very unwilling to relinquish, nor did she withdraw it. "I thought you were at Ballymacree," she said. "I was very sorry that Papa thought it was right not to accept your proposal to pay us a visit at Halliburton, while Jack was absent. But believe me, he did not intend to be unkind." "I felt that, though it made me very unhappy," answered Terence. "But did you wish me to come?" "Yes," said Lucy. "I should have been very glad to see you. I should not be speaking the truth if I did not say so." "Then if I get my promotion and come back with lots of prize money, may I hope—" "Pray don't speak about that," answered Lucy, growing agitated. "I can make no promise without Papa's sanction, and I have already said enough to show that I am not indifferent to you." Terence was an Irishman, and Irishmen are not wont to be bashful, but at that moment Alick and Stella entered the room, not failing to remark the confusion their appearance created. Terence, of course, explained that he had called, not expecting to see Miss Rogers, but had come to pay his respects to Mrs. Murray. She tried to send her husband out of the room, intending to follow, but he would not take the hint, and Terence, who had but a short time to spare, was compelled at length to pay his adieu without eliciting the promise he wished from Lucy. She looked very sorry when he had gone, but probably was the better able, from sympathy, to afford consolation to poor Stella, when the moment for her parting with her husband arrived. That moment came the very next day. It need not be dwelt on. Stella's lot was that which numberless wives of naval officers have to endure, but though widely shared, her grief was not the less poignant as she watched with tearful eyes, through the admiral's spyglass, the corvette under all sail, standing down the Solent. End of section 1. Section 2 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 2. Her Majesty's corvette Opal, under all sail, was slowly gliding across the line, for which Dickie Duff and Billy Blueblazes were eagerly looking out, Paddy Desmond having assured them that if they watched fast enough they would be sure to see it. Mr. Mildmay, being addicted to poetry, was busily engaged in writing a sonnet on the subject, which, however, did not corroborate Gerald's statement, as it began, "Ideal cincture which surrounds the globe." But as he was interrupted by Ben Snatchblock's pipe summoning the crew to exercise at the guns, the second line was not written, when Joss Green caught sight of the manuscript which he had left on the gun-room table.
"I say, Desmond, Dickie and I have been looking out this last hour or more for the line, and haven't sighted it yet," said Billy. "Of course not, and you never will on deck. You should go to the fore-topgallant masthead. You will see it clearly from thence if you keep your eyes wide open enough, but if not, you have no chance." "But if we do, we shall miss Neptune's visit. I suppose he'll be on board us before long," answered Billy. "Of course he will, if he doesn't happen to be otherwise engaged, but he has plenty of work on hand just now, and is just as likely as not paying a visit to some other ship away to the eastward. You see, he can't be everywhere at the same time. Or maybe his children have got the measles or whooping cough, and of course he wouldn't like to leave them, especially if his wife happens to be out marketing. He's a domestic old fellow, and the best of husbands and fathers, so you youngsters mustn't depend on seeing him, and lucky for you too, for his barber would be after shaving your chins off, seeing you've nothing else round your faces for him to operate on."
Paddy, the rogue, knew very well that the commander did not intend to allow the once usual frolics and gambols to take place, the time-honored custom having, of late years, been generally abandoned on board Her Majesty's ships of war, as has the barbarous custom of burning Guy Fawkes been given up on shore by the more enlightened of our times, albeit the 5th of November and the lesson it teaches should never be forgotten. The two midshipmen, who mustered a binocular between them, thus instigated by Paddy, made their way aloft, where, for their own pleasure, they remained looking out for Mr. Mildmay's ideal cincture with the utmost patience, though they would have grumbled greatly had they been ordered up for punishment. At length they were espied by the first lieutenant. "What are you two youngsters doing up there aloft?" he shouted.
"Looking for the line, sir," was the answer in Billy's shrill voice. "Then remain till you see it, or till I call you down," cried Adair. "I say, Gerald, you've been after bamboozling those youngsters," he added, as he caught sight of a broad grin on his nephew's face. "Go up to the main topgallant masthead and assist them in looking out for the line. Perhaps you will sight it sooner than they will, and it will help you to correct your day's work."
Gerald, pulling a long face, began to ascend the rigging, greatly to the amusement of Archie and his other messmates.
"I say, Adair, you're somewhat hard upon the youngsters," observed the commander, who had just then come on deck. "You remember that Rogers and you and I thought ourselves severely dealt with when we three had to grace the mastheads of the old racer? Faith, but I think we were rightly punished, and that's the reason I sent Desmond aloft, and allowed the other youngsters to remain where they had gone of their own accord." "You forget that the sun is somewhat hot, and they may come down by the run and knock their brains out, so don't you think it would be better to call them down presently, and give Master Gerald a lecture on the impropriety of playing on the credulity of his younger messmates?"
Of course Adair did as the commander wished, though he had some difficulty in keeping his countenance when he called up the three youngsters before him to receive his lecture.
"Remember, Master Desmond, if you begin by bamboozling, you may end by practicing more serious deceptions on your fellows. So let me advise you in future to restrain your propensity in that direction," he wound up by saying, with as grave a countenance as he could command. He then informed the youngsters that the line was only imaginary, to denote the sun's course round the globe. "An ideal cincture, you will understand, youngsters," observed the master, who had heard Adair's remarks, giving at the same time a nod to Mr. Mildmay, who blushed in acknowledgment of being the author of the poetic simile. The two youngsters were very greatly disappointed when they found they had got some way to the south of the line without having made acquaintance with Neptune
and his charming family. Rio was at length reached, and Gerald and Archie had time to pay visits, in company with the good-natured master, to many of the localities with which they were acquainted when there before, though unable to get up to harbour, as they wished to call on the officious old magistrate, the Huis de Fora, who had imprisoned them, and Higson. They remained, however, only long enough to take in a stock of fresh provisions and water, and then steered eastward across the Atlantic to the Cape of Good Hope. About 16 days after leaving Rio, land was sighted.
"What, have we got to the Cape already?" exclaimed Desmond, who heard the cry from aloft. "No, my lad, if you had been attending to a day's work, you wouldn't have asked the question," answered Green. "The land ahead is the island of Tristan da Cunha, not the most delectable of spots for the residents, though I believe there are some on it. We are going to put in to get some more fresh mutton and beef, with any vegetables they are able to spare." "Hand shorten sail and bring ship to an anchor!" shouted Adair soon afterwards, and the corvette brought up before a green slope, spotted with small whitewashed buildings, the hill becoming more rough and craggy till it reached an elevation of 8,000 feet above the sea. The other side of the island, as they afterwards discovered, rose sheer out of the water in a vast precipice to the summit. Between the anchorage and the shore was a prodigious mass of enormous seaweeds, inside of which the water was perfectly calm, forming a safe harbor for small craft. Off it appeared two small islands, known as Inaccessible and Nightingale. To the latter, Billy and Dickie Duff were anxious to go and catch some of the birds, from which, as they were informed by the irrepressible Paddy Desmond, the island took its name. Its feathered inhabitants are, however, only the wild seafowl which seek their prey from among the denizens of the ocean. "You will not find any friends here, Joss, I suppose," said Adair to the master. "It is possible, as I have never been off the place before," answered Joss, "but still I am never surprised at meeting someone who knows me. Once, when pulling up the Nun in Africa, on the first visit I paid to that delectable stream, as I happened to be remarking that I had no friends there, in all events, a black, who had swum off from the shore, put his head over the bows and exclaimed, 'Massa Green, glad to see you. What, sure you remember Jiggery Pop, who served aboard the Frisky at the Cape?' And sure enough I remembered Jiggery well, seeing that I had once picked him out of the water when he was near drowning, and he had served me the same good turn." While Joss was narrating this anecdote, a boat, pulled by half a dozen stout seamen in blue and red shirts, was coming off from the shore to the ship. Without ceremony they stepped on board, when one of them, coming aft, touched his hat to the master. "You'll remember me, sir. Served with you aboard the Pantaloon. I'm Jerry Bird." "Glad to see you, Jerry. You saved me from being cut down when we had that affair out in the Pacific." "No, sir, I think it was the other way," said Jerry. "I haven't forgotten it, I can tell you, sir." "Well, it was one or the other," observed Green. "Tell me what brought you to this out-of-the-way place." "Couldn't help it, sir. Ship cast ashore, and I was the only one to get to land alive, and have been living here ever since. But if so be the captain will ship me aboard, I'll enter at once." As Jerry was a prime hand, the offer was not likely to be refused, and he was entered accordingly. A boat with several officers visited the shore, making their way, not without difficulty, through the floating breakwater of seaweed. The inhabitants, consisting of about 40 men, women, and children, gathered on the beach to welcome them in front of their little stone boxes of dwellings which were scattered about here and there. They appeared to be a primitive race, the descendants of two old men-of-war's men, who, having been discharged from the service at the end of the last century, had lived there ever since with wives whom they had brought from the Cape, their respective children and grandchildren having intermarried. Their wealth consisted in bullocks and flocks of sheep, which, having increased in the same proportion as their owners, were now very numerous. Their carcasses, as well as the skins and wool, were exchanged for such luxuries as they required with the skippers of ships calling off their island. Here the old patriarchs, with their families, had dwelt for well nigh half a century or more, knowing little of what was going forward in the world, and by the world unknown. The Opal, having supplied herself with a stock of fresh provisions, once more weighed anchor, carrying off Green's old shipmate, Jerry Bird, who seemed heartily glad to get away from his friends, whom he described in no very flattering colors.
After a run of 12 days, the Opal came in sight of the Cape, but it was night before she dropped her anchor in Simon's Bay. Dark masses of land were seen towering above her mastheads, and rows of lights streaming from the main deck ports of 2 frigates, between which she took up her berth, while the sound of bugles coming across the water betokened the neighborhood of troop ships with redcoats on board, bound out to India, or returning home. It reminded those whose thoughts were with the loved ones in old England to lose no time in sitting down to their desks. Of course, the commander wrote to his wife, and Adair humbly requested that he might be allowed to enclose a letter to Lucy, in case, as he observed, she might still be staying with Mrs. Deborah Triton. They both also wrote to the kind old admiral. As the morning broke, a ship was seen standing out of the harbor, and a boat sent with a well-filled letter bag to overtake her. How hard the crew pulled, for they knew by the commander's manner that he intended that letter bag to be put on board. They did it, however, as British seamen generally do whatever they are ordered, though at no small expenditure of muscular strength, and of course received, well pleased, a glass of grog on their return on board. The Opal remained but a short time at the Cape. Murray received orders to follow the Radiant, one of the frigates seen on the night of her arrival, to the Mozambique Channel, as soon as she had filled up with water and other stores. The corvette made but a short stay, and again sailed for St. Augustine's Bay, at the southern end of Madagascar, which island was sighted in little more than a fortnight. The Radiant was found at anchor in the bay, Commodore Deuce, who commanded her, having put in to water the ship. Murray went on board to pay his respects and receive his orders, and numerous visits were exchanged between the 2 ships. The Commodore, a remarkably small man with a fiery countenance, overshadowed by a prodigious cocked hat, was walking the deck with hasty strides as Murray came up the side.
"I have been expecting you here for 3 days at least, Commander Murray," he exclaimed as Alick made his bow. "There is work to be done, and the sooner it is done the better. I have received notice that a piratical band of Arabs, who have long had possession of a strong fort up the river Angoxa, have a number of barracoons full of slaves and several dhows lying under the protection of their guns. I have resolved to make a dash up the river to cut out the vessels, capture the slaves, and destroy the fort."
"I am very glad to hear it, sir," answered Murray, "and will send my boats on shore to procure water immediately, so that we may be ready to sail with as little delay as possible. The men, when they hear the object, will work with a will, you may depend on that, Commodore, and I trust that the crew of the Opal is not to be surpassed in smartness by that of any other ship in commission. I think that you will acknowledge that when you have an opportunity of judging."
"Well, well, you brought to in very good style, I must confess that," answered the Commodore, who, though inclined to be irascible, was quickly appeased. "When you send your boats on shore, let the officers in command keep an eye on the natives, and take care that none of the crew stray. The people about here are treacherous rascals, and would murder anyone they could catch hold of without any provocation. I'll send 3 of the frigate's boats to assist you, and order the crew of one of them to remain on guard while the others are filling the casks."
The news which Murray took when he returned on board made everyone alive. In a few minutes the boats were ready to shove off. The brown-skinned natives kept hovering about all the time, seeing the sailors engaged in filling the casks, and it was very evident that, had they dared, they would have treated their visitors as the Commodore had thought probable. Not long before, in the bay, a short distance to the northward, the inhabitants had murdered an officer and boat's crew, without, as far as could be ascertained, the slightest provocation. Murray was therefore thankful when his boats returned safely on board. Leaving St. Augustine's Bay, the frigate and corvette sailed across the Mozambique Channel, and came to an anchor off the mouth of the Angoxa. During the passage, every possible preparation was made for the intended expedition. The firearms were looked to, cutlasses sharpened, the surgeons packed up their instruments, bandages, and medicines. The Arabs were not fellows to yield without a determined struggle, and some sharp fighting was expected. About midway across the channel, a thin wreath of smoke was observed to the southward.
"A steamer in sight, standing this way, sir," reported Adair to the commander. "The Commodore has made the signal to heave to."
In a short time the steamer got near enough to allow her number to be made out.
"The Busy Bee," reported Archie, who was acting as signal midshipman.
The Commodore directed her to join company. Her boats would be an important addition to the proposed expedition. The 3 vessels now stood on the mouth of the river, off which they brought up, for the depth of water on the bar was not sufficient to allow even the busy bee to enter. The boats were therefore immediately lowered, those considering themselves most fortunate who had to go in them, and it was hoped that by pulling up at once the Arabs might be taken by surprise. The frigate sent 4 boats, the corvette 3, and the steamer 2 of her paddle-box boats and a gig. The larger boats were armed with guns in their bows, capable of carrying shell, grape, and canister, as well as round shot. The crews were provided with muskets, pistols, and cutlasses, and all formed a pretty strong body, against which the Arabs were not likely to make any effectual stand. All hands were in high spirits. There is nothing Jack enjoys so much as an expedition on shore, whether for fighting or for a game of cricket. Provisions for 3 days were stowed away in the boats, with plenty of ammunition and numerous articles, including pots and pans for cooking, blanket frocks and trousers, blankets, and other means for making themselves comfortable at night. The surgeons did not forget a supply of quinine to mix with the men's grog, the only way in which they could be induced to swallow the extract, albeit the only reliable preventive for fever. Joss Green was much disappointed at being compelled to remain in charge of the corvette. "I fully expected to find some old friend or other among the Arabs or captured slaves. However, give my kind regards to anyone who knows me, and say I shall be happy to see them on board," he exclaimed, as Terence went down the side. Murray went in his gig, accompanied by Archie. Adair had commanded the pinnace, a mate and Desmond going with him. Mr. Mildmay commanded the cutter, accompanied by Billy Blueblazes, and Dickie Duff was in the boatswain's boat. The Commodore led the expedition in his own gig, in the stem of which sat, as coxswain, Tom Bashan, noted as the biggest man in the fleet. Even the carpenter of the Opal looked but of ordinary size alongside him. He had followed Captain Deuce from ship to ship, and had often rendered his commander essential service, when the little man might otherwise have come to serious grief. Bashan had the affection for his chief which a nurse entertains for the child under her charge, and considered it his especial duty, as far as he had power, to keep him out of harm. Not that the Commodore ever suspected that his subordinate entertained such a notion. He always spoke of him as an honest, harmless fellow, who knew his duty and did it. The bar being tolerably smooth, the boats crossed without any accident, the crews giving way with a will up the river. The tide was flowing, so they made rapid progress. "This is something like our expedition up the San Juan de Nicaragua," observed Desmond to Adair, "except that we had white fellows to fight instead of Arabs, and a hot stream to pull against instead of having the tide with us." "The tide will turn before long," answered Adair, "and if the boats get aground we may find these same Arabs rather tough customers. However, we must look out to avoid the contingency, and if we can take the fellows by surprise, we may manage to get hold of a good number of slaves." The tide, before long, as Adair predicted, began to ebb, and the boats made much slower progress than before. It was nearly nightfall when they got up to Monkey Island, inside of which the Commodore ordered them to anchor, the boats being brought up close together, the awnings were spread, the mainbrace spliced, and other preparations made for passing the night. An extra allowance was served out to induce the men to swallow the quinine mixed with it, for though some made wry faces, their love of grog induced them to overcome their objection to the bitter taste. After the grog, songs were sung alternately by the crew of each boat, the Commodore, who had nothing of the martinet about him, being always ready to encourage his men to amuse themselves harmlessly, and they were yet too far off from the fort to run any risk of their approach being betrayed by their voices. "Sweethearts and wives," sung out a voice from one of the boats, and was taken up by the rest, as the last drop of grog was drained. Murray and Adair drank the toast heartily, though in a less demonstrative manner than their companions, who possibly might have been very little troubled with the thoughts of either wives or sweethearts. No one for the time dwelt on the somewhat serious work on which they were likely to be engaged the next day. At length each man looked out for the softest plank he could find, and turned in to sleep, the officers enjoying no more luxurious couches than their inferiors. To some poor fellows it might be the last rest they were to take here below. A lookout, however, was kept, in case any of the Arab dhows should slip down the river. 2 of the gigs were sent alternately ahead to watch for any craft which might come in sight. None, however, were seen, and just as the first streaks of daylight appeared in the sky, the Commodore gave the order to pipe to breakfast. Fires were lighted on the island, and cocoa and coffee warmed up, while another dose of quinine was served out to each man. The operation did not take long, and once more the flotilla advanced, the tide carrying them rapidly up the river. About noon, as the sun was beating down with tremendous force, Ngoxa came in sight, with, as the Commodore had expected from the information he had received, several dhows at anchor before it under the protection of its guns. Directly the boats rounded the last point, which had before concealed their approach. The red flag was hoisted above the fort, and at the same time the loud sounds of the beating of tom-toms and drums commenced, continuing incessantly as if to intimidate the English tars and induce them to pull back again to their ships. The men laughed. "What a row them niggers do kick up! I wonder whether they think we're going back frightened by all their tom-tomming. We'll show them presently that we've got some chaps aboard which will bark down a little louder and do a precious deal more harm," exclaimed Ben Snatchblock, who accompanied Mr. Mildmay in one of the Opal's boats. The young officer took things very coolly. He was observed with his notebook jotting down his thoughts, but whether in the form of a poetical effusion or not, Billy Blueblazes, who was beside him, could not ascertain, though he tried hard to do so.
"The great wolf recited poetry when about to die, in the arms of victory on the heights of Abraham," observed Mr. Mildmay to the midshipman. "Do you recall the lines to your memory, Billy? What were they?" "I think, sir, there was something about the curfew tolling the knell of parting day, but I can never recollect more of the poem." "Ah, so they were. Let me see." And the lieutenant bit the end of his pencil. "As Britain's tars who plough the mighty deep." "Sheep or sleep come in rhyme with deep," suggested Billy. "Be silent. I want a grander term," said the lieutenant. "Where waves on waves in wild confusion leap." That's fine, isn't it?" "Yes, sir," said Billy. "We're up an African river and are going to lick a lot of blackamoors. You'll have a difficulty in bringing blackamoors into your lines, I've a notion." "Of course I should call them Arabs, their proper designation, when I get as far," replied Mr. Mildmay.
Just then the boat grounded, as did several others near her, and there the whole flotilla lay in sight of the fort, outside of which appeared a number of barracoons, but whether full of slaves or not it was impossible to say. The unavoidable delay of the leading boats enabled the others to overtake them, and as the tide rose, their crews shoved them over the shoals, and once more they advanced in line abreast. Their progress was slow, again several of the larger boats grounded, and the whole consequently had to wait till the rising tide floated them. The next time they grounded, the Arabs seemed to have discovered that they were within range of the 8 guns mounted on the fort, as well indeed as the muskets of the large party sent out along the bank. The latter, as well as the guns in the fort, now began blazing away, shot and bullets flying thickly over and around the boats. Mr. Mildmay at this juncture thought it as well to put his notebook into his pocket. The boat's guns, however, were not to be idle. The commander gave the order to fire, and immediately they opened with spherical case shot, grape, and canister, the former thrown with great accuracy into the middle of the fort, while the latter quickly sent some of the swarthy heroes under shelter, and put the greater number to flight. Several of the men on the boats had been hit, which excited the eagerness of the crews to get at the foe. The first thing, however, to be done was to destroy the dhows. As the boats worked their way up over the shoals towards them, a hot fire was opened from those lowest down. This was quite sufficient to show their character, and the marines and small-armed men began peppering away at every Arab turban or cap of which they could catch sight, while the shells and grape prevented the enemy from returning to their guns in the fort. The tide, rushing in more rapidly than before, quickly enabled the smaller boats, led by Adair, to get up to the dhows. He was the first on board the largest, a craft of 100 tons or more. Her crew, having had no time to escape, fought desperately. Some were cut down, and the rest driven overboard, not a human being remaining alive on board. She was at once set on fire, and the rest of the dhows were attacked in the same manner in succession. On board, some resistance was offered, but the crews of others, leaping overboard, attempted to save themselves by swimming to the shore. As there was no object in carrying any of them off, they were all burned, there being no doubt of their piratical character. Though the guns in the fort were for the time silenced, they were still capable of mischief, and the Commodore wisely resolved entirely to destroy the hornet's nest. "We must land, Commander Murray, and drive the enemy into the woods, burn the stockade, spike their guns, and tumble them into the river," he shouted. The first part of the business, on which the rest depended, was not so easily accomplished. The banks shelved so gradually that the boats grounded when still some 20 yards or more from the shore. The rising of the tide would in time carry them nearer, but in the interval they were exposed to a galling fire from the enemy, who were under shelter both in the fort and in several other spots along the bank, while in all probability before the fighting on shore was over the tide would again ebb and leave the boats high and dry, exposed to the attacks of the numerous bands who were gathering on the spot in the hope of wreaking their vengeance on their foes. Still the plucky little Commodore, in spite of all risks, was determined to carry his plan into execution. The commanders of the boats received orders to sweep round in line, run their bows as far up as they could, and while the enemy were driven from the banks by showers of grape and canister, the marines and small-armed men were to land and attack them with the bayonet should they attempt to make a stand. The order was quickly obeyed. The guns from the larger boats sent forth so deadly a shower of missiles that the Arabs, who were coming down in force to dispute their landing, took to flight, leaving many dead and wounded. The difficulty was now to get on shore. The bottom was likely to be muddy, the water tolerably deep. Murray and Adair, with their boat's crews, were among the first to gain a footing on dry land. The Commodore was eager to be up with them, but at the same time was very unwilling to get wet. Tom Bashan, having stepped out into the mud, received orders from his chief to lift him on his shoulders and carry him on shore. Tom, who had his musket in his right hand, did as he was ordered by taking the little Commodore up with his left arm and placing him behind his back, where the brave leader of the expedition sat, his head just above Tom's grinning countenance, while he waved his sword with no little risk of cutting off his coxswain's nose, shouting in his eagerness, "On, my lads, on! Form on the beach as you land! Skirmishers to the front! Now let the brown-skinned rascals see what British sailors are made of!" The Marines, who had landed by the time the Commodore had been deposited by Tom on the ground, formed in good order, with parties of bluejackets on either flank. The Arabs appeared to be taken completely by surprise, never apparently supposing that the British would leave their boats. They had halted at some distance, and looked a formidable body, 10 times more numerous than those who were about to attack them, while the Commodore, nothing daunted, waving his sword and dashing forward, shouted, "Charge, my lads, charge!" The British bayonets gleamed brightly in the sun as, with steady tramp, the line of redcoats and bluejackets advanced at the charge. The Arabs fired around, the scimitars of their leaders flashing for a few seconds, and then, unable to face the bristling wall of bayonets, their courage gave way, and they fled, helter-skelter, for safety towards the neighboring woods. The English pursued them for some distance, firing as they advanced, and halting only to give sufficient time to reload. If they advanced too far, as the fort was yet unsubdued, there was a risk of a sally being made from it, and the boats being destroyed. The Commodore, carried away by his ardor, had already gone farther than was wise. Discovering his error, he ordered his followers to fall back as rapidly as possible on the boats. Just then a strong body of men were seen issuing from the fort. Not a moment was to be lost, or they might reach the boats. The Commodore was pretty well blown by his recent exercise, but putting forth all his strength, he led his men back even faster than they had come. As soon as the enemy saw their approach, they hastily retreated within the stockades. "Now, my lads," cried the Commodore, "we have the last part of the business to accomplish. Before a quarter of an hour is over, we must be inside that fort. I know that you can do it, and will do it." The men replied by a loud cheer and advanced, in high spirits at their previous success, towards the stockades. The Arabs, who had seen their friends beaten, lost heart from the first, and though they defended the stockades for some minutes with considerable bravery, they quickly took to flight as the bluejackets came tumbling down over their heads, cutlass in hand. In a few minutes the place was won, the garrison escaping by a western gate, as the English forced their way in over the eastern side. The Commodore's first impulse was to follow the enemy, but there were still too many people in the fort to make such a proceeding safe. The non-combatants, women and children, received orders to take themselves off with such of their personal property as they could carry, an act of leniency which surprised them not a little. In a short time not a single inhabitant remained behind. The guns were then spiked and dragged to a part of the fort directly over the stream, into which they were tumbled, and from whence it would give the Arabs no small amount of trouble to fish them out again. The place was next set on fire in every direction, when the party, each man carrying such booty as he had managed to pick up, left the fort to the destruction awaiting it. The flames spread amid the wooden and thatch-roof buildings, till the surrounding stockades caught fire, and the whole hornet's nest was one sea of flame. The barracoons, from which the slaves had, as it was expected, been removed, were treated in the same manner, when the Commodore, highly satisfied with the result of the expedition, ordered the men to embark. To get the heavy boats afloat, however, was no easy matter. The tide had already begun to ebb. It seemed very doubtful whether they could be got off, till the crews, putting their shoulders under the gunwales, lifted them by sheer strength into deeper water. Before a single man attempted to get on board, the gallant Commodore, who, though not afraid of the hottest fire, had an especial dread of getting wet, was again carried for some distance on Bashan's shoulders, till he was safely deposited in the stern sheets of his boat, where the giant, with dripping clothes, followed him. Further delay would have been dangerous, as, the channel being unknown, the boats might at any moment get aground, and be left there by the rapidly falling tide. It was, besides, important, for the sake of the wounded men, to return as soon as possible to the ships. Although not a man had been hit on shore, either when attacking the enemy in the open or storming the fort, during the first part of the day several casualties had occurred. 2 poor fellows had been killed, and 6 others had been wounded, one very severely. Excepting, however, on board the boat in which the dead bodies lay, the men were in as high spirits as usual, exulting in the success of the expedition. Now and then they restrained their mirth, as first one and then another of the boats grounded, and there seemed a probability that the rest would share their fate. They, however, were got off, and the flotilla continued its course down the stream, one boat following the other in line. They reached their anchorage inside Monkey Island soon after darkness came on. Though the water was here of sufficient depth, even at low tide, to allow the boats to keep afloat, and, the dhows having been destroyed, they could not be assailed from above, still their dangers and difficulties were not over, for should their position be discovered, a force might gather on the banks, and cause them considerable annoyance. During the night, therefore, the men were ordered to keep their arms by their sides, ready for instant use, it being impossible to say at what moment they might be attacked. The bar, also, had to be crossed. It was sufficiently smooth when they came over it, but how it would be on their return was the question. Those who had before been on the coast declared that they had frequently seen a surf breaking over it in which even a lifeboat could scarcely live.
"Faith, Archie, we've had a jolly day of it," remarked Desmond, whose boat was lying alongside that of the commander of the Opal. "If this is the sort of fun we're generally to have, I'm mighty glad we came out here." "Small fun for the poor fellows who have been shot," answered Archie. "I hear one of them groaning terribly. The sooner we get back to the ships, the better for them." "Faith, it isn't pleasant to have a shot through one, and I hope that won't be our lot," said Desmond. "I only wish Tom Rogers was with us. From what I hear, the boats of the squadron are constantly sent away on separate cruises to look after slavers, and it would be capital if we could get sent off on a cruise together. Much more amusing than having to stick on board the ship with the humdrum, everyday routine of watches and musters and divisions."
To this, of course, Archie agreed. The youngsters, forgetting that their commander was close to them, were chattering away in somewhat loud voices, when Murray ordered them to knock off talking, and to turn in and go to sleep. The night passed away quietly, and all hoped to get on board their respective ships at an early hour the next morning. After the men had breakfasted on the island, the squadron of boats, led by their gallant Commodore, pulled down with the ebb towards the mouth of the river, up which a stiffish breeze was blowing, just sufficient to ripple over the surface of the water glittering in the rays of the rising sun. On either hand rose a forest of tall trees, their feathery tops defined against the clear blue sky. In a short time the ships could be discerned in the offing, rolling their masts ominously from side to side, while ahead rose a threatening wall of white foam extending directly across the river's mouth. The crew of the Commodore's boat ceased pulling, and the other boats as they came up followed their example.
"Here we are, caught like mice in a trap, gentlemen," exclaimed Adair, as Murray and the commander of the Busy Bee came up alongside him. "It will be madness to attempt forcing the boats through yonder breakers. The largest would be swamped directly she got among them," observed Murray. "It's now nearly low tide, but perhaps at the top of high water they may prove less formidable, and we may be able to get out. We shall, at all events, have to wait till then." As the boats during this conversation had been carried somewhat close to the dangerous breakers, the Commodore ordered them to pull round and to make their way some little distance up the river, where the men could lie on their oars and wait for an opportunity of crossing the bar. Many an eye was turned towards the shore, where a game of leapfrog or some other amusement could be indulged in, but not a spot appeared on which they could land. The sun rose higher and higher in the sky, his rays beating down on their heads and blistering their noses and cheeks, while the stock of water and other liquids which had been brought rapidly diminished. "I hope that we will be able to get out when the tide rises," said Desmond to Adair. "If not, I have a notion that we shall be pretty hard pressed." "So have I," said Adair, "but it is possible that the bar may remain in its present state for several days together, and if so, we shall have to forage on shore for whatever food we can pick up. It may not be so easy to find pure water, though." "For my part, I should be ready to drink ditch water," exclaimed Desmond. "I never felt so thirsty in my life." Many others were in the same condition as Paddy, but no one complained. A small quantity only remained, which was willingly given up for the use of the poor wounded men, who of course suffered greatly. Hour after hour passed by, and anxious eyes were cast at the white wall of surf which cut them off from the blue ocean beyond. Its summit, dancing and leaping, glittered brightly in the sun's rays. At length, the tide rising, the breakers appeared to decrease somewhat in height. "I think, sir, that I could carry my gig through," said Murray, "and if so, the heavier boats may be able to follow." "You may make the attempt, provided all your people can swim, for your boat may be swamped," said the Commodore. "But as the tide is rising, you will be drifted back, and we must be ready to pick you up." "All my boat's crew are good swimmers," said Murray, "but I hope they will not be compelled to exercise their powers." Murray, having placed the remainder of the stores, with all unnecessary weight, on board the larger boats, prepared to make the bold attempt, Adair and Snatchblock following him, as close as they could venture, to the inner line of breakers. Standing up and surveying the bar for some minutes, he at length selected a part where the rollers which came in from the ocean appeared to break with less violence than on either hand. "Give way, my lads!" he cried suddenly, and the crew bending to their oars, the boat shot quickly up the foaming side of the first of the formidable watery hills which had to be passed before the open sea could be gained. His progress was watched with intense eagerness by those in the other boats. Now she was lost to sight as she sank into a valley on the farther side of the inner roller. Now she rose to the foaming summit of the next. "He'll do it!" cried the little Commodore, standing up in the stern sheets, that he might the better watch the progress of the young Commodore's boat, and clapping his hands like a midshipman. The more dangerous part of the bar, however, had not yet been reached. Still Murray continued his course. Now the summit of another roller was gained, the white foam hissing and sparkling over the boat, and almost concealing her from sight. "She's capsized after all, and they'll have a hard swim of it," shouted someone. "No, she isn't," cried another voice. "I see her bows rising up on the outer roller. In another minute she'll be clear of them." "Bravo! Well done!" exclaimed the Commodore, dancing with delight. "She's through it, and we'll soon be on board the Busy Bee." The officer in charge of the steamer, it should be said, not finding the boats at the time expected, had, according to orders, got up steam and stood in to ascertain what had become of them. "Now, my lads," cried the Commodore, "what the gig has done we can do. I'll bring up the rear, and be ready to help any boat which may meet with an accident. The post of most danger is the post of honor, which I claim for myself, for those in the last boat will have less chance of being rescued than any of the rest." Adair was the next to attempt the hazardous experiment. His boat was half filled, but he got through without being swamped, and the water was bailed out. The rest in succession followed, each officer waiting for a favorable opportunity to steer through the line of surf. End of section 2.
Section 3 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 3. While the frigate stood to the northward, and the Busy Bee buzzed across to Madagascar, the Opal stood for Mozambique, where Murray had to obtain an interpreter to pick up all possible information regarding the movements of slavers. 2 days afterwards, the corvette came to an anchor off the chief settlement of the Portuguese on that coast. The town stands on an island about 1.5 miles in length, situated on a deep inlet of the sea, into which several small rivers fall. The harbor is of considerable size, its entrance guarded by a fort, beyond which appeared an avenue of trees on a gentle slope. Then a collection of flat-roofed, whitewashed houses. Then the palace of the Portuguese governor, with pink walls and a considerably dilapidated cathedral, below which a stone pier, with buttresses of a sugarloaf form, runs out into the sea. "Not a very attractive-looking place," observed Terence to his brother lieutenant, as they viewed it from the ship. "Yet it speaks of the bygone magnificence of the once proud Lusitanian," answered the poet. "I must write some lines on the subject. The place is not without interest." "Those dhows and low, dark, piratical-looking schooners have considerably more interest to us, however," said Adair. "They are not employed in any honest calling, depend on that. And there lie 2 Spaniards and a Yankee. If they have no slaves on board, they will have before long, and we must do our best to catch them. We must depend on our own wits, though, for it's impossible to get any correct information from the Portuguese officers. They are, most of them, as arrant slave dealers as the Arabs themselves. That man-of-war schooner, for instance, is much more likely to help the slavers to escape than to assist us in catching them, and is very likely often employed in bringing off a cargo of ebony from the shore." The schooner he pointed at was a handsome vessel, with a thoroughly piratical look about her. However, she formed a strong contrast to the Arab dhows by which she was surrounded. They were of all sizes, the largest measuring, perhaps, 350 tons. "If I had to describe a dhow, I should say that her shape was like half a well-formed pear, cut longitudinally," observed Adair, looking towards the large craft over the quarter, which lay at some little distance, and was preparing apparently to put to sea. "See, her bow sinks deeply in the water, while the stern floats lightly upon it. Large as that craft is, she is only partially decked. She has cross beams, however, to preserve her shape, and on them are laid flat strips of bamboo, which enable the crew to make their way from one end to the other. At the after part she has a large house, lightly built, the roof of which forms a poop, while the interior serves, I have no doubt, for the cabin of the skipper, and probably for his wives and children, as well as his passengers and the whole of his crew. She has a heavy, rough spar for a mast, tapering towards the head and raking forward. The sail which they are now just hoisting is, in shape, like a right-angled triangle, with a parallelogram below its base. The hypotenuse, or head of the sail, is secured to her yard, like an enormous fishing rod. The halyards are secured to it about 1/3 of the way from the butt end, and it is hoisted close up to the head of the mast. A tackle brings down the lower end of the yard to the deck, and serves to balance the lofty tapering point, while the sheet is secured to the lower after corner of the sail. Though many of the smaller dhows have only 1 mast, that big fellow has 2, with a sail of the same shape as the first, but more diminutive. The larger sail is of preposterous proportions, and it seems wonderful that she can carry it without being capsized. It appears to be formed of a strong, soft cotton canvas of extreme whiteness. Those vessels don't tack, but when beating to windward, wear by putting up the helm and taking the sheet round before the yard, and bringing it aft again on the other side. The deepest part of the dhow being, as you see, under the foremast, it forms a pivot round which the shallow stern, obeying the helm, rapidly turns. Clumsy as they look, I hear that these craft are wonderfully fast, and with the wind free will put us on our mettle to overhaul them. I should like to judge for myself on that point, observed Mildmay. Fellows who have allowed prizes to escape them always declare that the craft they have chased is faster than anything afloat. I hope we shall have the chance before long, said Adair. We must keep a bright lookout from the ship and try to do what we can. The commander intends running down the coast, and then dispatching all the boats which can be spared to look into the creeks and harbors, and other hiding places in which any slavers are likely to take shelter. I should like to go on such an expedition myself, if the commander can spare me. Shouldn't you? No, thank you, answered Mildmay. I've no fancy for going away and sleeping in an open boat, without a change of linen or any of the necessaries of life. Well, then, I'll leave you to do my duty on board, and volunteer to command the first expedition sent away, said Adair. You'll take good care of the ship in the meantime. Yes, though I have never aspired to the post of first lieutenant, to oblige you, said Mildmay. Thank you, answered Adair, laughing. In the afternoon, the captain and lieutenants went to pay their respects to the Portuguese governor, and Desmond and Archie were invited to accompany them. Landing on the stone pier before described, they made their way along the narrow, dirty streets, which literally swarmed with slaves. There were faces of every form, if not of color, for all were black as jet, their faces disfigured in every variety of manner, some with lip rings, others with rings in their noses, and some with pieces of bone stuck spritsail fashion through the cartilage. Some, instead of bone, wore brass-headed nails, while many had pieces of bone through their ears. The faces of others were fearfully gashed, a yellow dust filling up the grooves. Mozambique, indeed, is the chief slave mart of the Portuguese, and thousands of unhappy beings are kidnapped and brought there from all parts of the interior, ready to be shipped to any country where slave labor is in demand. The English officers found the Portuguese governor seated in a broad veranda in an easy chair, smoking a cigar, and enjoying the sea breeze while sheltered from the hot sun. He received them courteously, begging them to be seated, and ordering coffee and cigarettes, which were immediately brought by his slaves, the latter accompanied by a plate of hot charcoal from which to light them. He expressed himself gratified by their visit, and assured them that his great desire was to put down the slave trade. But shrugging his shoulders, he acknowledged that it was no easy matter. In spite of all I can do, he added, sighing, my subordinates will indulge in it. What can be expected? They do not like the country, and are naturally in a hurry to make their fortunes and get away again. It is a second nature to the Arabs and their chief mode of existing. And as long as the French and Brazilians and Cubans will buy slaves, what can prevent it? The former, to be sure, ship them as immigrants and free Africans, though not a Negro would leave his country if he could help it. The governor was so frank, and apparently so sincere in his offers of assistance, that Murray told him one of his chief objects in coming to Mozambique was to obtain an interpreter who could thoroughly be trusted. I know the man for you, said the governor. Though not a beauty, he is worthy of confidence, knows the whole coast and the tricks of the slave dealers, and would obtain for you all the information you require. I'll give directions to have him sent on board, and you can there make any arrangements you think fit. Murray, having thanked the governor for his courtesy, he and his party took a walk round the island. Faith, for my part, I'd rather be first lieutenant of the Opal than governor-general of all the Portuguese settlements in the East put together, exclaimed Adair. For of all the undetectable places I ever set foot in, this surpasses them in its abominations. Soon after they returned on board, an individual who announced himself as the interpreter sent by the Governor-General of Mozambique to serve on board Her Majesty's warship came up the side. "And what's your name, my fine fellow?" asked Murray, as he eyed the unattractive personage. The governor had certainly not belied him when he described him as destitute of good looks. On the top of his grisly head he wore a large white turban. His color might once have been brown, but it was now as black as that of a Negro, frightfully scarred and marked all over. He had but one eye, and that was a blinker, which twisted and turned in every direction when he spoke, except at the person whom he was addressing. His lips were thick, his nostrils extended, indeed. His countenance partook more of the Negro than of the Arab type. His feet were enormous, with toes widely spread. He wore a loose jacket, striped with blue, over a dirty cotton coat reaching to his knees, and huge blue baggy trousers. "Me Hag es bin Hamed at your service, Senor Captain," he answered, making a salaam. "Me understand show where you find all the slaves on the coast, and every big ship and dhow that sails." "And what payment do you expect for rendering us these services?" asked Murray. 40 pesados for 1 month, sir. 80 if I take 1 dhow, and 160 if I help you to 1 big ship." "Pretty heavy payment, Master Hamed," observed Murray. "Ah, Senor Captain, you not take 1 vessel without my help, you see," answered the interpreter, drawing himself up and looking very important. Murray suspected that he was right, and finally agreed to pay the reward demanded. From that moment Hamed was installed on board. As a fair breeze blew out of the harbor, Murray was in a hurry to be off. The pilot, however, asserted that he could not venture to take out the ship except during broad daylight. The Opal had therefore to wait till the next morning. The pilot accordingly took his departure, promising to come off again at an early hour. Some time after sunset, Adair and the master were walking the deck, discussing the plan of their proposed boat excursion, to which the commander had agreed, when, as they turned aft, they caught sight of the dark figure of a man who had just climbed over the taffrail, and now stood quaking and shivering before them. "Where do you come from, my friend?" asked Joseph. But the stranger did not reply, except by an increased chattering of his teeth, though he put up his hand in an attitude of supplication. "Well, no one wishes to hurt you," said Green. "Come forward and let us see what you are like," and he called to the quartermaster to bring a lantern. The stranger, gaining courage from the master's kind tone of voice, followed him and Adair. He was evidently greatly exhausted. "Bring a cup of hot coffee and some biscuit. It will restore the poor wretch, and help him to tell us what he wants," said the master. After taking the food and liquid, the Negro speedily revived, and, drawing his finger across his throat, with the addition of other signs, he intimated that his master was about to kill him when he made his escape, and it was evident that he must have swum a distance of 2 miles or more, at the risk of his life, to put himself under the protection of the British flag. His name, he intimated, was Pongo, and that his master, if he should recapture him, would carry him off and kill him. Hamed, on being summoned, interrogated the black, and from the account he gave, Adair and Green were convinced that they had clearly understood Pongo's pantomimic language. The commander, who had not turned in, on coming on deck and hearing the case, promised poor Pongo that he should be protected, and to do so effectually, at once entered him on the ship's books. The Negro expressed his gratitude by every means in his power, and being taken below by Ben Snatchblock, the boatswain, was speedily, to his delight and satisfaction, rigged out in seaman's duck trousers and shirt. He was notwithstanding far from being at ease, dreading lest the tyrannical master from whom he had fled should discover his place of retreat and claim him. Hamed, however, made him understand that he now belonged to the ship, and that all on board would fight for him with their big guns and small arms, and go to the bottom rather than give him up. On comprehending this, he showed his joy by capering and singing, and making a variety of demonstrative gestures, signifying that if his former owner came to look for him, he would get more than he bargained for. At length he stopped, and a shade of melancholy came over his countenance. Hamed, who, in spite of his ugliness, possessed some of the better feelings of human nature, asked him what was the matter. He sighed and said that he had a brother on shore who was as badly off as he had been, and that he should now be parted from him forever, as he could never venture back to Mozambique, or set his foot on shore in the neighborhood, lest he should be kidnapped and carried back to a worse bondage than that from which he had escaped. Hamed, of course, could give him little hope of rescuing his brother, and advised him to turn in and be thankful that he himself had escaped. Notwithstanding poor Pongo's fears, no one appeared to claim him, and the next morning he was seen among the men forward, lending a hand at all sorts of jobs, evidently anxious to make himself useful. The pilot at length came off, announcing that the tide and wind would now serve for taking out the ship. "Hands shorten and cable," shouted Ben Snatchblock, his pipe sounding shrilly along the decks. Pongo remained forward, concealing himself behind the foremast, though he every now and then took a glance at the ill-favored pilot, a big, cutthroat, piratical-looking individual who was standing aft near the master, while his boat hung on alongside the quarter. Sail was made, the anchor lifted, and the ship was gathering way when a black sprang out of the boat alongside through a port, and tried to hide himself under one of the midship guns. The savage-looking pilot espied him and ordered him back into the boat. Instead of obeying, he clung tightly to the gun. "Remove the man and put him back into the boat," said the commander, "but do not handle him roughly." Now, as the poor black clung with might and main to the gun and shrieked loudly for mercy, the latter order prevented the seamen from executing the former. "The nigger won't let go, sir," shouted the master-at-arms, Ned Lizard, "unless we cut off his hands and feet. Might as well try to haul a cuttlefish from a rock without leaving its feelers behind it." "Let him alone, then," said Murray, and turning to the pilot, he intimated that he must take his man himself if he wanted him, but that he must, in the meantime, look out not to run the ship on shore. The pilot, accordingly, continued at his post, every now and then glaring savagely at the poor negro, and uttering a growl signifying that he would very soon have him in his power. Blackie still clung fast to the gun, casting a piteous look at the good-natured countenances of the seamen, imploring them to help him, which it was evident they would be very ready to do. At length the ship was in the open sea, and the pilot, who had received his payment, was in a hurry to return. Approaching his slave, he ordered him to get into the boat. The latter only replied by piteous shrieks and cries, clinging as tightly as before to the gun with arms and legs, while he seized the tackle in his jaws. "Tell the pilot, Hamed, that he must carry off the gun and all if he wants the man. But take him by force he must not," said Adair. No sooner had Hamed interpreted this than the pilot, drawing his dagger, would have plunged it into the back of the miserable slave, had not the master-at-arms seized his arm, exclaiming, "No, no, my fine fellow, we'll have none of that sort of thing on board here. If you want the man, as the lieutenant says, you must take him by fair means, and if not, you must let him stay. Tell him, Hamed, if he tries that trick again, he'll be run up to the fore-yard arm there before he is many hours older." The pilot stamped and swore all sorts of Mohammedan oaths, which might have shocked even the ears of the prophet, and appealed to the commander, who intimated in return that if the slave sought the protection of the British flag, it would be granted him, and that it was very evident he had no desire to go back to Mozambique. At last Mustapha saw that he must make up his mind to lose his slave, and casting a last ferocious look at him, as much as to say, "If I ever catch you on shore, my fine fellow, your skin and bones will part company," he lowered himself down into the boat. Blackie peered through the port till he saw that she had actually let go and was dropping astern, when he jumped up, and the next instant Pongo, coming from his hiding-place, rushed aft. and the two blacks, throwing their arms round each other, burst into tears of joy. The last runaway was no other than Pongo's brother, who was forthwith christened Bongo. Not forgetting the pilot, they together ran aft and waved their hands triumphantly at him, as the ship, increasing her speed, left the boat astern, he shouting and grinning with mad and impotent rage. The corvette stood down the coast, a bright lookout being kept both for native dhows and square-rigged vessels, of which not a few Brazilians, Spaniards, and Americans were known to be engaged in the nefarious traffic. The carpenters had been busy fitting the boats, raising the gunwales of the smaller ones, and adding false keels to the larger, to enable them the better to carry sail. And all hands guessed that something was to be done, but what it was the commander kept to himself, or made known only to his lieutenants. In spite of the utmost vigilance of the lookouts, not a vessel had been seen till one morning, just at daybreak, as the ship was standing in for the land, the wind being to the southward, a dhow was discovered coming up before it, her canvas of snowy whiteness glittering in the rays of the rising sun. The commander, who was on deck, in a moment gave the order to lower the lifeboat, and Adair, with Ben Snatchblock and Desmond, leaped into her and pulled away for the coast, so as to intercept the dhow should she attempt to pass ahead of the corvette. "We've caught the dhow in a trap, at all events," observed Adair, "for she's no chance with the ship on a wind. She is certain to try and run for it close inshore, when we shall as certainly catch her. Give way, my lads. She hasn't seen us as yet, and stands on with a flowing sheet, thinking that she has a good chance of slipping between the corvette and the land." The wind being light, the corvette was making but little way through the water, and had a breeze come off the land, the dhow would have had a fair chance of escaping, had it not been for the boat ready to intercept her. The dhow, under her immense spread of canvas, glided on rapidly, and her Arab captain was probably congratulating himself on the prospect of escaping from his powerful foe, when he caught sight of the boat lying in wait for him. Heavy rollers broke on the shore, sending the surf flying up many yards over the beach. The dhow was seen suddenly to put up her helm and to steer directly for the shore. "Good heavens!" cried Adair. "The Arab isn't going to attempt to carry his vessel through those breakers." "He is, though, sir," observed Snatchblock. "It's a pretty sure sign that he has got a cargo of slaves aboard. Poor beings! Not many of them will reach the beach alive." Adair immediately steered the boat towards the dhow, though he had little hope of reaching her in time to prevent her from running on destruction. Several shots were fired to make her heave to, but the Arab crew heeded them not, and Adair had got almost within a cable's length of the breakers when the doomed vessel was seen plunging in their midst, to be cast in a few seconds on the shingly beach. Wildly the sea broke over her, and almost as if by magic her bulky hull, melting away, exposed to view 100 or more black forms struggling in the water, endeavoring to make their way to dry land. Some of the unfortunate beings succeeded, but others were carried back into the surf, and hurled over and over, were lost to sight, none of them being drifted out as far as the boat. All this time Adair was pulling in towards the breakers. He saw that the Arab crew, who had been the first to reach the shore, were urging on the blacks to run towards a thick wood, the outer edge of which was a few hundred yards only from the beach. "I think we can do it," he said to Snatchblock. "I have been through worse breakers than those in a less buoyant boat than ours. If we don't manage to get on shore, the Arabs will carry off every one of the slaves." "She'll go through it, sir," answered Snatchblock, looking round at the breakers. "We might save some of the poor wretches, at all events. Give way, my lads," cried Adair. And the boat, urged forward by the stout arms of the crew, was speedily in the midst of the breakers. The sea struck her abaft, and washed clean over her from stern to stem, and had not Snatchblock aided Adair in hauling away on the yoke line, she must have broached to. A lifeboat alone could have existed amid those heavy breakers. The next instant, another sea struck her, washing over her whole length and covering everyone in her. But as it went right over the bows, only a few inches of water remained. A third time she was deluged, and then down she sank, it seemed, into comparatively smooth water, and glided up easily on to the shelving beach. The firearms, having been fortunately covered up, were fit for use. Calling to his men to follow, 2 only being left in the boat, Adair set off in pursuit of the Arabs and their captives. It seemed extraordinary that the latter should have been willing to run off when friends were at hand, eager to rescue them from captivity. But they were evidently as eager to escape as their masters. The Arabs, seeing only a small number of Englishmen, would probably, as soon as they had gained the shelter of the wood, have turned round and fired, and Adair fully expected to be attacked. Fortunately, in their hurry to escape from the dhow, they had left their muskets behind them, and their only chance of safety was by flight. How the slaves, when they found them unarmed and in their power, might be inclined to treat them, was a different question. Several black forms were still seen running as fast as their legs could carry them towards the bush, and Adair and Desmond, who kept ahead, came up with 2 young men looking more like skeletons than living beings. As they caught them by the arm, the poor wretches sank down on the ground, shrieking with terror. Snatchblock and the men caught 3 more, but it was no easy matter to induce them to run to the beach. Not one Arab was to be seen, and the remainder of the blacks disappeared among the thick bushes, where it would have been next to madness for so small a party to have followed them, not knowing what enemies might be lurking near at hand. After some persuasion, the blacks were induced to come back to the beach, though trembling in every limb from terror and weakness as they walked along. Here 4 small children were found, in the same emaciated condition as their elders, and one unhappy woman to whom one of the children appeared to belong. She had injured her foot in landing, and had been unable to run away. From her cries and shrieks it was evident that she believed some dreadful fate was about to befall her. How many poor creatures had been lost in the surf it was impossible to say, and as Hamed had not accompanied them, no information could be gained from the blacks. Adair, indeed, had now to consider how they were to get off again. As from the higher ground on which he stood, he looked over the wide belt of foaming breakers, it seemed almost impossible that the boat, buoyant as she was, could be forced through them. Even Snatchblock eyed them anxiously. "We may do it, sir," he remarked, "if there comes a lull. If not, we shall have to wait here till the sea goes down. The worst is the want of grub and water, and we are not likely to find either in these parts, I've a notion, unless some wild beast or other comes to have a look at us. Then we may give him a shot, and try what his flesh tastes like." The day was by this time drawing on. As not a particle of food or a drop of water had been brought in the boat, all hands were excessively hungry and thirsty. It was dangerous to separate, though, in search of provisions, as it was more than possible that the Arabs might instigate the natives to attack them. Snatchblock and Desmond, however, volunteered to go, taking different directions, each accompanied by 1 man. For the sake of the poor blacks, who seemed literally perishing from starvation, Adair would willingly have consented, but it would be far better, he thought, if possible, to get off to the ship. Anxiously he watched the long line of breakers, but they extended up and down the coast as far as the eye could reach, without an opening through which the boat might possibly pass. Another hour or more went by. No shade was to be obtained except at a distance, under the trees of the forest, and Adair considered that it would be dangerous to venture so far from the shore, as the natives might then have the opportunity of stealing on them unawares. They accordingly sat down on the beach, watching the breakers, in the hopes, as the tide rose, that their violence might decrease, and an opening appear through which the boat might be forced. The rays of the sun struck down on their heads with terrific force, quickly drying their drenched clothes, but they would gladly have remained wet as they were could they have found a few yards of shade beneath a neighboring tree or rock. The wretched blacks sat with stolid looks, as if totally unconscious that their liberators wished to benefit them. Every now and then, when they fancied that they were not observed, they cast frightened glances at the sailors. "I don't know what the poor niggers are thinking of," observed Snatchblock. "Maybe they fancy that we're going to eat them, though it would be a hard matter to scrape enough off the bones of all of them to feed a young dog. I wish I knew something of their lingo. I'd try to make them understand that when we get on board, we'll give them a good blowout, and that in a week or two they'll not know themselves. I say, Sambo, we not want to mangy you, old chap," he added to the black nearest him, and making significant signs. "We want to put some honest beef and pork flesh on that carcass of yours and fill you out, boy. Then you dance and sing and become as merry as a cricket." The black certainly did not understand what was said, and probably misunderstood his pantomimic gestures. One of them, the farthest off from the men, had been sitting with his head sunk down between his bent knees, apparently utterly unable to move. Turning his head over his shoulder, he suddenly started up, and before anyone could seize him, darted off towards the wood. "Come back, you silly fellow!" cried Desmond, who, with two of the men, rose to follow him. But before they had got many paces, a large party of natives, armed with bows, arrows, and spears, accompanied by several of the Arab crew, rushed out from among the trees, uttering threatening shouts, as if to intimidate the Englishmen. "Stand to your arms, my lads!" cried Adair. "We must not let those fellows get near us, or we may be overpowered by numbers." Still the natives came on, some flourishing their spears, and others preparing their bows to shoot. Adair lifted his rifle. "Don't any of you fire till I tell you," he said to his men, while he took aim so as to strike the ground a few yards in front of the headmost of the party. No one was hit, but they knew enough of the effect of firearms to be aware that another bullet might find a billet in one of their bodies. Springing back, the foremost tumbling the rear ranks over, they threw themselves flat on the ground and began to creep away towards the shelter of the bush. Adair, shouting to them, pointed to his own rifle and to the muskets of his men, intimating that if they ventured to advance, they would have to receive their contents. The hint apparently had the desired effect, for though the Arabs seemed to be doing their utmost to induce the blacks to attack the strangers, they remained carefully hiding themselves among the trees. As, however, they might at any moment rush forward, the seamen kept their muskets ready for instant service, with a watchful eye on their movements. In the meantime, the black who had escaped had joined them. What account he had given of the white men it was impossible to say. One thing was certain, that the presence of the natives would prevent any attempt to go in search of food and water. And if they could not get off, their sufferings from thirst and hunger would become serious. With increased anxiety, Adair cast his eye over the foaming rollers, both up and down the coast. The breeze blew strong as ever, and not a break appeared in that long line of glittering surf. The party were literally hemmed in, almost without hope of escape. They might have beaten off the natives and made their way into the interior till they could fall in with some game and a stream of water, but then they would have had to leave the boat and the blacks unprotected. Still, to starve where they were was not to be thought of. "Faith, I'm growing fearfully peckish," exclaimed Desmond. "If you'll let me, sir, we'll try and get hold of one of those fellows, and make him order the rest to bring us some grub. If the sea won't go down, it's the only chance we have." Snatchblock was of Desmond's opinion, and of course the men were ready to follow them. Still, Adair was unwilling to run the risk of being overpowered. "No, no," he answered. "We can hold out some time longer. And if at last we find it impossible to get off, we can but do as you propose." "I think, sir, the sea is going somewhat down," said Snatchblock at length. "We might get through just a little to the right there. See, sir, some of the rollers come in with only just a slight top to them. and if we take the right moment, we may get through." "We can but try it," cried Adair. "Lift the poor blacks into the boat. They'll not add much to her weight. Be smart about it, my lads, though." The negroes seemed very unwilling to move, and shrieked out as if they were about to be put to death. But they were but as infants in the arms of the stout seamen. The woman clung to her child as she was lifted with it into the stern sheets. The men were carried next, and placed at the bottom of the boat, with the little children between them. She was then run off into the smooth water inside the breakers, the crew jumping into her. But each time the water receded, she struck on the hard coral beneath, her admirable construction alone preventing her from being stove in. The oars were got out, and the boat pulled along till the spot Snatchblock observed was reached. Her head was then put to the sea. "Give way, my lads," cried Adair, he and Desmond holding on to one yoke line while the boatswain held the other, their eyes eagerly cast towards the foaming breakers, amid which they were about to force their way. The crew put forth all their strength. The first breaker was passed. Though they bent to their oars like true British seamen, the second, as it came thundering on, hurled them back, and it required all the skill of Adair and his companions to manage the boat till they reached the smooth water. "Never say die, lads," cried Adair, after waiting a few minutes to allow the men to recover their strength. "We'll try it again. If the ash sticks hold, your muscles will, I am sure." "Aye, aye, sir," answered the crew. "We're ready." "Then give way." The attempt was made as before, but again a mighty roller dashed back the boat, and sent her nearly up to the beach. Still Adair was unwilling to abandon the attempt. He waited as before, allowing the boat to remain where there was just water to float her. "I am afraid we shall have, after all, to haul up the boat and sleep on the beach without our suppers," he observed to Snatchblock. "We can easily keep the natives at bay, and must hope for smoother water in the morning." "If it must be so, it must," answered the boatswain, standing up, however, as he spoke, and looking seaward. "We'll tackle them this time, sir," he exclaimed suddenly. "The outer line of breakers has gone down since we shoved off." Adair stood up. "Yes, we'll not be driven back again, lads, never fear," he cried, dropping into his seat. The crew, with a hearty shout, bent to their oars, and the boat, urged by their strong arms, bravely breasted the foaming rollers. The first and second were passed. The third came on hissing and roaring. The boat still advanced. Its heavy curling crest swept her from stem to stern. But she held her way, and was ready when another came on to meet it boldly. Over it she went, throwing out the water which she had taken in, and in another minute was dancing merrily on the heaving seas outside the breakers. Adair looked anxiously to see whether any of his sable passengers, young or old, had been washed away. In spite of the risk they had run, all were safe. The poor mother had grasped her child, and the men the other young ones. The sun was by this time sinking behind the land. The crew pulled away with right good will towards the corvette, which could be seen at a distance of 3 miles or so. She was standing away from the land to get a good offing during the night. "They've seen the state of the surf and have thought we couldn't get through it, or maybe that we were lost," observed Snatchblock. "Sure, it'll be the greater pleasure to them when we come back," said Desmond. "Mr. Mildmay will be mighty glad to find that he hasn't to do duty as first lieutenant, though I don't know what old Sanford may wish in his heart of hearts. He might not object to be made acting lieutenant." Sanford was the senior mate on board. "Had he thought that any accident had happened to us, the commander would have sent in a boat to ascertain the fact," said Adair. Darkness was rapidly coming on, and by degrees the canvas of the corvette became shrouded in the mists of night. Adair, however, had taken her bearings, and by the help of the stars was able to steer directly for her. Still, Desmond, who had become perfectly ravenous, could not help wishing that the commander, instead of keeping off the coast, had stood in nearer to pick them up, The men, however, pulled away cheerily, encouraged with the thoughts of a good hot supper and a quiet snooze till the next morning. After some time, a bright light burst forth, sending a lurid glare across the ocean. "There's the corvette!" cried Snatchblock. "They hadn't forgotten us. We'll be snug on board before many minutes are over." At last the boat reached the ship's side, and eager hands were stretched out to lift the emaciated creatures they had brought off on board. The doctor took charge of them and administered some weak broth, while the rest of the party hurried below to obtain the more substantial viands of which they stood so much in need. On Hamed's questioning the liberated slaves, it was discovered that Snatchblock had been right in his suspicions that the Arabs had told them, in order to induce them to escape on shore, that if captured by the white men they would be cooked and eaten. They stated that the dhow had been crammed full of slaves, many of whom had been drowned in their attempt to reach the shore, while it was probable that a still larger number would perish before they were again put on board another slave ship by their cruel masters. Had anything been necessary to induce the officers and crew of the Opal to exert themselves in putting down the horrible traffic, the state of these poor Negroes and the account they gave would have been sufficient to stir them up. One of the men and 2 of the children, notwithstanding all the care taken of them, died before morning. The rest quickly recovered, their skins filling out perceptibly every day with the good food they received. End of Section 3. Recording by James K. White, Chula Vista.
Section 4 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 4, Part 1. The corvette lay becalmed, lapping her sides in the shining water as the glass-like undulations under her keel rolled her now to starboard and now to port, the sun striking down and making the pitch bubble up out of the seams of her deck. No sail was in sight, but still a bright lookout was kept, in case any slaver bringing up a breeze might attempt to slip by inshore of her. The boats were in readiness to shove off in chase. "A steamer to the nor'ard, sir," shouted the lookout to the second lieutenant, who reported the same to the commander. All hands were quickly up on deck. She was probably a British cruiser, perhaps bringing news for them. A mail via the Isthmus of Suez and the Red Sea. At last, after various conjectures as to what she was, the Busy Bee made her number and paddled up in a way which made the crew wish that they possessed similar means of locomotion. She blew off her steam when close to them, and a boat from her side brought her commander on board. He was the bearer of despatches from the Commodore. Murray called Adair into his cabin. "The Commodore has received information that the Arabs are rebuilding the fort we destroyed," he said, "and so I suppose that we shall have to go up the river to do the work over again. He has directed me in the meantime to station 2 of our boats, with 1 from the Busy Bee, to be joined shortly by a 4th from the frigate, at the island of Mafamail, which is about 7 miles from the mouth of the river. I may select the officer to command the expedition, and if you wish to go I will appoint you with Joss Green and Desmond and Gordon. You will look out for dhows either going up to or coming down from Angaxa, and for others running along the coast, which are certain to pass between the island and the mainland. The corvette and the steamer will in the meantime stand down the coast, and the dhows, seeing us, will hope to get to Zanzibar without interruption. The plan seems to be a good one, and I trust that we shall be able to strike a more effectual blow at the slave trade than the Commodore has hitherto been able to give it." Terence, who had been wishing for this sort of work, gladly accepted Murray's offer. The corvette stood on till she came off the island, when the pinnace and barge, well fitted for the duties they were at once to engage in, were got out. The Busy Bee landed a couple of water tanks, for not a drop of the necessary fluid was to be found on the island, while she and the corvette sent 3 months' provisions on shore, with tents, arms, and ammunition. With 3 hearty cheers from the crews, responded to by their respective ships, the boats shoved off and pulled away for the island, to become their headquarters for the next 3 months. Its appearance was not over-attractive, for it was low and sandy, scarcely more than 2 miles in circumference, with a small forest of casuarina trees on the highest part, bordered by a belt of thin grass. One of the first boats sent on shore contained a large seine, and Jos Green was directed to haul it as soon as possible for the purpose of supplying the ship's company with fresh fish. All hands were well pleased to hear the order, and the men destined for that object quickly transmogrified themselves into fishermen, with blue jerseys, tarry trousers, and red caps, looking more like lawless pirates than well-conducted men-of-war's men. 2 of the smaller boats, under the command of the master, who was accompanied by Desmond and Archie, then pulled in. On the north side of the island was a shelving beach, where the water was perfectly smooth, and not a rock or stone to be found. It was just such a beach as to satisfy all the requirements of men-of-war's men, capable at the same time of supplying sand for wholly stoning the decks, and to afford admirable ground for hauling the same. The net was quickly run out, forming a wide semicircle, and surrounding, no doubt, vast numbers of fish, as they could be seen of various forms and sizes sporting in the clear water. The boats being hauled up, the work of hauling the net began. Just at that juncture, several officers who had before landed came across the island to see the fun, and immediately all hands tailed on to the hauling lines. As the net drew nearer and nearer to the land, innumerable specimens of the finny tribe could be seen leaping and springing about, mutually surprised at finding themselves brought unexpectedly in such near proximity to each other and to the shore, evidently thinking it was time to make a dash for the more open water. Vain were the attempts of those who foolishly fancied, by swimming slow and concealing themselves, they might the more surely effect their escape. The bolder fish, who, leaping high, cleared the encircling net, were alone successful, some enormous fellows setting the example. Others attempted to follow them. "We shall have them all getting off if we don't bear a hand," cried Green. "Haul away, my lads." "Better be after them and hook them out," exclaimed Desmond, suiting the action to the word, and plunging in amid the struggling fish. Archie could not resist doing the same, and presently every officer, including the commander and Adair, were up to their knees in the water, each trying to seize one or more of the monsters, who, it was evident, would, if they attempted it, clear a passage for themselves through the meshes. Desmond had fixed upon 2, and down he went upon hands and knees, endeavoring to kill the creatures leaping, wriggling, and struggling to get free. As he did so, one of them, making a bolt between his legs, toppled him over on his nose, where he lay kicking and plunging, scarcely to be distinguished from the fish surrounding him. He quickly, however, got his head above water, as he did so, spluttering out, "Arrah, the baste! I haven't let him go, though," and, kneeling on the creature, he managed to work his hands under its gills, when, holding it up, he dragged it triumphantly to the shore. One of the smaller youngsters, Billy Blueblazes, upon trying to follow his example, was literally dragged off his feet, and, had not Archie seized him and the fish which he held by the gills, might very possibly have been drowned. The shouting and laughing and hallooing which arose on all sides would alone have been sufficient to drive the unfortunate fish out of their minds, as officers and men were plunging about here and there, grasping at the larger fish right and left. At length, the greater number of the monsters who had failed to escape having been captured, the men drew the seine high up on the beach, with some hundreds of fish, most, if not all of them, as Green declared, excellent eating. As soon as they had been rendered incapable of effecting their escape, the seine was again carried out, and though it might have been supposed that the fish would have avoided the spot, as many as at the first haul were speedily drawn to land, when a similar scene was enacted, and all hands being thoroughly wet, everyone not required for tailing on at the hauling lines plunged in as before. Among the most adventurous was the carpenter, who in his eagerness rushed forward till the water was up to his armpits, when, fancying he saw a fish of unusual size, and desirous of gaining the honor of bringing it to shore, he plunged down his hand. Scarcely had he done so, when with a shout which might have reached almost to the ship, he drew it up again, exclaiming, "Bear a hand, mates, and help me to get rid of this imp of Satan. I'm blessed if I thought such creatures lived in the ocean." He uttered this as he staggered towards the shore, when it was seen that his whole arm, which he held at full length, was grasped by the dark, slimy tentacles of a monster, which, with a beak resembling that of a bird, was attempting to strike him in the face. Had the creature got hold of a smaller person, it might have succeeded in doing so. Desmond and Billy Blueblazes were at first inclined to laugh, till they got closer to the hideous creature. Several of the men, with their knives open, hurried forward to the assistance of the carpenter, who bravely kept his arms stretched out till they succeeded in cutting off its head. But even then those powerful tentacles retained so much vitality that it was necessary to remove them one by one. The carpenter's arm was almost paralyzed, and he complained of considerable pain and irritation. His adventure, however, did not prevent the rest of the party from continuing their chase of the larger fish, though they kept a bright lookout not to be caught by crabs or to avoid catching hold of a squid. Though, as before, some escaped, the second haul was almost as productive as the first. The boats, being loaded with the fish, returned to the ship. The shore party then set to work to prepare for their Robinson Crusoe life, while the Opal stood away to the northward. Tents were set up, a hut for the blacksmith's forge, and another for the carpenter close to the beach, before which a coral reef made a secure harbor for the boats. A third hut was built near the camp for the cook, not that any skilled one belonged to the party. The magazine was wisely placed at a distance, in case a spark from the kitchen or a tobacco pipe might chance to find its way to the gunpowder. Everyone was in high spirits and supremely happy. As soon as the work of the day was over, the men took to playing leapfrog, diversified by bowls and quoits which had been brought on shore. The officers had not forgotten foils and boxing gloves, as well as books and writing desks and drawing materials. All was not play, however. The arms had to be cleaned every morning, the men inspected, and a bright lookout kept from dawn to sunset, and even at night, when the moon afforded sufficient light to distinguish a sail at any distance gliding over the dark waters. For this purpose, a platform was erected between the summits of 2 trees which grew conveniently close together at the west end of the island, with steps cut in the trunk of one of them, a man rope hanging from the top, making it an easy matter to get up. Jerry Bird, Green's old shipmate, the man who had been taken off from Tristan da Cunha, was the wit of the party. He was the cook the first day. "Now, my boys, I'll give you a treat," he exclaimed, as he carried off the various provisions served out by the storekeeper. "Don't suppose that I have lived among savages for no end of years without learning a trick or two." The fire was lighted, and Jerry put on a huge kettle to boil. He was soon busily plucking a couple of the fowls which had been obtained from the last place at which the ship had touched. It was naturally supposed that there was to be roast fowl for dinner. While the rest of the party went in various directions, some to collect oysters which clung to the rocks, with hammers and tomahawks to break them off, others to the lookout man up the tree, and some to lie down and read under the shade of the tents, Jerry proceeded with his culinary operations. A frying pan and a ladle served him instead of a gong. When dinner was waiting, he commenced a loud clanging, which sounded from one end of the island to the other. The hungry party soon collected. There were rows of plates with knives and forks, and basins with spoons laid out in order, while Jerry stood, ladle in hand, before his kettle, stirring away with might and main. "Here, Tim, stand by with a plate and basin, and take the officers their dinner," he said. Tim Curran was one of the ship's boys who did duty as officer's servant. As Jerry ladled out the contents of the kettle, it was seen to contain every article with which he had been furnished. The fowls and beef cut up into small bits, peas, biscuit, flour, preserved vegetables, emitting a most savory odor. No one had cause to complain, for Jerry had added a seasoning which all acknowledged to be superior to anything they had ever tasted. "I knew you'd like my kettler," he observed, with a self-satisfied air, as he sat down with his messmates who gathered round him. The rogue had wisely beforehand consulted Adair, who had approved of his proposal on the subject, and so excellent was his kettler pronounced, that from henceforward it was the everyday meal of the party, and though others tried to surpass him when their turn came, they all confessed that they could never do it, and it was voted that it was unequalled by the best Scotch hotch-potch, which it much resembled. They were not long, however, allowed to lead so pleasant a life on shore. Adair sent off one of the boats across the channel to the mainland to be in readiness to pounce down on any dhows creeping up that side, while he himself went away in the pinnace to the southward, accompanied by Gerald and Archie, leaving Joss Green in command of the island. Jerry Bird formed one of the crew, so the party on shore lost their cook. Pango, also, one of the escaped slaves, went as interpreter, he having by this time acquired enough English to make himself understood and to understand what was said to him. The boat was provisioned for 3 weeks, and Adair hoped, by getting fresh food and vegetables from the shore, to be able to stay out longer if necessary. He had on board several articles for barter, and in addition a store of empty beer bottles, for which he had heard the natives have an especial fancy. Adair's intention was to examine every opening and indentation in the coast which a slave dhow could take shelter. He accordingly steered for the mainland, towards the first bay to the south of Angoxa, into which it was possible one of the hoped-for prizes might have crept during the night. On reaching the bay, however, no vessel was to be seen, and the pinnace accordingly stood out again with a light breeze, which enabled her to stand down the coast. The day was passed much as men-of-war's men are accustomed to spend their time on boat expeditions. The meals were cooked in one spot, common to officers and men, whether kettler for dinner or chocolate for breakfast and supper. Pipes were smoked, yarns spun, songs sung, journals written up, and now and then, though not often, books were read. Regular watches were of course kept, and as a rule everyone took as much sleep as he could get. The life, as all agreed, was pleasant enough while the weather was fine, but would be pleasanter to catch a few dhows, send them as prizes into port, and restore the negroes found on board to liberty. "Faith, I wonder whether we shall ever catch one of those rascals," exclaimed Desmond, beginning to lose patience, when, after 3 days at sea, not a single dhow had been caught sight of. "No fear, Gerald," observed Archie. "They'll be dropping into our jaws before long if we keep 'em wide enough open." At night the boat was sometimes hove to, or, when the wind was light, kept slowly gliding on over the calm surface of the deep. One night Archie Gordon had the middle watch. Scarce a breath filled the sails. The ocean was like glass. Not a cloud dimmed the sky, from which the stars shone forth with a brilliancy which afforded light almost equal to that of the full moon. Every star reflected in the mirror-like deep gave it the appearance of being spangled and streaked with gold. Suddenly there burst forth over the land so vivid a flash of lightning that rocks and trees and the distant hills for a moment stood out in such bold relief that Archie could not help fancying that the boat had been carried by some unknown current close to the beach. With a cry of surprise he aroused his companions. "Is anything the matter?" asked Adair, starting up. "Arrah, what's in the wind now?" exclaimed Gerald, echoing the question. "The whole country seems on fire," answered Archie. "I can by no means make it out." As he spoke, another flash lighted up, as brilliantly as during the brightest sunshine, the distant hills and wide expanse of the ocean. The flashes continued bursting forth in rapid succession, lasting fully 10 seconds, with even a less interval between them. Not the slightest sound of distant thunder was heard. Silence reigned over the ocean. Even the men who had roused up their companions to gaze at the wondrous spectacle uttered not a word. A slight flapping of the sail against the mast, as a cat's paw caught it, or an increased ripple of the water against the bows, alone struck the ear. These brilliant phenomena lasted the greater part of the night. "It's very fine," exclaimed Jerry Bird at last, "but to my mind a sound snooze is more to the purpose than straining our eyes out by winking at it, seeing we can't say what work may be cut out for us tomorrow, and so I'm going to turn in." His example was followed by the rest of the watch below, though the more sentimental of the officers continued gazing at it for some time longer. Adair wished that Lucy Rogers could enjoy it with him. "I say, Archie, wouldn't Mr. Mildmay now be after writing a splendiferous sonnet if he was here?" whispered Desmond. "Can't you try your hand, Gerald?" said Archie. "Not I. I'm no poet. I can make a very good line to begin with, but when I come to the second, I can never manage to fit the words in properly." "Just try now," said Archie. Thus encouraged, Desmond at length exclaimed, "The lightnings flashing o'er the boundless deep." "Very good," said Archie. Gerald repeated the line several times. "Aroused the seamen from their something sleep," he said. "I'll get Mr. Mildmay to put in a proper word instead of something, for it's more than I can be after doing." "Hold your tongues, youngsters," exclaimed Adair, whose thoughts had been far away, till they were brought back by his nephew's voice. "Turn in and get some sleep instead of chattering nonsense." The midshipmen, obeying, coiled themselves in the stern sheets, while Adair, who took the helm, sat indulging in a mood to which he had hitherto been a stranger. The morning came, and soon after breakfast. As the boat was running along the coast, the entrance to a river, apparently of some size, was discovered. The sea was tolerably calm on the bar, and as it appeared a likely place for slavers to ship their cargoes, Adair resolved to run in and explore it thoroughly. The wind carried them close up to the mouth, when, it failing altogether, the oars were got out, and the crew pulled away lustily, in the hopes of at length finding a slaver which they could make their lawful prize. At this time, however, the Sultan of Zanzibar issued licenses to no inconsiderable number of vessels, on the pretense that they were engaged in bringing him negroes to work on his plantations. although were his island 10 times the size that it really is, he could not have employed 1/10 of the blacks carried off to slavery. On this flimsy pretext, they might therefore find a dhow full of blacks, and yet not be able to capture her. This, of course, was often the cause of great disappointment to the crews engaged in the suppression of the slave trade. A belt of mangrove trees running far into the water being passed, a long reach of the river was opened up, with a large dhow at the further end of it, lying at anchor in mid-stream, apparently ready to sail. The crew of the pinnace could not restrain a shout of satisfaction. In spite of the hot sun beating down on their heads, they eagerly bent to their oars in the hopes of soon being on board her. As they approached, they saw that her sails were unbent, so that she could not have been on the point of putting to sea. On getting still nearer, about 20 fierce-looking Arabs popped their heads over the side, and in loud voices, with threatening gestures, ordered the boat to keep off, intimating that if she did not, they would fire into her. That she possessed the power of doing mischief was evident, as a 3-pounder gun was seen mounted on a sort of raised deck in her bow. Neither Adair nor his crew were likely to be deterred by the menaces of the piratical-looking fellows from boarding the dhow. With a loud cheer they dashed alongside, and quickly scrambled onto her deck, cutting down several of the more daring of the band, who, not knowing what English seamen were made of, ventured to oppose them. A fine-looking old fellow, with a long white beard, who proved to be the Arab captain, exchanged a few passes with Adair, who, however, quickly disarmed him, and tumbled him head over heels into the hold, while the rest of his men leaped below to escape from their daring assailants. On following them, Adair found, to his disappointment, that there were no slaves on board. The Arab crew having been secured, Adair ordered his men to bend the sail, while he and Desmond, accompanied by Jerry Bird, searched the vessel to ascertain whether she had anything on board by which she could be legally condemned. Besides the 3-pounder gun, a number of muskets, spears, and swords were found on board, with a supply of water and a large quantity of rice, in addition to which her hold was fitted with 3 tiers of bamboo decks, which could be intended for no other purpose than for the stowage of slaves. Adair pointed this out to the old skipper and made him understand that he considered the vessel his lawful prize. "It is the will of Allah," answered the captain, who made no attempt to show either papers or colors, so it was considered evident that he did not possess them. "There are whole hosts of people collecting on shore, sir," shouted Archie. "Many of them are armed, and by the signs they are making they don't seem in a friendly mood. They've got, too, plenty of canoes, and it looks very much as if they intended to come off and attack us." Adair hurried on deck and could not help being of Archie's opinion. "Be sharp there with the sail," he cried. "It's more than we can manage to bend it, sir," answered Jerry Bird, "for there's not a bit of rope yarn or stuff of any kind we can find to do instead." Adair and Desmond, stepping forward to lend a hand, found that the men were right. The blacks on shore, increasing in numbers, were already uttering most terrific shouts and cries, and had begun to launch their canoes. It would be impossible to defend the dhow without running the risk of losing the boat. Adair had not wished to bring on an encounter with the savages. "We must burn the craft and make the best of our way out of the river," he exclaimed. "Get the prisoners into the boat, and we will then set the dhow on fire, and prevent, at all events, from taking on board another cargo of ebony." End of section 4. Section 5 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Kristen Hand. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 4, Part 2. While the men were carrying out his orders, the old Arab captain who had been left at liberty came up to him and made signs that there was some object of great value in the hold which he was anxious to recover. In his eagerness, as with half-bent body he stretched out his hands, he seized Adair by the beard, tears actually running down his eyes. "Can he have his wife or children stowed away anywhere?" suggested Desmond. "It may be, but we must not let them be burned at all events," said Adair. "Well, old fellow, go and bring them up," he added, making a significant gesture. The Arab, however, did not comprehend him, and at length, pulling out a piece of gold, he made signs that he had a box or bag full of such pieces stowed away. "Faith, it's myself will go and help ye hunt for them," cried Desmond, about to accompany the old Arab, who was hurrying below. "Stay," exclaimed Adair. "There is not a moment to spare. See, the canoes are coming off, and we shall be surrounded presently. I suspect it is only a trick after all, that he may induce us to remain till the tables are turned. Here, tumble the old fellow into the boat, and set the dhow on fire, fore and aft." While the men obeyed this order, Archie and Gerald, who had been lighting some bundles of tow, threw one of them down forward among the other combustible materials, while another was placed aft, and another, still larger, which Desmond ignited, was let drop into the hold. A thick smoke, followed by flames, immediately burst forth, showing that the craft had been effectually set on fire. A good-sized canoe was floating alongside the dhow. "We will have her," said Desmond. "Make her fast astern. She'll assist us in landing the prisoners, and be useful afterwards." A whole fleet of canoes, full of shrieking savages, was now coming off towards the dhow. "Give 'em a shot from the 6-pounder," said Adair, putting the boat's head round. "It will teach them that they had better not follow us." The missile went flying over the water just ahead of the canoes. It appeared to have had the desired effect, for some ceased paddling, and others went back as fast as they could make way towards the shore, while the pinnace, with the canoe in tow, proceeded down the harbor. Night had now come on. The flames which rose from every portion of the burning dhow, their glare extending down the river and casting a ruddy light against the tall trees on either side, enabled them, without difficulty, to make their way towards the ocean. The cutthroat-looking Arabs, with their venerable captain, appeared to be very uneasy in their minds, not knowing what was to be done with them, perhaps supposing that their captors were carrying them out to sea to drown in deep water. They were evidently much relieved when, a point some little way down the river being reached, Adair intimated to them that they were forthwith to be put on shore. As many as the canoe would hold were tumbled into her, and they, being quickly landed, she returned for another cargo. The old skipper was last. As he gazed at his burning vessel, he wrung his hands, mourning his hard fate. "Very hard for you," observed Archie, "but it would have been harder for the unfortunate blacks you would have carried off into slavery." During this time, the natives, gaining courage, were coming down the river in vast numbers, beating their tom-toms and shouting and shrieking. They could be easily beaten off, provided they were not allowed to get too near, but Adair had no wish to shed blood, and therefore, having completely destroyed the dhow and got rid of the prisoners, he stood on down the river. The bar was fortunately as smooth as when they entered, and running out, the pinnace, with the captured canoe, was soon in the open sea. The latter was light enough to take on board should bad weather come on, but as she would inconveniently occupy much space, she was allowed, while the sea remained calm, to tow astern. "Well, we've done something," said Desmond, as the boat, having got a good offing, all hands were piped to supper. "I only wish we got hold of that box of gold." "I very much doubt the existence of the box of gold," said Adair. "The object of the old Arab was to delay us till his friends could come to his assistance and cut our throats. However, if I am right, he acted his part to admiration." The pinnace continued her cruise. Happily, the weather remained fine, and no one had to complain of hardship, though all hands would have been glad to get a run on shore, instead of being cramped up day after day in the boat. As their water was, however, running short, they at length stood into a small bay which offered a safe landing place. The canoe was found very useful in conveying them on shore, while the pinnace brought up a short distance from the beach. Several natives came down, who appeared friendly, and showed Adair and Desmond, who had landed, a spring of water where the casks could, without difficulty, be filled and rolled down to the canoe. While 4 of the men remained in the boat with Archie, the rest brought casks ashore, and all went on well. A supply of water was taken on board, and trifling presents, as an acknowledgment of the services they had rendered, given to those who appeared to be the leading men among the natives. Hands were shaken, and the party embarked. "We must mark this spot," observed Adair, as they once more made sail. "The natives appear to be good sort of fellows, and we'll pay them another visit on our way northward." The balmy weather which had hitherto prevailed was not to continue. The southwest monsoon had begun to blow, and the sea got up, washing over the bows and flying deck, and giving ample occupation to all hands in bailing out the water as fast as it broke on board. It was impossible to spread the usual awning down over the boat in ordinary rainy weather, or when at anchor, as it would have been blown away in an instant, and all that could be done was to keep her jogging on under close reefed sails. It was somewhat trying work, as the fire could not be lighted to cook, and the party had therefore to subsist on raw salt pork and biscuit, washed down with cold grog. Everyone, of course, was wet to the skin, but when the sun again burst forth, their clothes were speedily dried. The boat behaved admirably, rising over the seas like a duck. 2 days the gale lasted, and then the weather again cleared. "If we get any more downpours, I don't intend to let my clothes get wet," said Desmond. "How are you going to prevent that?" asked Archie. "Why, by stowing them away in the locker and jumping overboard," answered Desmond. "It's the wisest plan, depend on it. That's the way the nigger boatmen managed in the West Indies, and it will answer here just as well." "Not if it is blowing hard, as it has just been doing," said Archie. "No," replied Gerald, "but if it's tolerably calm, we can easily get on board again when the rain is over." Adair, who had heard of the plan being adopted by other boats' crews, had no objection, and the next day, when the clouds again gathered and sent down a deluge, such as only falls in the tropics, all hands, with the exception of 2, who remained to take care of the boat, stripped off their clothes and jumped overboard, swimming about and amusing themselves till the rain was over. They did the same 6 times during the day, whenever a torrent descended from the clouds, and then again clambering on board, after rubbing themselves over, put on their dry garments. The only wonder was that no one was carried off by a shark, but probably, as they were splashing about and making a loud noise all the time they were in the water, the savage monsters were kept at a distance. The weather again permanently cleared up. Several dhows were chased and overtaken. The first they boarded had, in addition to her brown-skinned Arab crew, an equal number of black seamen, who were pulling and hauling and making themselves very busy, while she also had a large party of black passengers, who sat ranged around the deck, mute as statues, dressed up in Arab costume, each man having with him 2 or 3 wives and several children. The captain, or Nagoda, as he was called by the Arabs, met Adair with a smiling countenance as he stepped on board, and expressed himself in choice Arabic as highly delighted to see the English officer. "Well, my friend, who are all those black fellows there?" asked Adair, pointing to the negroes, who were jumping about and tumbling over each other as they ran from side to side. The Nagoda, or skipper, made signs as if hauling on a rope. "Oh, they are your crew, are they?" said Adair, on which the skipper nodded his head as if he had really understood the question. "And who are those ladies and gentlemen seated so comfortably on the deck?" continued Adair. The skipper signified that they were coming from some place in the south, and bound to Mozambique or Zanzibar to join their relatives. He did this by pronouncing the names of those places, talking away all the time, and in transferring a piece of money from one hand to the other, as if to show that they had paid their passages. "Now let me see your papers," said Adair, moving his hand as if holding a pen and writing. The Arabs being accustomed to signs, the Nagoda at once understood him, and produced from a case some documents written in Arabic characters, were about as comprehensible to the English officer as the words which the voluble skipper was pouring forth into his ear. The papers might be, for what he could tell, bills of sale for the negroes on board, or directions to the skipper how to avoid the English boats and cruisers, with the hint, should he find himself strong enough, to knock every Briton he could fall in with on the head. Adair, it is true, had his suspicions that all was not right, but how to ascertain this was the question. Pango, who knew the true state of the case, was evidently very much troubled in his mind on the subject, but in vain he tried to explain his ideas while he sat in the boat, wriggling and twisting his body and making such extraordinary grimaces as he tried to get out his words, that the rest of the crew burst into fits of laughter, which effectually prevented him from giving the information he possessed. Had Hamed come in the boat, the case would have been different, and Adair resolved, if possible, not to go cruising again without the interpreter. The skipper had no objection to his examining the vessel, though he seemed highly pleased on seeing his visitors about to take their departure. He and several of his crew shook them warmly by the hands, and showed an especial eagerness to assist them into the boat. As the dhow stood away to the northward, both Gerald and Archie declared that they heard shouts of laughter proceeding from him, but Adair was of opinion that the Arabs were not wont to indulge in such exhibitions of hilarity, though he had very strong suspicions that he had been humbugged. The southern limits he had designed for the cruise having been reached, Adair put the boat's head to the northward, intending as before to search all the inlets and creeks, for although no birds had been entrapped on their previous visit, some might be caught on a second. He was half inclined to suppose that the slave trade could not be carried on to the extent which was reported, for so many of the dhows boarded had no slaves or fittings for the reception of slaves, while others were carrying only black passengers, seized with the desire apparently to see the world. Adair was sorely puzzled. "I wish we had brought Hamed with us," he repeated for the 20th time. "He would have cleared up the difficulty and enabled us to obtain more information than we are likely now to pick up." As they were again in want of water, by the time they came off the pretty little village where they had before been received in so friendly a manner, he determined to pay it another visit. The pinnace was accordingly steered into the bay and anchored a short distance from the shore. Adair and Desmond landed in the canoe, accompanied by 2 men and as many breakers as she could carry. While the 2 men paddled back for more, he and his nephew walked up to the village. The primitive-looking, palm-leaved, thatched huts were picturesquely situated an eighth of a mile or so from the beach, under the shade of a grove of lofty coconut trees. The chief man with a party of his followers came out to meet them, and invited them into their principal hut, used apparently as a guest house. The chief made signs that the women were preparing food, and begged their guests to rest till it was ready. Adair was inclined to accept the invitation. "There seem to be a good many of the fellows collected, considering the size of the village, and I see that they are all armed," observed Desmond. "The chief, too, is evidently mighty eager for us to go into the hut. They may be very honest, but they may mean mischief." "I am inclined to agree with you," answered Adair. "We must be on our guard, at all events, though I don't suppose they will venture to commit any act of violence." He accordingly, when the chief again pressed him to enter the hut, made signs that he was in a hurry and could not accept his hospitality. He and Desmond, however, stood talking, or rather exchanging pantomimic gestures with the chief for some time, while the men were engaged with filling the casks and carrying them back to the boat. Desmond, who had returned a short distance towards the shore to a spot whence he saw that the canoe was shoving off with her last cargo, on turning back to tell his uncle, what was his dismay to see a dozen savages throw themselves upon him, and, seizing his arms, hold him in a way which prevented him from offering the slightest resistance. Desmond, who had on his sword as well as a rifle in his hand, was rushing back to render what help he could, regardless of the danger he ran, when another party of the natives, concealed behind the trees, suddenly sprang out upon him, and before he saw them they had seized him and thrown him down on the ground. He struggled to free himself, as every Irishman would do, especially an Irish midshipman, but in vain. Some seized his legs, and others his arms, while one of the party threw a piece of cloth round his mouth to prevent him from crying out. He managed to get that off, however, and shouted at the top of his voice, in the hopes that the men in the canoe would hear him. Finding that all attempts to escape were hopeless, he submitted with as good a grace as he could, and was placed by his captors on his feet. Adair was, in the meantime, trying to make the chief say why he had committed the outrage, and threatening him with the vengeance of Her Majesty's fleet in those seas if he and the midshipmen were not immediately released. The chief might possibly not have understood a word he said. At all events, he was not moved by his threats. "Now, you scoundrel, what do you intend to do with us?" asked Adair. The chief seemed to understand the question, possibly from the tone in which it was put, and, pointing his musket first towards him, and then at Desmond, gave him to understand, by a sign not to be mistaken, that he intended to shoot them both. Things were now, indeed, becoming serious. They were just out of sight of the boat, and it was a question whether the men in the canoe had heard Desmond's shouts. If not, probably more of the men would come on shore to look for them, and would, to a certainty, be made prisoner, and in all likelihood murdered. "What is to be done?" asked Desmond. "I'll give another shout, even though the rascals may gag me for doing so." After remaining perfectly quiet and apparently resigned to his fate, raising his voice to the highest pitch, he shouted out, "Help! Help!" He had only time to utter these words when a big negro standing near him clapped his hand before his mouth and effectually prevented him from uttering another sound. "Never fear, Desmond," said Adair. "I think they must have heard that shout, and Gordon will to a certainty suspect what has happened to us." While a number of negroes collected round their captives, regarding them with savage looks, the chief and some of his principal men assembled to hold a consultation as to what was to be done with them. An immense amount of jabbering took place, and Desmond, who was closest to the circle of councillors, looked anxiously at their countenances to ascertain, if possible, what decision was likely to be arrived at. He gazed in vain. Nothing could he learn from the expression of the hideous faces of those who might at any moment determine to shoot him and his uncle. "It's all owing to not having Hamed with us," sighed Adair. "Or even had we brought Pango on shore, he would probably have suspected the old rascal of a chief and warned us in time. But cheer up, Desmond. I don't think the black villains will dare to kill us. I'll try and make them understand that if they do, a terrible vengeance will be wreaked upon their heads." "That won't help us out of the scrape, I'm afraid," said Desmond, "but they are getting on their feet, and I suppose we shall soon know." In a short time, the chief and his advisers, having come to a resolution what to do, approached their prisoners, and with very little ceremony, seizing them by their collars, 2 on each side of them, dragged them along towards the beach till they reached a couple of trees, whence the boat was clearly visible. The canoe had returned on board, and Adair observed that the men had got out their arms and were pulling her in towards the shore, while Jerry Bird, who acted as gunner, was standing on the forecastle, busy apparently in loading the gun mounted on it, the greater portion of which was, however, covered up with a piece of tarpaulin, so that the natives might not discover what was there. The rest of the crew not pulling had their muskets in their hands, ready for use. All this was seen at a glance. Directly they arrived at the 2 trees, the savages without further ceremony bound Adair to one and Desmond to the other, facing the boat, while the chief and several of his followers, who were armed with muskets, levelled them at their heads. "My faith, we're in an unpleasant position," exclaimed Desmond. "Sure the fellows can't be after blowing our brains out." "They most certainly will if Archie ventures to open fire on them, but I don't think he'll do that while we're alive," answered Adair. "Had Hamed been with us, we could have learned what they want. As it is, I'm afraid that there is as little hope of our understanding them as there is of their making out what we say. However, I'll try." Though Adair was lashed to the tree, his arms were left at liberty, and beckoning to the chief, he tried to make him signify what it was he wanted. At length he seemed to understand Adair's question, and going through the action of rolling a cask down the beach, he put on an angry look, and then, holding his musket and a piece of cloth in his hand, he showed that he wanted those articles in payment for the water carried off. "The rascal!" exclaimed Adair. "However, it's better to pay them than run the risk of being shot." And shouting to Archie, he directed him to send 2 of his men on shore with the articles demanded, there fortunately being still a supply of cloth on board, which had been brought for bartering with the natives. "Let the small-armed men cover the men while they are landing," he again shouted, "and let them leave the things on the beach, and take good care that the natives don't seize them." Archie heard the order, and soon afterwards the canoe came towards the beach, bringing an old musket and a few yards of calico. The chief, eager to possess himself of the treasures, hurried down to the water, while the men in the canoe, as directed, paddled back to the boat. When the chief had got possession of them, he, like Pharaoh, hardened his heart and refused to liberate his captives, insisting on having a further ransom. Adair was very much inclined to refuse, and shook his head to show that he would pay no more. On this, the chief levelled his musket with significant gestures, showing that he intended to persist in his demand. "We must yield to the fellow," said Adair. "It would be folly to run the risk of being shot for the sake of maintaining our dignity." "I don't think that musket would be after shooting us," observed Desmond with perfect calmness. "Why so?" asked Adair. "Because it happens not to have a lock," answered Gerald, "and as far as I can see, it is the best of the lot." "So far that is satisfactory," said Adair, "as the fellows can't injure those in the boat. But notwithstanding that, they may give us club law or run their daggers into us, so it wouldn't do to try them too much." Adair asked the chief what he wanted in addition to the things he had received, but he could not make out the meaning of the old fellow's reply. He therefore directed Archie to send some large rings and beads, and a few other articles used to trade with the natives. On these being received, the chief seemed tolerably well satisfied, and ordered his men to release the prisoners, putting out his hand as if he acted in no extraordinary manner, and wished to part good friends. Adair, not to be outdone, shook his hand, and taking him by the arm, walked with him slowly down towards the beach. "Stick close to his other side, Desmond," he said. "I'm going to play the old fellow a trick he little thinks of." The chief seemed to have no suspicions of Adair's design, and was evidently anxious to do away with the effect his conduct had produced. When they had got about halfway to the beach, however, on finding himself at some distance from his followers, he stopped, when Adair, suddenly pulling out a pistol from his pocket, which the natives had not discovered, held it to the old fellow's head, and made him understand that he would shoot him through the brain if he refused to come on to the canoe, or if any of his people approached to his assistance. Archie, seeing what had occurred, had sent in the canoe, which had just reached the beach, with a couple of hands. He had likewise brought the gun to bear on the mass of natives, who stood very much astonished at the sudden change of circumstances. Some way from the water, the old chief, fully believing that the English officer would put his threat into execution, sang out to his followers to keep quiet and not to attempt to rescue him. "Come along, old fellow, come along," cried Desmond, hauling away at the arm of the reluctant chief, who had, by the by, fastened Adair's sword-belt round his waist. The old man, who exhibited but little heroism on the occasion, trembling in every limb, turned an imploring glance at the lieutenant to entreat him not to pull the fatal trigger. "Now, Desmond," cried Adair, "trip him up by the heels as soon as we get to the canoe, and we'll give him a lesson neither he nor his followers will forget in a hurry." The 2 men in the canoe, guessing what their officers intended, kept her afloat, and Adair and Desmond, with a sudden jerk, running the old chief into the water, the latter tripped up his heels, and before he knew where he was hauled on board and stowed away in the bottom. "Shove off!" cried Adair, as he and Desmond sprang into the stern, and the next instant they were paddling away in the canoe, even before the natives on shore had clearly comprehended that their chief was being spirited off. He groaned and shrieked, without exciting the slightest compassion, and was soon lifted crop and heels on board the boat. Archie had already begun to weigh anchor, the sails were hoisted, and the wind being offshore, the boat stood out to the offing, leaving the natives lost in wonder as to what had become of their chief. "Thank you, Gordon. You behaved admirably under the circumstances," said Adair. "I am glad of your good opinion, sir," answered Archie, "but if you will allow me to say so, I think you and Desmond acted still more admirably." The crew, of course, were loud in their expressions of admiration at their officer's conduct. "Now we've got him, what are we to do with him?" asked Desmond. "Treat him well, and send him back a wiser, if not a better man than he was," answered Adair. "We'll carry him with us on board the Opal as a proof of the transaction, and perhaps after a few months' stay on board he will have learned better manners." The old chief, however, did not seem at all to approve of the change of his circumstances, and at first it was thought that he was going to give it up as a hopeless case and die of vexation. Jerry Bird, however, patted him on the back. "Don't take on, old fellow, in this fashion," he said in a consoling voice. "You thought you were going to play the lieutenant a trick, and like many a better man, you found you caught a tartar. What's the odds? We'll give you as much pork and biscuit as you can eat, and a glass of grog to cheer you up, and you'll come all right by and by." Whether it was the words of his address or the tone in which it was uttered need not be discussed, but it seemed to have the effect of bringing the old chief round, and when the basin of kettler was served out to him, he did not inquire what were the ingredients, but gobbled it up with evident gusto. He smacked his lips also, after tasting the pannikin of grog which Jerry offered him, and though he put it down again once or twice, as if doubting about the matter, he finally drained it to the dregs. "I thought as how you'd like it," said Jerry, patting him on the back. "You shall have another presently, and you won't have to say that we treated you with scant hospitality. That ain't the way aboard our ship." Adair, however, interfered, and prevented the men from giving the old chief as much liquor as they were ready to bestow on him, lest he might get drunk and take it into his head to run amuck or jump overboard. He had taken enough, however, to send him fast asleep in the bottom of the boat, where he lay, as Jerry observed, like a porpoise in a gale of wind. End of section 5.
Section 6 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 5. As the breeze continued light and favorable, the boat ran on all night under easy sail. A bright lookout was kept, however, in the possibility of meeting a dhow creeping along shore. Just as morning dawned, and they arrived abreast of a deep bay which Adair intended to explore, 3 dhows were seen standing out from under the land, with their wide spread of canvas wooing the light breeze. It was pretty evident that the boat had been discovered. Adair therefore ordered the crew to lower the sails and to take to their oars, which they did with right good will, hoping to catch 2 at least of the strangers in sight. The smallest and leading vessel showed Arab colors. A shot across her forefoot quickly made her haul them down. The other 2 exhibited no bunting. From the efforts they were making to escape, it was pretty evident they were full slavers. As soon as Adair reached the first dhow, he leaped on board, but a glance told him that she was a legal trader with not a slave in her as far as he could judge, although there were several black men whom the Nagoda affirmed belonged to the vessel. "We'll give you the advantage of believing you," said Adair, jumping back into his boat, which pulled away to the nearest of the other vessels. Just then she lowered her sail. "Hurrah!" cried Desmond. "She has given in." "Not a bit of it," answered Adair. "See, she is going to set a wider spread of canvas than before." He was right. Presently a long tapering yard rose to the head of the stern, the sail swelling out like the balloon jib of a racing yacht, and shining brightly in the rising sun. Should the breeze increase, She will walk away from us like greased lightning, as the Yankees say," observed Adair. "We'll hope, then, it will remain calm," said Archie. As it was, though the men strained at their oars, it taxed their utmost strength to gain on her. Still, they were gaining. Desmond and Archie stepped forward to assist Jerry in getting the gun ready to fire a shot as soon as they got near enough to make her heave to. Light as was the breeze, the dhow continued to slip rapidly through the water. It was evident, however, that the boat was gaining on her, and the men redoubled their efforts. "Shall we fire, sir?" asked Archie. "We might manage to bring down her sail." "Fire over her," answered Adair. "A shot might chance to hurt some of the poor slaves, instead of the rascally Arabs." Jerry elevated the gun and pulled the trigger. Away flew the shot right through the dhow's huge sail, but her crew, looking to windward, fancied that the breeze was about to freshen. The gun was quickly sponged and again loaded. "Try another shot," cried Adair. "If you can hit the yard or mast, it will save us a long pull." Jerry willingly obeyed, but again the shot, though well aimed, only went through the sail. "Very good practice," said Adair, "but just let it be a little better." Jerry Bird, though watching the chase, could not help now and then taking a look at the countenance of the old chief, Mustapha Longchops, the sailor called him. But whether he wished the dhow to escape or not, it was difficult to say. Jerry had again got the gun ready, and putting it on the breech, he exhorted it this time to do its duty. Again he pulled the trigger, when the next instant down came the long yard by the run on deck. The midshipmen uttered a hearty cheer, taken up by Adair and the crew, and in a few minutes they were alongside the vessel. The Arabs, however, seeing only a single boat and unsupported, had made up their minds, it seems, not to yield without a struggle. Some 20 savage-looking fellows, some armed with two-handed swords, others with muskets and assegais, stood ready to defend their vessel. As the pinnace ranged up alongside, several shots were fired and assegais hurled at them, one of which, whizzing close to Adair's ear, stuck quivering in the stern sheets as he was springing up the side. The dauntless seamen, however, were not to be stopped by their show of weapons and threatening gestures. In spite of the Arabs, who cut and slashed right and left with their two-handed swords, several of the bluejackets were about to spring up the vessel's side when one of the former, aiming a blow at the head of the boathook with which Jerry Bird was holding on, cut it right through, and at the same instant some of the Arab crew, who had in the meantime been bending on fresh halyards, hoisted away on the sail, the dhow forging ahead. "Fire at those fellows," cried Adair to the small-armed men, who, letting fly with their muskets, bowled over 3 at once. The oars were meantime again got out, and the sail having come down on deck, the boat once more dashed up, this time making for the starboard bow. Jerry took the precaution of making fast with a stout rope, and, led by Adair, all hands were quickly on board, 2 more of the Arabs being shot down. The others, however, still bravely attempted to defend their vessel, wielding their weapons with the same vigor as before, but, desperate as they were, they could not withstand the British cutlasses, and were driven aft for refuge in the cabin, crying out for mercy. All this time shrieks and groans arose from the hold, while the vilest of odors, a mixture of everything abominable, pervaded the vessel, leaving not a doubt, even had the crew not attempted to defend her, that she was a full slaver and a legal capture. "Hand over your arms," cried Adair, "and we'll spare your lives." It is possible some one among the Arabs might have understood English. At all events, the whole of the crew soon hurried up and handed over their swords and other weapons to the victors. "Tumble their arms into the pinnace," said Adair. "We must have that other dhow. Gordon and Desmond, I'll leave you with 5 men to manage these fellows while I go in chase of her. If I take her, keep close to me. Signalize should they show any inclination to be mutinous, and I'll bear down and help you. I'll leave you the canoe. We shall make better way without her. Saying this, Adair shoved off and pulled away in chase of the third dhow. The first care of the midshipmen was to complete the task in performing which the 3 Arabs had been killed, and to hoist up the sail, aided by several of the crew, whom they compelled at the point of their swords to lend a hand, while, one of the seamen being sent to the helm, the dhow steered after the pinnace in hot chase of the still uncaptured slaver, the canoe, which had hitherto been alongside, being stowed astern. The deck of the dhow, on board which the midshipmen found themselves, presented a horrible appearance. The 3 men who had first been shot lay stiff and stark, weltering in their blood at the foot of the mast. Farther off sat the Nagoda, with a shot through his leg and another in his body, glaring fiercely at them, while another man lay not far off, writhing in agony, with life ebbing fast. The rest of the crew, greasy, dirty ruffians, with close-fitting turbans and caps in their heads, baggy trousers, and vests covering their bodies, stood about with sulky hangdog looks, regarding the victors. "We must keep an eye on these fellows," said Jerry Bird to Archie. "They'll not mind cutting our throats if they have the chance." "Little doot about that," said Archie. "But hello, here's our old friend Mustapha Longchops. How did he get on board?" It was very evident that the old chief must have scrambled up after the seamen boarded, and stowed himself away till the fight was over. What was his object in so doing was difficult to ascertain. "It wasn't with any good intention, I've a notion," said Desmond. "However, we'll be up to him." "I think, sir," said Jerry Bird, "we may as well see if they've got any more arms stowed away. If they have, the sooner they're hove overboard the better, for if they get hold of them, the Arabs would prove somewhat ugly customers on a dark night." Jerry's advice was followed. While 2 of the hands kept an eye on the crew on deck, Jerry and Desmond, with the rest, searched the after cabin and discovered no less than a dozen muskets, several pistols and swords, and some formidable-looking knives or daggers, which would have proved deadly weapons in the hands of the Arabs. They were all quickly hove overboard, greatly to the disgust of their former owners. They were, however, not the only articles discovered. "Hello, what's this?" cried Jerry, drawing out a box from the locker. "It seems pretty heavy for its size. Shouldn't be surprised to find it full of gold." Desmond, who was superintending the search, laughed. "We can scarcely expect such good luck as that," he answered. "We'll try, sir," said Jerry, prizing open the top with one of the daggers which he had retained. "Hurrah! I was right, sir," he sang out. "Golden pieces, every one of them. 400 or 500 at least." "No doubt about it," observed Desmond, examining the box. "It is not ours, however, after all. We must hand it over to the commander as part of the cargo found in the prize, as well as every other article of value, though we shall get our share in due time." "To be sure, sir, to be sure," answered Jerry with a sigh. "At first I thought you and Mr. Gordon and the rest of us might pocket it, but it's all right. We must share, and share alike." Desmond ordered the box to be stowed away in the forepart of the cabin, which he and Archie intended to occupy. The Arab captain cast a longing glance at his treasure as it was carried away, possibly regarding the present possessors with no friendly feeling. The discovery induced the seamen to make a further search, and jewelry, pieces of cloth and silk, and numerous rich Arab garments were brought to light, sufficient altogether to fill a considerable portion of the cabin. "Now let's look after the slaves below," said Archie. "The poor fellows must have been in a fearful quandary while the fighting was going forward." Whatever feeling of pity the condition of the wounded Arabs might have excited in the breasts of the English was removed when they came to examine the hold. Indeed, the horrible state of the unhappy beings surpasses all description. Upwards of 200 human beings were found stowed away in the hold of the craft, which could not have measured more than 100 tons. On a bamboo deck, scarcely raised high enough above the keel to be free of the abominably smelling bilge water which occupied her lowest depths, lay some 80 or 90 men, doubled up and packed so closely together that it was utterly impossible for them to stretch their legs, while there was not room enough for them to raise their heads without touching the deck above. They were stowed away, indeed, literally, as Jerry Bird observed, like herrings in a cask. Above them were an equal number of women huddled together, doubled up in the same fashion, the space being insufficient for them to sit or recline. On the highest deck were penned away a still larger number of children of various ages, ranging from 6 years old to 12 or 13, girls and boys, with even less space allowed them, in proportion to their size, than their elders. The miserable wretches were evidently suffering fearfully from starvation and dysentery. Many were too weak to move, and several on the point of breathing their last. 5 or 6 of the women had infants in their arms but a few weeks old. As one of the mothers was brought on deck, she exhibited her child with its head crushed in, which she intimated had been done just after the boat had been discovered in pursuit by one of the Arabs, because the child had been crying somewhat lustily. "Let's see the fellow who did it," exclaimed Desmond, "and we'll pay him off for his barbarity." The woman understood him, and looked about among the crew till her eye fell on the wounded Arab, who still lay writhing on the deck. "Is that he?" asked Desmond. "Well, he has got his due, and little pity any of us can feel for him." The midshipmen, with their cargo of slaves and villainous prisoners, found themselves in a very trying position, requiring the full exercise of all their wits and energies. Probably, had Adair had time to consider, he would not have left them with so small a force on board, but his eagerness to overtake the other dhow prevented him from reflecting on the difficulties and dangers they would have to encounter. Their first care was to try and ameliorate the condition of the slaves. Search was made for such food and water as the dhow contained, and the Arabs were ordered to prepare a hearty meal for them, a task they set about with no very good grace. The only provisions they discovered were rice and millet seed, with scarcely drinkable water, and of these in most limited portions, on which the slaves would have had to subsist till the termination of their voyage. No wonder that many had died, and that nearly all looked more like living skeletons than human beings. "If we'd had Dick Needham on board, he'd have told us how they managed with slavers captured on the west coast," observed Archie. "I'll tell you," said Jerry Bird. "I've seen many a one taken. The best way is to get up 40 or 50 at a time on deck and set them dancing. It seems to put new life into them, bad as they may be." The midshipmen followed Jerry's advice at once, and released 50 of the men, who crawled up and squatted down on either side of the deck. A mess of rice with a little water was then served out to each of them. They eagerly swallowed the food, cramming it into their mouths like monkeys, but with less intelligence or animation in their countenances than those creatures exhibit. "They don't look as if they had much dancing in them," observed Gerald. "Stay a bit," said Jerry. "We'll soon see." Whereon he began skipping about, snapping his fingers and singing. Then he took hold first of one and then of another, and in a few seconds more than half of them were dancing like magic on their feet, imitating his movements. Many more of them, seeming willing to join in the sport, had they possessed the requisite strength. They sang and laughed and jabbered away as if they had not a care in the world. "Faith, they look more like dancing skeletons than anything else," said Gerald, watching the poor fellows. The voices of many of them were also so faint as scarcely to be audible, in spite of their efforts to sing out. Indeed, it seemed a wonder that they could utter any notes except those of wailing and despair. Of course, an anxious eye had been kept on the pinnace and the vessel she was chasing. "She's up to her," cried Desmond, who was looking through his glass. "She's struck without a blow, and there go our fellows tumbling on board. Little doubt, however, about her being a slaver, though, as they must have seen the way in which we got hold of this craft. They thought it as well to save their bacon and make the best of a bad job." It was evident that Adair had got easy possession of the third dhow, as the sail, which had at first been lowered, was quickly hoisted again, while the pinnace was dropped astern. He appeared to consider that all was going well on board the first capture, as he did not shorten sail to allow her to come up. Perhaps he was too busy with the Arab captain and the slaves to think about the matter. The first gang of blacks, having enjoyed themselves for some time in their own fashion, were ordered below. The women were next got up. Poor creatures! There was very little dancing power in them, many of them being mothers who had lost their children, and others with dying infants in their arms, many of them in the last stage of sickness. Still, some of them, on being set to work, began skipping about, clapping their hands, laughing and singing, at no little risk of breaking in the frail deck, for, in general, being fatter, they were heavier than the men. The Arabs looked on with evident disgust, not comprehending the object of the English in expending so much food and allowing the negroes to move about, thereby increasing their appetites. The poor children were the last to appear on the stage, and they were all turned out together, looking more like apes than human beings. Having been on the highest deck, with some ventilation from above, they were less in want of air than the grown-up people, though they seemed to enjoy the exercise allowed them even more than the rest. But not a particle of the animation of childhood was discernible among any of them. From the way they moved about, they seemed to fancy that their dance was but a prelude to their being put to death to fill the cooking pots of the white men, which their Arab captors had told them would be their lot. All hands had been so busy that no one had thought of eating themselves. It was then discovered that a bag of biscuit alone had been brought on board, and a bottle of rum, which one of the men in the pinnace had handed up to Jerry just as she was shoving off. This was, however, better than nothing, and they hoped before long to be up with the other prize, and to obtain more substantial fare. The day was now drawing to a close. The wind continued light as before, and the two dhows retained their relative positions, the last taken being about half a mile on the port bow of the other. The 4 dead bodies were hove overboard, for the badly wounded wretch had followed his companions to the other world. Archie and Gerald had done their best to bind up the hurts of the Nagoda, who had been placed in the cabin, with such care taken of him as circumstances would admit. They tried to make him understand that, as soon as they could fall in with a surgeon, his wounds would be better dressed. The Arab crew, being tired, coiled themselves away in different parts of the vessel, while Mustapha Longchops had seated himself at his ease near the skipper. Thus the management of the dhow was left entirely to her captors. Archie and Desmond consulted together as to whether they ought to clap the crew in irons, or, rather, to lash their arms and legs together, thus putting it out of their power to commit mischief. They settled, however, as Adair had said nothing about it, to allow them to remain at liberty. Archie, of course, took one watch and Desmond the other, with the crew divided between them. As the night advanced, the wind increased, and the dhow made rapid way through the water, steering after Adair's prize. No moon was shining, clouds gathered in the sky, and the night became darker than usual in those latitudes. Desmond was to keep the first watch, with one man at the helm and another on the lookout, while Archie lay down just inside the door of the cabin, with Jerry near him, the other 2 men going forward. "I'll sleep with one eye open, sir," said Jerry, "and will be up in a moment if I'm wanted." The Arab crew were sleeping about in groups on the deck, where they had lain for some time, none of them having offered to lend a hand to do anything. Desmond had been awake for the greater part of the previous night, and, having undergone a good deal of excitement during the day, it was no wonder that he found it difficult to keep his eyes open. Still, he did his best to watch a light which Adair had hung over the stern of his prize, and, after looking for some time, he felt convinced that they were slowly gaining on her. Every now and then he turned to the man at the helm with some remark, and then shouted to the other forward to keep a bright lookout. At length, however, the light ahead began to flicker and dance, and now to grow larger, now to decrease, till it was scarcely visible. He was holding fast onto the side of the dhow, and found some support necessary. He looked up at the huge sail, which, bulging out, seemed to grow larger and larger, till it towered up into the sky. Desmond was a very promising officer, but even the most promising are made of flesh and blood, and require sleep to restore exhausted nature. The most vigilant would not have found him nodding, for he would have promptly answered with perfect correctness had he been spoken to. Notwithstanding that, Gerald Desmond was certainly not broad awake, or rather, he was as fast asleep as a midshipman standing on his legs with his eyes wide open could be. His thoughts, too, were wandering, now to Ballymacree, now to Commander Murray's home in the Highlands, and now away to the West Indies, where he might still be, for all he knew. Just then, suddenly he felt a cloth thrown over his eyes, and before he could put up his hands to draw it away, he found his arms pinioned behind him. The same instant he heard Archie and Jerry Bird sing out, and the man at the helm struggling desperately with a number of the Arabs, while from every part of the dhow arose shouts and cries. Then there came a splash, then another and another. The next instant he was hurled headforemost overboard, happily his arms getting free as he struggled impulsively to save himself from his impending fate. End of section 6.
Section 7 of the Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 6. Adair, after leaving the midshipmen on board the first dhow, eager to capture the second, urged his crew not to spare their arms or the tough ash sticks they handled. They, fully as eager as the lieutenant, were not the men to do that, and the boat made rapid progress through the calm water. They had every hope of catching her, unless a breeze should suddenly spring up, when they well knew that she would slip away from them at a speed which they had no chance of equaling. In case of such an occurrence, the gun mounted on the bow was reloaded, ready to send a shot after her. The wind continued light, and at length, laying in their oars, they ranged up alongside, taking good care to make the boat fast, when, following their lieutenant, all hands leaped on board with cutlasses and pistols, ready to make short work of any who might oppose them. Though, to their surprise, not the slightest resistance was offered, the deck appeared crowded with passengers, their skins black as jet, but dressed in every variety of oriental costume. The numerous crew, a large proportion of whom were black, were collected forward, while the Nagoda stood aft near the man at the helm. He advanced with a smiling countenance and made a profound salaam to Adair, who, sheathing his sword, with his men at his back, stood ready to receive him. A couple only, one of whom was Pango, remained in the boat to look after her. He was a wiry, daring-looking fellow with a bold, piratical swagger, which gave an impression that he would not hesitate at the most audacious acts of atrocity which he might suppose would forward the object he happened to have in view. He put out his hand in the most cool and impudent manner to shake Adair's, and then stood calmly eyeing his uninvited visitors, as much as to say, "Now make the most of me you can." "Well, amigo, where are you come from?" asked Adair. The Nagoda, who seemed to expect some such question, though he probably did not understand the words, pointed to the south, and then uttered a long string of sentences in which Adair thought he could distinguish Zanzibar. Well, my friend, and who are all these people you have got on board? Continued Adair, pointing to the silent figures on deck. The Arab poured forth a torrent of words, pointing in the same direction as before, and next putting a piece of coin from one hand into the other. Yes, I understand. They are travellers, going to see the world, and have paid their passage money, all right and proper. And when they get to Zanzibar, what are they going to do? Asked Adair. The last question the Arab evidently did not understand, and Adair saw that it would be useless to press the point, knowing that whatever the Arab might say, whether true or false, he should not be the wiser. And now, as to those fellows tumbling about there, and butting against each other with their curly pates, and looking more like chimney sweeps than sailors, said Adair, what have they got to do here? The Arab, who guessed by the direction of Adair's eyes that he was asking questions about the men forward, made signs of pulling and hauling. Oh, they form part of your crew, do they? Well, I should like to see your papers, and how many hands you are licensed to carry, said Adair, making the usual signal of pretending to write, which the Nagoda, clearly understanding, produced from his capacious pocket various documents scrawled all over with Arabic characters. Adair took them, but of course did not understand a single one of the curious-shaped letters and papers. Very ship-shape, he remarked, pretending to scan the papers. If you have no slaves on board, nor fittings for slaves, we must let you proceed on your voyage, he added, returning the papers with a polite bow, on which the skipper appeared highly delighted. You'll give me leave first, however, to search the hold and take a look into your cabin. The Nagoda's countenance fell, as Adair, followed by two of his men, made their way into the space under the high poop. Hallo, who are all these? He exclaimed as he saw seated round the sides some 30 sable damsels, bundled up in silks and cottons, with a variety of ornaments on their curly heads, most of them with children in their arms or seated by their side, little and big. The skipper looked somewhat nonplussed, but presently, pointing out 3 of the best-looking, he tried to make his visitor understand that they were his wives. Oh, very well, said Adair, who comprehended his meaning, but to whom do all those others belong? To this the Nagoda, without replying, directly shouted to his Arab crew, who came aft, each man taking the hands of a couple of negresses and declaring that they were his better halves. Thus all the people who had hitherto been seen were accounted for, and the hold alone remained to be examined. Above the cargo, which was stowed in no very regular fashion, was a bamboo deck, but that, of course, would be necessary for the numerous male and female passengers and their offspring, and was not sufficient in itself to condemn the vessel. Still Adair was not altogether satisfied. On returning on deck, he determined to interrogate some of the silent Negro passengers who did not look as if they were accustomed to the fine clothes they wore. Without an interpreter, this was a difficult undertaking. When he addressed the blacks, men or women, they put on the most stolid looks, showing him that it would be vain to hope to get any information out of them. But it was a wonder that such stupid-looking people should have any desire to see the world, or could be travelling either on business or pleasure. At last he had to give it up, and to turn to the black sailors. Going forward, he addressed one after the other, but as he spoke, their countenances also changed, and they stood before him with downcast looks, pictures of stolidity. Suddenly he at last bethought him of calling up Pango from the pinnace to try if he could elicit any information from his sable countrymen. Pango, on being summoned, immediately sprang on board. No sooner had he done so than his eye fell on one of the blacks, from whom Adair was vainly endeavoring to extract information. The 2 negroes stared at each other for an instant. "Kai," exclaimed Pango. "Kai," answered the other, scanning Pango's nautical costume. "Kai," cried Pango in a higher key, and then both making a spring, they seized each other's hands and began shouting at the top of their voices, now laughing, now crying, and again looking in each other's faces. A rapid conversation then took place between them, the seeming Arab seaman asking Pango all sorts of questions, which he as quickly answered. "What's it all about?" asked Adair, pointing to the former. "Brudder, brudder," answered Pango. "Where does he come from?" inquired Adair. Pango gave the incomprehensible name of a village in the interior, adding, make slavey, make slavey." "And who are all those others?" asked Adair. All slavey, cried Pango eagerly. "Ah, I thought so," exclaimed Adair. "Tell them that they shall be set free, and that they need no longer sham being sailors, which one can tell with half an eye that they are not." Pango understood enough of what Adair said to make his fellow countrymen understand that they would be liberated very soon, as they had the British flag hoisted over their heads. Although a few believed what Pango told them, the rest did not appear altogether convinced of the fact. Adair, however, had now sufficiently ascertained the character of the vessel to warrant him in keeping possession of her. The Nagoda, on discovering the resolution which the English officer had formed, looked very much taken aback. In vain he stormed and swore in the choicest Arabic, and cast vindictive glances at Pango, threatening him with condign punishment should he ever catch him on shore. Pango, caring very little for his threats, talked away eagerly with his countrymen, and soon the greatest number went over to the side of the English tars. Their first care was to disarm the Arabs and to throw their weapons overboard, while the dhow was searched fore and aft for any others which might be concealed. The Nagoda, finding he was discovered, very quickly stripped the blacks of their fine garments and reduced them to the primitive appearance of veritable slaves, giving Adair to understand that the dresses were his private property, and that he expected to be allowed to carry them off. The poor women seemed very loath to part with their borrowed plumes, but the Nagoda treated them without ceremony, and as evening approached, sent them and the children all down into the hold. The men were then made to follow them. Adair had the satisfaction of feeling that he had caught a second slaver, but he saw that it would require all his vigilance to prevent the Arabs from playing him any trick. Looking out astern, he saw the first captured dhow following in his wake. All right with the youngsters, he thought. They and Bird have their wits about them, and will keep the slaver's crew under. As the dhow appeared to be coming up with him, he saw no necessity for shortening sail, as he hoped she would close with him before nightfall. By the time the sun went down, she had got considerably nearer, and satisfied that all was right, he stood on. The night came on much darker than usual, but he made out the peak of her triangular sail rising against the sky, and therefore still felt perfectly at ease about her. With so many doubtful characters on board, he would not lie down even for a moment, or allow any of his crew to do so, but kept them together, ready to defeat any attempt the Arabs might make to regain their vessel. As they hoped to reach the island the next day, they might then take a long snooze to make up for their want of sleep. Several times he looked astern, when he saw the other prize still about the same distance as before. Suddenly there came a squall and a downpour of rain, but the wind being right aft, the dhow flew on before it. He, however, thought it prudent to send his men to the halyards, so as to be ready, should the wind increase, to lower the sail, the Arabs showing no inclination to assist in working the vessel. The darkness was greater than ever. The rain, indeed, even by itself, was thick enough to hide any objects except close to. In about an hour it cleared off again, when on looking out for number 1 prize, he could nowhere distinguish her. I suppose Gordon and Desmond judged it prudent to lower their sail. They will be hoisting it again presently, he said to himself. Soon afterwards he thought he made her out, rather more over the port quarter than she had been before. Yes, he was certain of it, though she seemed to him farther off than she had hitherto been. Still, if the midshipmen had lowered their sail, that was to be expected. Adair, still believing that all was right, continued his course, eager to reach the island and to arrange for dispatching the 2 dhows to the port of adjudication, though he had no doubt that they both would prove lawful prizes. When morning at length broke, dhow number 2 was nowhere in sight. This made him somewhat anxious, and he regretted that he had not shortened sail at first to allow her to come up. Still the midshipmen had their wits so completely about them, and Bird was so trustworthy a fellow, and fully alive to the importance of keeping an eye on the Arabs, that he had no very serious apprehensions about their safety. A clump of trees rising in the centre of the island at length, to his infinite satisfaction, came in sight. He dropped his anchor in the small harbour formed by the coral reef, which circled round the southern portion. He was seen coming in, and one of the boats pulled off to welcome him. He was informed that a vast number of dhows had been boarded, but none as yet captured, all being, as far as could be ascertained, lawful traders, though several had, like his prize, no small number of black passengers on board. Depend upon it, then, you have been deceived, said Adair, as I should, had I not the fortunate chance, by means of Pango, to discover the trick the rascally Arabs are playing us. All those black passengers were really slaves, dressed up by their masters. However, we'll take care in future that their trick doesn't avail them, and they must take to some other dodge if they wish to escape us. Joe Green, he found, had gone over towards the mainland to watch for any vessels running in or out of Angaxa or slipping by up the coast, and as he had been away for several days, it was expected that he would soon be back. Several times before going on shore, Adair swept the horizon with his glass in search of the missing dhow, expecting every instant to see her sail, like the dark fin of a shark, rising above the waters. He looked, however, in vain. The other officers climbed, one after the other, to the lookout place, but came back with the report that no sail was in sight. He at once, therefore, made up his mind to send the pinnace with a fresh crew in search of the dhow. The wind, though contrary, was slight, and she might reach the spot where the dhow had last been seen before nightfall, and if any accident had happened to her, render assistance. His only dread was that she might have been leaky, as he knew to be the case with many such craft, and perhaps have gone down. He and his men were pretty well worn out from want of sleep and hard work, having seen the slaves landed and fresh hands placed in charge of the dhow and the Arab crew. He therefore lay down in his tent to obtain the rest he so much required. Completely exhausted, he slept on till morning. His first inquiry on awaking was for the pinnace. She had not returned, nor had Green made his appearance. He naturally became more anxious than ever. Something serious, he feared, must have happened to the midshipmen, or they would not have failed to have reached the island by that time. He was on the point of dispatching another boat when the lookout man from the signal station reported that a dhow was in sight coming across from the mainland. Her arrival was eagerly looked for. There could be no doubt that she was a prize made by Green. This was ascertained positively to be the case, and in about an hour she came to an anchor off the island, having Green's boat astern. The 2 remaining boats at once put off, Adair going in one of them, accompanied by Pango. Pango had gone with Green to act as his interpreter. "Why," exclaimed Adair as he drew near the dhow, "she's the very vessel we captured, and has, I hope, the midshipmen and the rest of the boat's crew on board." Green hailed them from the deck as they approached. "Glad of your assistance," he said, "for I've got a pretty shipload of scoundrels who gave us a tough job to take them." These words made Adair feel more anxious than ever. He recognized the Arab skipper and Mustafa Long Chops on deck, but neither of the midshipmen nor any of the men. He was quickly on deck and shaking hands with Green, though the dreadful feeling which oppressed him prevented him for some moments from speaking. "Where are the midshipmen, Desmond and Gordon?" he asked, "and the men I left on board this vessel?" "You left?" exclaimed Green. "Why, I only captured her last night, and had no notion that she had ever been in our hands before, except by the by that Bango has tried to make me understand something which he had heard, though I confess I couldn't exactly comprehend his meaning. The night before last I left the midshipmen safe and sound, with 4 hands in a canoe towing astern," said Adair. "The canoe, I see, is gone, but they would certainly not have deserted the vessel. We must seize these scoundrels, the skipper of that black fellow, with the rest of the Arabs at once, for I very much fear they have been guilty of some foul play." Calling more of his men on board, Adair ordered them to handcuff the whole of the party. The Arabs looked somewhat alarmed, their skipper very much so. "What have you done with my officers and men?" asked Adair. The Nagoda, recovering himself with the coolest effrontery, made the action of shaking hands, then pointed astern, as if to signify that those whom Adair was asking after had parted good friends and gone off in the canoe. A very likely tale, said Adair sadly. Let's try what Pango and his brother can make out of the old black chief. On this Green told them to hear what the old man had to say. They evidently spoke the same language. At last Pango, turning round to Adair, tried hard to give the information he had obtained. What with the numerous signs and the few words of English uttered by the black, Adair understood that the old chief grieved for what had happened, but that he himself had nothing to do with it, that the Arabs had set upon the Englishmen, 2 of whom were below, had blindfolded them and thrown them overboard. Adair and Green both interrogated their black friends, and each time came to the same sad conclusion. There could be no doubt that the 2 lads, Jerry Bird and the other men, had been foully murdered. Adair felt very much inclined to hang all the fellows at once, but of course this could not be thought of. They must first be tried, if there could be no doubt that they would be convicted. What satisfaction would it be to hang the scoundrels? Putting them to death would not probably prevent others from committing similar deeds, nor would it bring those who were lost to life. It was necessary, however, to land the slaves at once, for the sake of preserving their health, for even during the last few hours several of the grown-up people had died, and nearly a dozen of the children, and others it was clear would not survive unless carried on shore and supplied with better food and fresh water. Superintending this work occupied Adair, and prevented him from mourning over the loss of his young nephew and Archie. The party on shore had been occupied for some time in putting up huts for housing any slaves who might be brought to the island. These were soon filled with the women and children and the sick men. The others, not so greatly requiring immediate shelter, were set to work to put up some huts for themselves, an operation most of them seemed to understand very well. In the meantime, the Arab crew were kept on board under charge of an officer and a party of seamen. Towards evening the boat was seen returning, and Adair had some faint hopes that she might have obtained some information of the midshipmen, in case the skipper's version of the affair was true. Adair hurried down to meet her. "We bring you no news of the missing ones," said the officer in charge. "We went as far as you directed, and then swept round inshore, but no dhow could we see." Adair, more out of spirits than he had ever been in his life before, got back to the camp. One of the men came running in with the information that a ship was in sight to the northward. Adair and several others hurried to the nearest point from which they could see her, and he and Green were both of opinion that she was the Opal. This was confirmed when she got near enough to make her number. Hopes were entertained that she was coming to take them off, for though not exactly tired of the life they had been leading, they would gladly have gone to some other locality where they would be likely to meet with better success than they could boast of hitherto. Adair, however, found himself wishing that Murray had not come back. How could he face him with the account of the loss of the 2 midshipmen? Murray might blame him, and not unjustly, for want of judgment in leaving them in charge of a vessel manned by desperate ruffians, who would of course be glad of the opportunity to revenge themselves on their enemies. "Why did not I think of that before?" exclaimed poor Terence more than once. However, he ordered the gig to be manned, and as soon as the corvette approached the anchorage, he pulled away for her. She had just brought up, and the hands were aloft furling sails when his boat got alongside. Murray was, of course, well pleased to see him, though struck by his grave looks. "All hands are well, I hope, and the youngsters, have they managed to keep themselves out of mischief?" asked Murray. Adair, a very unwonted thing, felt inclined to hang down his head as with a faltering voice he told the story of their loss. "You don't mean to say you left those 2 lads with only 4 careless men to manage a set of cutthroats?" exclaimed Murray. "I'm sorry to say I did, not supposing that the said cutthroats would venture to turn upon them," answered Adair. "That's it, Adair, that's it," exclaimed Murray, more testily than he was accustomed to speak. "You are too apt not to consider the consequences of what you do, and from want of judgment the lives of those boys have been thrown away." "Really you are hard upon me," cried Adair. "I acted as well as the circumstances would allow, and it was my duty to try and get hold of the other dhow." "You should have left a stronger force to keep in check a set of ruffians, with whom only a few minutes before you had been engaged in a struggle for life and death," said Murray. "They acted according to their instincts, and murdered the poor boys." "I had no time to think of that or anything else," said Adair, about to turn away. "It was my duty to take the other dhow, and I succeeded in doing so." Murray, observing how much Adair was moved, felt that he was speaking too harshly. Well, well, I'm sure you did as you considered best, said he. It is a very sad affair, but I don't know that we ought to give them up as lost. You may have misunderstood the two blacks, though circumstances are strongly against the Arab captain. However, I will examine him and his crew and the old black chief with the aid of Hamid, whom he can understand, and perhaps we may elicit something which will give us ground for hoping that they, after all, escaped. I wish I could think so, said Adair. I shall blame myself as long as I live for their loss. I am certain they would not willingly have deserted their charge. Murray, having ordered Hamid to accompany him, pulled off in his gig with Adair. He found the rest of the officers standing on the beach, ready to receive him, and he at once issued orders to have the slave captain and his companions brought on shore. 2 boats were on the point of putting off to bring them, when a loud report was heard, and thick wreaths of smoke were seen issuing from the dhow, followed almost directly by flames bursting out from all parts. The boats dashed on to rescue those on board. As they did so, they saw a number of men, whom they recognized as their shipmates, swimming towards them, but not the dark face of an Arab among them. The boats quickly picked them up one after the other, none, happily, of the party left on board being missing. Neither the officer nor any of the men could account for the accident. They were all on deck, the sentry near the hold in which the prisoners were confined. Suddenly an explosion occurred, which lifted up a portion of the deck and sent the sentry and 2 other men standing near him overboard. Flames instantly afterwards burst out, both fore and aft, and the natural impulse of the rest was to leap into the water to save their lives. The master's assistant, who commanded the party, seeing that any attempt to rescue the prisoners would be utterly hopeless, to save his own life was compelled to follow his men. Just as the last English seaman was picked up, the dhow's stern, already a mass of flames, lifted, and she glided down, bow foremost. Beneath the surface, a few pieces of charred wood and bamboo marking the spot where she had lately floated. Serve the fellows right, observed several of the men who were watching the occurrence. The hangman has been saved a job, and stout rope left for a better purpose. Murray and Adair, although acknowledging that the murderers, as they deemed them, had met with a just fate, could not help regretting that all means of obtaining information as to what had become of the midshipmen and their companions had thus been lost. All I can now do, said Murray, is to cruise over the ground the dhow must have traversed after you left her, and look out for the canoe, in case any of the party may have succeeded in getting into her. It is possible that some of them may have done so, although in this long interval they must have suffered fearfully for want of food. As no time was to be lost, Murray returned on board, leaving Adair with his party still on the island. The corvette immediately weighing anchor stood away close, hauled to the eastward, that she might, on another tack, fetch the spot where her search was to begin. Murray's remarks had slightly raised Adair's hopes that one, if not both, of the midshipmen might have been saved had they been hove overboard alive, but it was too probable that the Arabs would have knocked them on the head first and then thrown them into the water. He expressed his thoughts to Green. I don't altogether give them up, answered Jos. Midshipmen have a wonderful way of keeping in existence, and by some means or other they may have escaped, though I can't say how it may have happened. Adair's anxiety prevented him from sitting quiet in his tent, and in spite of the hot sun he continued walking about, now visiting the lookout man, now seeing how the unfortunate slaves were getting on. Pango and Bango were of great assistance in communicating with them and dissipating their fears, though their captors had taken good care to instill into their minds the belief that the Englishmen wished only to catch them for the sake of salting them down for food, or disposing of them in some other horrible manner. Poor creatures, what their future lot was to be no one could tell. One thing was certain, they had been torn from their homes and families. Many of those dearest to them had been killed by the savage men-hunters, and they themselves had been treated with horrible cruelty. The boats, as usual, were kept in readiness to start off at a moment's notice, while the lookout men had their eyes about them in search of any dhows running up the coast. A sail in sight to the southward, shouted the men up the tree. What is she like? Asked Adair. Square-rigged vessel, sir, with a broad spread of white canvas. Here was likely to be work. She might prove a Spanish or American vessel, or carrying the flag of one of the other powers which still permitted the slave trade. If a slaver, she was not likely to yield tamely if she had a chance to escape. Many such vessels were known to be strongly armed and to be commanded by daring fellows who would be perfectly ready to fight if they saw a chance of success. All the boats, therefore, were manned to be ready to attack her should she stand near the island, which, from the course she was steering, there was every probability she would do. Everyone looked forward to the work with satisfaction. The only fear was that she might be empty, and might simply be coming north to take in her slaves at Angaxa, or some other place farther north. Cutlasses were buckled on, pistols freshly capped, and other usual preparations made when fighting was in hand. The wind was somewhat light, but at length the strangers' courses rose above the horizon, when Joss Green, who had mounted to the signal station, shouted out, "She's an English brig of war, and is making her number." Adair sent for the signal book, and inquiring the flag seen, quickly made her out as the Romp. "Why, she's been on the East India station," he observed. "We shall soon know all about her, for she's evidently steering for the island, and the breeze seems to be freshening. She'll come to an anchor before long." End of section 7.
Section 8 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Brant Burgess, Laurel Springs, North Carolina. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 7. When Gerald Desmond, surprised by the Arabs, was tumbled overboard, he happily managed to get his head clear of the cloth which had been thrown round it, and, striking out, he endeavored to keep himself afloat, though he had little hopes of saving his life. Though the night was dark, he made out 2 or 3 objects floating near him. "Who's there?" he shouted out. "Is that you?" asked a voice, which he knew to be that of Archie Gordon. "Help me, Gerald, to get this thing off my head, or I shall be drowned. Where are we? What has happened?" A few strokes brought Gerald up to his messmate, and he quickly tore off the cloth which the Arabs had bound round his head. "Praise heaven that you've escaped, young gentleman!" exclaimed another person, who proved to be Jerry Bird. "We've a long swim before us, but we must try to keep afloat somehow." While these remarks were being made, the dhow was gliding rapidly away, leaving them astern. "I'm afraid it's more than mortals can do to swim all that distance," said Desmond. "But hello! What's that? A huge fish coming to seize us?" "No, sir," cried Jerry Bird. "It's the canoe. Someone has cut her adrift, and we've a better chance for our lives than I thought for." While they were speaking, a 4th head was seen. Jerry hailed and found that it was that of the man who had been at the helm. Urging him to keep up his spirits, the midshipman and Jerry swam towards the canoe. It was no easy matter to get in without capsizing her, but they managed it, Desmond climbing over the bow and Jerry holding on to the stern. As soon as the 2 were in, Archie followed Desmond, and then Jerry himself got in. Their first impulse was to go to the assistance of the man who was swimming some little way off, but what was their disappointment on feeling about for the paddles to discover that none were on board. They managed, however, with their hands to work up to the poor fellow, who, being a bad swimmer, was almost exhausted and on the point of sinking. Jerry caught him by the collar just as he was going down, and sang out to him to catch hold of the stern. But the difficulty was to get him in without the greatest possible risk of filling or capsizing the canoe, her gunwale being almost flush with the water. "You must manage, Sam, to get in of yourself," said Jerry at length. "I'll go more forward, but take your time about it. There's nothing to gain by being in a hurry and all to lose." Sam Potts, having recovered his presence of mind, did as he was advised, and, the rest nicely trimming the canoe, he was enabled to crawl in directly over the stern, though not without causing a considerable amount of water to flow in over the gunwale. The midshipmen with their caps, and the 2 men with their hands, quickly bailed it out, but so low was the canoe with their weight that it was very evident, should any sea get up, that they would run a great risk of being swamped. In vain they looked out for the other men, but no sign of them could they discover. They hailed, on the chance of their having been thrown overboard when the dhow had got more ahead, but no reply came to their shouts. They must either have been kept on board or sunk immediately. Their own situation was, however, too precarious to allow them to trouble themselves much about the fate of their companions. Without food or water, or the means of propelling their canoe, they might too probably, even if not drowned, die of hunger and thirst. Still, they had reason to be thankful that the canoe had been cast adrift at that very moment, and that they had been enabled to get on board her. The circumstance appeared providential, and why should they, therefore, fancy that they were to be allowed to perish? The sea remained calm, and a downpour of rain gave them a sufficient amount of fresh water, which they caught in their hats and caps to quench their thirst. They dared not move, so Sam Potts remained aft, Jerry amidships, Desmond next to him, and Archie forward, all of them sitting with their legs stretched out at the bottom of the canoe. The rain made them feel somewhat cold, notwithstanding that after some time Desmond went off to sleep, to finish the snooze so fatally indulged in while trying to keep his watch on the deck of the dhow. Before long, Archie followed his example, as did Sam Potts, leaving Jerry alone awake. Thus the night passed away. The two midshipmen were both awoke at the same moment by finding the rays of the sun shining in their eyes. "Where are we?" exclaimed Desmond. "Faith, I fancied that I was away snug at home at Ballymacree, and little did I think that I was floating about in a canoe out in the Mozambique Channel." "We may be very thankful that we are not at the bottom of said channel," remarked Archie. "Faith, you may say that, my boy," said Desmond. "Small thanks to the rascally Arabs that we are not there. I only hope another of those slaving dhows won't come by and run us down. They're not likely to treat us with much courtesy if they guess what has happened." "If a dhow does come by, we must try to board her and take her," exclaimed Jerry Bird. "But we've got no arms," said Archie. "How are we to manage without them?" "Take them from the rascals, to be sure, if they show fight," said Jerry. "As to running us down, we'll show them that they've made a mistake if they attempt it. If a dhow comes near us, we must make the canoe fast alongside, jump on board all together, seize the arms of the fellows nearest us, and then lay about us with right good will till we've driven the crew below or overboard." Although Jerry's plan seemed a somewhat desperate one, its discussion served to keep up the spirits of the party, who entered into it cordially, and all agreed that it should be attempted, should they have the opportunity. The sun now rose and beat down on their heads with fearful force, while around them the calm sea shone like burnished gold. Their hunger increased, while already they began to feel the want of water. The midshipmen suffered most. "I say, Archie, I'm getting mighty ravenous," whispered Desmond. "I shall be turned into a living skeleton pretty soon, with no more flesh on my bones than some of the unfortunate slaves." "I've taken in a couple of reefs in my belt, and somewhat stopped the gnawing I was feeling just now," answered Archie. "You'd better do the same." "Faith, I should be after cutting myself in two," said Desmond, "before I could stop this abominable biting in my inside." Still the two midshipmen kept up their spirits, and talked away in a cheerful strain, in spite of the heat and their consequently increasing thirst. The sea continued calm, and the wind so light that it would be long before a dhow or any other vessel could reach them. As their thirst increased, their inclination to converse lessened, and at length they and the two men continued, often for half an hour together, without uttering a word. "I wonder what's become of Harry and Bill," said Sam Potts. "I've been thinking of them. Maybe they're worse off than we are." "Too likely," said Jerry. "The slaver's crew wouldn't have left them alive to bear evidence that we were hove overboard. So depend upon it, if they didn't send them after us, they knocked them on the head or cut their throats whenever they found them. Bad as we are off, they, poor fellows, are much worse. We may be thankful, Sam, that we are where we are. This isn't the first time that I've been in a boat out in mid-ocean, without a drop of water, and with nothing to eat except maybe a flying fish and a brace of nauties we caught, and a dead bird we picked up, till we came across a whale floating, and fed on the blubber for a week or more, though we had to hold our noses as we put it into our mouths, till we were at length picked up. So you see, bad off as we may be, we've no business to give way to despair. Help will come from one side or the other. These remarks contributed to keep up the spirits of all the party, which had naturally begun to flag. As the day advanced, the heat became greater and greater. They did what they could to keep themselves cool. They wetted their shirts and their clothes, but they very speedily became dry again. The evening of another day was approaching. Nearly 24 hours had passed since they had taken any food, and not a biscuit had anyone by chance in his pocket. At length, after rummaging in his pocket for some time, Sam Potts drew out a black-looking lump of about the size of the end joint of his thumb. "Hurrah!" he exclaimed. "Here's a treasure. Jerry, ask the young gentlemen if they'd like to have a chaw. I suppose they won't take it amiss, seeing we're all in the same boat." The midshipmen thanked Sam, but declined his offer, feeling that it was more likely to increase their thirst than to lessen it. Jerry, however, expressed his gratitude to his mate, who generously gave him half his precious quid, which he immediately stuffed into his cheek. "Ah, this is something like!" he exclaimed. "Bless my heart, it's like meat and drink. Them as never was out at sea in an open boat without as much food as would cover a sixpence, they shouldn't cry out and abuse us poor fellows for taking a chaw, or enjoying a blow of baccy when we've a chance." "You're right, mate," said Sam. "I'd have given my last golden guinea for a quid, and I believe it will help to keep our bodies and souls together better nor anything else we was likely to find out here." The midshipmen, who had heard Jerry's remarks about nauties and flying fish, kept looking out in the hopes that they might get hold of some denizens of the sea or air. Though occasionally the fin of a shark appeared above the surface, or some huge monster was seen gambolling in the distance, no living thing, however, came near to enable them to satisfy their craving hunger. Thus the day passed away, and night once more threw her sable mantle over the ocean. The sky was clear. Archie thought it was his duty to try and sit up and keep watch, but it was more than he could do, and in a short time both he and Desmond dropped off into a sound slumber. Hour after hour they continued in a half-waking, half-sleeping state, their strength decreasing for want of food, and even when awake, their minds wandering in a strange fashion, from which they were only aroused when Jerry or Sam spoke to them. Their case was becoming, they could not help feeling, serious indeed, and they were conscious that, should relief not arrive, they must, ere many hours were passed over their heads, succumb to hunger and thirst. The night seemed interminable, and they could only pray that the daylight might bring them assistance. Towards morning, they were somewhat aroused by feeling the canoe tossed about far more than she had hitherto done, and while every now and then the top of a sea washed over her gunwale, just sufficiently to show them that they had a new danger to apprehend. By this time, however, they felt almost indifferent to anything that might happen. They were, at length, aroused to action. "It won't do, sirs, to let the canoe get swamped. We must turn to and try to get the water out of her as fast as it comes in," cried Jerry. "Of course," answered Archie, throwing off the torpor which oppressed him. "We'll do our best." Gerald said the same, and at once they began bailing away. They were thus employed, managing to keep the canoe pretty clear of water, when dawn again broke. "A sail! A sail!" cried Jerry, as he was casting his eyes round the horizon, from which the shades of night were gradually rising. "She's coming up before the wind, but I'm much afraid that she's one of those slaving craft after all. Still, though her crew may be arrant cutthroats, they can't do us much harm, seeing we're bad enough off at present." All the party now kept their eyes fixed on the approaching sail. On she came, steering apparently directly for them. As she drew nearer, she was seen to be a large dhow, and there could be little doubt a slaver. She was within a mile of them when, just in her wake, rising above the horizon, appeared the loftier sails of a square-rigged vessel, also approaching directly before the wind. The crew of the dhow had in all probability seen her, and were endeavoring to escape. "By the cut of her canvas," exclaimed Jerry, after watching for some moments, "she's an English man-of-war." Sam was of the same opinion. The two midshipmen hoped they were right. The question, however, was how the dhow would treat them. They were certainly less anxious than they had been before to get on board her. Would her crew, from mere revenge on recognizing the midshipmen's uniforms, give them her stem? If she did, they must do their best to scramble on board. But then, with their strength so diminished, they would scarcely be able to clamber up, much less to fight, as Jerry had proposed. A few minutes more must settle the question. As the ship was standing directly after the dhow, they might, at all events, be picked up by her, and they, therefore, earnestly hoped that the latter might pass without observing them, or, if she did, without molesting them. On she came. "She's steering somewhat wide of us, sir," exclaimed Jerry, "and I don't think we've been seen as yet." What the Arabs might have done had they not been chased, it was difficult to say. The canoe was apparently not discovered till the dhow was within a few cables' length of her. The dhow would have had to deviate slightly from her course to run down the canoe. As it was, she passed scarcely 20 fathoms off, her dark-skinned crew casting savage looks at the Englishmen. While the dhow was gliding by, the two midshipmen and their companions sat up watching her. "They've made out who we are, sir," cried Jerry, "and the villains, if they're not pointing their matchlocks at us, lie flat down, and we shall have a better chance of escaping." Scarcely had he spoken than several shots came flying by the canoe, one close over her, but happily, as Jerry's advice had been followed, no one was hit, and the dhow, impelled by the fresh breeze, went rapidly ahead, leaving the canoe far astern before the slavers could fire another volley. "You arrant scoundrels!" shouted Jerry. "We'll pay you off one of these days." After this excitement, the whole party would have sunk back into their former state of apathy, had not the approaching vessel given them matter to keep them aroused. Her topsails were now above the horizon, and soon her courses appeared, by which time, however, the sails of the swift dhow had already begun to disappear on the other side. Indeed, it was evident that she was gaining rapidly on her pursuer, which would have very little chance of catching her. "That craft is an English brig of war," exclaimed Jerry at length. "Though she hasn't a chance of catching the slaver, she'll see us, I've a hope, and before long we shall have some grub and water on board." "There's no chance, I trust, of their passing us?" said Archie. "No fear of that, sir," replied Jerry. "They keep too bright a lookout on board. Depend on it, they've made us out before now." The wind was again failing, and should it become calm, the brig might not come up before dark. Still, if the canoe, as Jerry supposed, was already seen, of course a lookout would be kept for her. For half an hour or more, hopes and fears alternately predominated. "They've made us out. No fear on that score," cried Jerry. "I saw the people on the forecastle waving to us." As he spoke, the brig shortened sail. A boat was lowered, and ere a minute had passed, she sheered alongside the canoe. A midshipman and warrant officer, with 4 hands, were in her. "Bear a hand! Lift the poor fellows on board carefully. Sharp about it!" cried the former. "We must not lose a moment. They seem very far gone." Desmond and Archie were placed in the stern sheets, while even Jerry and Sam could not, without the help of others, manage to crawl into the boat. The canoe was dropped astern, while the boat pulled back to the brig, the whole maneuver being properly executed, occupying but a very few minutes. The midshipman, attending simply to the work in hand, had not looked at the countenances of the people he had rescued. Just, however, as the boat had hooked on, he cast his eyes at the face of one of his companions, and then at the other. "Why, Gunner!" he exclaimed, "I do believe that they are Gerald Desmond and Archie Gordon." "You're right, Tom," cried Gerald, who was not so far gone as to be unable to speak, "and mighty glad I am to see you. Only, as you love us, get us some grub, or we shall be after hopping the twig." "No fear about that, young gentleman," said Dick Needham, who was the warrant officer in the boat. "We'll have you on board in a quarter less no time, and under care of the doctor. He'll soon bring you round, though you mustn't be eating too much at first." The midshipmen and their companions were speedily hoisted on board, when Tom Rogers announced to the commander who they were and the condition in which he had found them. Broth and other restoratives being quickly prepared and duly administered, in a very short time they were able to use their tongues sufficiently to give an account of themselves. "Well, I'm glad we fell in with you," cried Tom, "and so is my brother Jack, if not for your sake, on account of his old shipmates, Murray and Adair. They would have been precious sorry to lose you, and so should I. And now we've fallen in with each other, we shall have the chance of some good fun together, for the brig is to be employed, during the remainder of her commission, in slave hunting. My brother Jack is only acting commander of the romp, but he's sure to be confirmed before long. He got no end of credit in the work we've been engaged in up the Irrawaddy, of which I'll tell you by and by. I often wished that you fellows were with us. It beat all the service we saw out in South America." "And Archie and I have often, of late, said how we long to have you with us, Tom," answered Desmond. "Not that we've had the same sort of fun we enjoyed in our first cruise. It has been much rougher work, on the whole, and I haven't fallen in with any Irish cousins, or the lots of nice girls we met in the West Indies, but, after all, the life we lead when boat cruising is as much to my taste as anything I can fancy." Tom, of course, replied that he hoped to have some of it, and that he should try to get his brother to send him away on an expedition. Though but a short time had been lost in picking up the canoe, it was sufficient to allow the dhow to run out of sight. Jack, who was bound for Zanzibar, of course had now to bring up off Maffamali, for the sake of landing Archie and Gerald, and to set Adair's anxiety about them at rest. He was very glad also of the opportunity he should thus obtain of seeing his old shipmates. The two midshipmen, though still somewhat weak, had greatly recovered by the time the island was sighted. Scarcely had the romp dropped her anchor than Adair came on board. His surprise on seeing Jack was almost as great as his satisfaction at finding the midshipman and the two other men safe and sound. Jack had some time before heard of the death of Kathleen. The recollection of her threw a shade of melancholy over the meeting of the two friends, but after a short time he managed to cast it off, and talked away eagerly of their past adventures and future prospects. "I am glad to find, Jack, that you are so certain of your promotion," said Adair. "I wish that I could think the same of my own prospects. Lord Derrynane will do the best he can for me, but when he paid his last visit at the Admiralty, the First Lord told him that, though I was a remarkably promising young officer, he had so many promising young officers deserving of promotion that he should fill the service with commanders if he was to attend to the request of all his friends. I can only hope for the chance of doing something which must compel their lordships to promote me." "I hope you may, Terence, with all my heart," exclaimed Jack, "and if not, we must get Admiral Triton to advocate your cause. I shouldn't feel comfortable getting my step unless you, who deserve it quite as much, obtained yours also." As soon as Adair returned on shore, he found that Joss Green and the rest of the party had been arranging to invite the commander and officers of the romp to a banquet on the island, and a note, couched in the usual formal style, was immediately dispatched, a favorable answer being returned. "But as to provender, what have we got, Green?" asked Adair. "Some of it isn't yet caught, to be sure," answered Green, "but we've sent the men out with the seine, and we shall have an ample supply, though there may be no great variety." Shortly before the dinner time arrived, a sail was seen standing up from the southward, and was soon pronounced to be the corvette. The proposed banquet was therefore postponed till her arrival. An additional haul of the seine was made, and a further supply of fish secured. The breeze was fresh, and, as she was sailing under all sail, the Opal soon came to an anchor, and Murray and his officers at once accepted the invitation sent off to them. He had naturally become very anxious at discovering no traces of the midshipmen, and was proportionately thankful when he found that they were safe. Thus the three old shipmates, after an absence of upwards of 2 years, once again met. At the appointed hour, the invited guests from the 2 men of war arrived on shore. Josh Green had undertaken to superintend the arrangements. All hands who could be spared from their culinary duties, rigged out in their cleanest, were marshaled to serve as a guard of honor. He had formed also a band, and though regular musical instruments were scarce, he had with much ingenuity contrived 6 drums made out of empty meat tins, the same number of horns formed of conch shells, and a similar number of fifes and flutes, which had previously been manufactured on the island during the leisure hours of some of the men who took delight in harmonious sounds. Murray and Jack, as they walked up from the landing place, laughed heartily at the preparations for their reception. Though the music was open to criticism, the banquet surpassed their expectations. Their seats were 3-legged stools, but the table was bountifully spread. At one end was a huge bowl of pea soup, at the other a similar one of fish. At the sides were several varieties of fried fish and boiled fish, roast and boiled fowls, obtained from a dhow, a legal trader which had been overhauled. Salt junk, of course, was not wanting, with preserved vegetables, and a liberal supply of yams, while bottles of beer, porter, and rum constituted the chief beverages. Lastly, too, plum puddings, somewhat resembling those stone-shot used by the Turks in days of yore, were placed before the carvers, and were pronounced excellent as to composition, but were declared to possess rather more consistency than was absolutely requisite. Indeed, few of the guests, with the exception of the midshipmen, made any great inroads on them. The viands being removed, songs were sung and healths drunk, the most important of the latter being the success of Britain's arms by sea and land, a speedy end to the slave trade, and health and prosperity to the Queen and all the royal family. Dinner being over, races were run, leapfrog indulged in, games of rounders played on a grand scale, and hits made such as only sailors could accomplish, and a variety of other sports which the nature of the ground and circumstances would allow. Business, however, had to be attended to. Adair had left 4 men on board the dhow, and 2 only besides the midshipmen had been recovered. There could be no doubt, therefore, that 2 had been murdered, as would have been the case with the whole party had not the canoe so providentially got adrift at the right moment. It was suspected that the old chief, Mustapha Longchops, had instigated the crime, and though he and the Arabs had been sent to their account, his people, who had so grossly insulted the British officers, were not to be allowed to escape unpunished. The corvette and brig, therefore, early the next morning, accompanied by the boats, proceeded off to the village, where they brought up. The sea being tolerably calm, and there being no surf, as they neared the shore, 6 boats were at once manned and sent in to inflict condign punishment on the heads of the transgressors. The party, headed by Rogers and Adams, formed on the beach. Their arrival had been observed by the natives, who, with tom-toms beating and horns sounding, were drawn up in large numbers on the side of the hill to defend their village. Jack gave the order to advance. The natives stood for a few seconds. Then, even before a single shot had been fired, they turned tail and scampered off as fast as their legs could carry them. The only volley fired brought a few down, and hastened the flight of the rest, who were out of sight before the village was reached. Not a human being was found in any of the huts, which were speedily set on fire and burned to the ground, while a grove of trees growing near was cut down. A far more severe punishment than the burning of the miserable huts which could be easily restored. This necessary, though unsatisfactory work being accomplished, the party returned on board, and the corvette and brig, having received the captured slaves, made sail for Zanzibar. End of Section 8. Recording by Brant Burgess, Laurel Springs, North Carolina.
Section 9 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 8. Upwards of a fortnight had gone by since the corvette and brig last weighed anchor. Neither of them had been idle. Numerous dhows had been chased, some of them overtaken and boarded. A large proportion of them had been of necessity let go, from want of sufficient evidence to warrant their condemnation. The corvette had captured 2 with slaves on board, and continued her course with them, while the Rump had parted company, chasing a suspicious sail which made every effort to escape. On being turned from the shore by the Opal, whose boats had been sent after her, she had stood to the eastward. She was a large craft with an enormous spread of canvas, and the little Rump had to put her best foot foremost to keep her in sight. Jack Rogers, however, was not to be disappointed of his prey. Setting every stitch of canvas the brig could carry, he steered after her, hoping that by some fortunate chance he might at length get her under his guns. Dick Needham and Tom were standing on the forecastle, with their glances directed towards the chase, on which it was evident they were at length gaining. "It seems to me, Mr. Needham," observed Tom, who had been taking a long steady look at the chase, "they are heaving something overboard. What it is I can't make out. Scarcely a cargo of ballast, but we shall soon discover when we get up to her, as we shall, I hope, before long." Needham took another steady look. "As true as I'm an Englishman, it is her cargo, though," he exclaimed. "A living cargo, or what was living not long ago. They're heaving overboard the black slaves, not one at a time, as I've seen down on the west coast, just to induce the cruiser in chase to heave to for the purpose of picking them up, but dozens at a time, so it seems to me. Yes, I am sure of it, the outrageous villains. They've no notion of the power of our glasses. I wish our guns would carry as far. We'd soon make them understand that we'd our eyes upon them." "I'll go and tell the commander," exclaimed Tom. "Can nothing be done to stop them?" "We're doing all we can, for we can't make the brig walk faster than she's going," answered Needham. Tom hurried aft with the information, and Jack and most of his officers were soon directing their glasses on the dhow. Although some doubted that the black objects they saw thrown over the side could really be human beings, the majority were of opinion that such was the case. Little had Jack thought, when going in chase of the slaver, that he was to be the unintentional cause of the death of numbers of his fellow creatures. Yet he was convinced that such really was the case. Eager as all were to stop the butchery they believed going forward, it was impossible to set more sail or to do anything else to make the brig move along faster. They could only wish that they had steam power, when, if a dead calm should come on, they might quickly have got up with the dhow. As it was, all they could do was to steer steadily after her, and as soon as they could get her within range of their bow chasers, to fire away and compel her to heave to. The best of the day was before them, so that, should the wind hold, they must ultimately come up with her. This was their only consolation. Since she was first sighted, they had gained a couple of miles on her, and should they continue to gain on her at the same rate, they might soon be throwing shot and shell through her canvas. The men, when they heard what was taking place, entered fully into the feelings of their officers. Many a sincere prayer was offered up that the dhow might be taken and the murderers punished. Anxiously the course of the sun was watched as it sank towards the distant coast, for should night come on before the dhow was captured, the murderous Arabs might escape from the avenger of blood in hot pursuit after them. If they have been guilty of the horrible deed we suspect, I don't think that they will escape, said Jack. Even if they do get free of us, Heaven will inflict on them the punishment they deserve by some other means. 2 more hours passed, when, the brig having gained another mile, the hopes of all on board rose proportionately. At length Needham came aft. "I think, sir, we might reach her with our long 6-pounder, and a shot or 2 through her sails would take the speed out of her." Already the sun's lower limb was touching the horizon. "The experiment is worth trying," answered Rogers. The gun was mounted on the forecastle and charged with a shell. The first shell burst astern of the dhow, which still continued standing on. Needham was quickly ready and fired another. "Hurrah!" he exclaimed. "I thought so." It touched her large sail, and, exploding at the same moment, rent it in all directions. Still she did not heave to. A 3rd and 4th shell were thrown, the sail being again torn by the latter. The brig now gained fast on the chase. Still, so rapidly does darkness come on after sunset in that latitude, that the Arabs possibly still hoped to effect their escape. Their courage, however, at length gave way, as one shot after another struck them, and both sails were seen to come down together. The brig now quickly got up with the chase, and heaving to leeward, 2 boats were lowered, Tom accompanying the 2nd lieutenant in one, with the interpreter, while Needham had charge of the other. As they got up alongside, about 30 piratical-looking ruffians, headed by their skipper, stood prepared to receive them. They appeared in no way disconcerted as the English leaped on board. "Ask the Nagoda what has become of the slaves with which he lately sailed, Hamed," said the lieutenant. The Arab answered at some length. "He says they have had no slaves on board, and the dhow was becoming leaky, and they had to throw the cargo into the sea," said Hamed. "Then inquire why he ran away from us," said the lieutenant. Again Hamed and the skipper had a long talk. "The Nagoda says he was in a hurry, and thought the brig was a pirate," said Hamed. "Very likely. You don't think he speaks the truth?" observed the lieutenant. He speakee lie, said Hamed. Tell him we, at all events, intend to search his vessel, said the lieutenant, and we shall judge whether she's leaky or not, or whether there's any foundation for his statement. Lanterns had been brought in the boat. While one half of the English kept watch over the villains on deck, the others descended with Tom and Needham into the horribly smelling hold. A large quantity of bamboos were found, the remains of slave decks, with a larger supply of rice, millet, and water than the Arabs were likely to carry for themselves. There was a miscellaneous cargo below, under the slave deck, which had certainly not been interfered with. There was evidence sufficient to condemn the vessel, but not a proof that the slaves had been murdered, though there could be no doubt that, if not lately landed, they must have been disposed of by foul means. I fancied I heard a groan, said Tom, as he was groping about. Needham came to the spot, and eager hands were soon engaged in removing some of the cargo, when, from beneath it, in a hollow space, they drew forth a human being, a boy 10 or 12 years of age, fearfully emaciated. One of the seamen carried him on deck, his appearance causing a considerable agitation among the Arab crew. Hamed addressed the lad, who replied to him in a faint voice. Even the interpreter's unattractive countenance expressed horror. He say he got loose and hide away because he hear the cries of the rest of the slaves. The Arabs cut their throats and tumble them into the sea. He sure they were 200 or more this morning, men and women and children, and now he alone remain, said Hamed. No further evidence than this was necessary to condemn the Arab crew, and the lieutenant immediately ordered them into the boats and sent them on board the brig, leaving Tom with 4 hands to take charge of the dhow. On their arrival, Jack immediately held a court to try the accused, with himself as judge and his 2 lieutenants as assistants. The evidence of the slave boy was considered conclusive. The prisoners were called up one by one for their defense, but as they had no time to concoct a story, they each of them told a different tale. Jack felt very much inclined to run them all together up to his yardarm, but as this might be looked upon as too summary a way of proceeding, he ordered them to be placed in irons, to undergo a regular trial as soon as he could fall in with the Commodore. He arrived, however, at the conclusion that the dhow was a lawful prize, and to prevent the risk of her ever carrying more slaves, he issued an order that she should immediately be set on fire. Tom, who had been anticipating the result, was very much pleased when the gunner returned with Jack's orders for her destruction. Light was set to her fore and aft, and as the boats pulled away, flames burst out from all directions, the glare, as they rose higher, extending to a far distance across the ocean. The Arabs were kept on deck to witness the burning of their vessel. For a few minutes the fire raged furiously, the flames rising in one huge pyramid, till on a sudden they disappeared as she sunk beneath the surface to which so many of her hapless passengers had lately been consigned. It would have served the villains right if they'd been left on board, observed Needham. And I say, Hamed, just tell them so, and it is to be hoped they will get their due before long. Meantime, the Opal, with her prizes, sighted the southern end of Zanzibar. As she ran along the western shore, the flat-roofed buildings, like palaces with numerous windows, gave the place an appearance of considerable opulence and magnificence. On either side of the city stretched away a low coastline of glittering sand, above which could be seen cocoanut palms, raising their lofty heads at intervals, while the country, gradually rising towards the centre, appeared covered with bright green plantations of cloves, pineapples, and sweetly blossoming mangoes, the perfume of which Mildmay declared he could inhale even from that distance. Wait till you visit the town, and then you may talk of inhaling perfumes, though they're not of the sweetest, observed Jos Green. If the wind comes offshore, we may get a sniff of spicy odors, but I never found them quite strong enough to swear to, whatever the poets may say on the subject. Your olfactory powers are too coarse to enjoy them, that's the fact, observed Mildmay. Here and there valleys opened up, covered with orange groves, sugar cane, cassava, and other valuable productions of the soil. The harbor was full of dhows of all sizes, some at anchor full of slaves bound northward, but which, having licenses from the Sultan, the English cruisers could not touch. Others, close to the wharves, landing or transshipping ivory, brought across from the African coast gum, copal, spices, coconuts, rice, mats, and other produce of the island, besides several German, American, French, and other foreign vessels. Here also lay the Sultan's fleet, with blood-red ensigns floating from their mastheads, the ships being remarkable, if for nothing else, for their weather-beaten, sunburned appearance. They put me in mind of scarecrows in a garden, which the birds have learned to look at with contempt. And so, I doubt not, do the Arab slavers or piratical gentry who cruise in these seas, laugh at these useless ships, observed Green. In the afternoon, Murray, accompanied by his second lieutenant and the 2 midshipmen, went on shore. We shall be after smelling the spicy odors in full vigor, observed Desmond to Mr. Mildmay, he having overheard the conversation of the morning. They had not, however, set foot on the shore many seconds, and commenced their walk through the narrow streets, before the lieutenant had his handkerchief to his nose. "Horrible, detestable," he muttered. "Never was in so vile a place in my life." The whitewashed houses, too, which appeared handsome palaces in the distance, were now discovered, with few exceptions, to be sadly dilapidated, while the streets were thronged by an ill-favored mob of all hues, from jet black to a sickly, parchment-like yellow. There were shops in the dirty-looking town, filled with all sorts of goods from Birmingham and Sheffield. Their owners were chiefly Banians, who were seen sitting cross-legged among their wares, the men dressed in turbans of many folds, reaching to a point, with long robes and collars of gold or silver round their necks. The women profusely decorated with ornaments, with rings on their fingers and toes, and golden nose ornaments and ear ornaments studded with precious stones, while many had massive silver bracelets and anklets. In an open court under the veranda was seated a schoolmaster with long white beard, his pupils sprawling about on not over-clean mats, studying a huge Koran placed on a stand before them, mumbling in monotonous tones their lessons. The teacher more asleep than awake, the pupils imitating his example, and looking as lazy and indifferent as possible. Inside and out of many of the shops were heaps of ivory tusks collected by the traders in the interior of Africa and brought down to the coast, and in others food of the most disgusting appearance, shark's flesh, rancid ghee, and other unsavory articles, the vendors of which were hideous negresses rolling in fat, scarcely bearing any resemblance to the female sex. The commander and his followers, glad to get out of the narrow streets, found themselves in a square, where in a semicircle they saw collected a number of slaves, some standing up, others sitting down, incapable of supporting themselves on their feet, most of them miserably emaciated skeletons, looking as if they had not many hours to live. Within the semicircle were a number of Arabs of high and low degree, a few of them well dressed and armed to the teeth, others dirty and shabby, but all intent on business. They were either slave dealers or purchasers of slaves for their private establishments. In one part of the square were 5 or 6 female slaves for sale, their ages ranging from 12 to 16, gorgeously dressed in colored garments. One of the gentlemen Arabs approached to make a purchase. The slave dealer vaunted the qualifications of his merchandise, much as an auctioneer does the goods of which he has to dispose. The purchaser felt the poor girls' limbs, looked into their mouths, and trotted them out to see their paces. Then, after haggling for some time, walked off with 2 which he had selected. The others were purchased much in the same manner. The remainder of the lots were disposed of with much less ceremony. On one side was a row of little boys from 4 to 6 years old, who were valued, so Hamed said, at about $3 apiece. The girls, who were of a somewhat maturer age, went at from $6 to $12, while stout young fellows, out of whom plenty of work might be got, went for much higher prices. The rest were wretched old men, broken down by the hardships they had endured during the fearful overland journey and the not less miserable voyage. Many fetched not more than $1 apiece. The old women, all of whom were either hideously tattooed or had their lips extended with large holes, showing their teeth, went for very little more than the men. There they had been sitting since the morning, exposed to the fierce rays of the sun, their brutal owners having given them no food or even a cup of water to quench their thirst. So worn out were several that even when told to get up, they, as if not understanding the order, stared in stolid apathy. Had they exhibited the same obstinacy on the mainland, they would, in all probability, have been knocked on the head and left to die on the roadside. Perhaps the most melancholy sight was the group of little children, all infantine life and animation crushed out of them. There they silently sat, without attempting to move, till ordered by their owners to rise. Poor little creatures! Long ago they had been torn from their parents, and those parents probably murdered, or if captured, disposed of to some other slave dealers, while the persons around were in most instances utter strangers, perhaps from distant parts of the country, and unable to understand their language. They had been brought in legal traders under the sanction of the Sultan, and were intended either for domestic service or to labor in the various plantations on the island. Murray was glad to quit the scene, but it was important that he should have seen it. He was satisfied that his midshipmen should have done so likewise, that they might the better understand the horrors and abominations of the slave trade. "Faith, I'll never complain of any hard work we may have to go through, provided we can catch more of those slavers," exclaimed Desmond. "It would be a glorious thing to put a stop to the traffic altogether." "We'll do our best, Desmond," said the commander, "though it may take us long before we can teach the Arabs that it is more profitable to them to deal in the produce of the country than in their black-skinned fellow creatures. Every seaport town abroad has its general store, kept by some noted individual, at which articles of every possible description, from a chain cable to a paper of needles, can be purchased at more or less exorbitant prices, where masters and mates of merchantmen, and ofttimes their crews, as well as traders of high and low degree, congregate to discuss their business affairs, and to renovate the inner man with beverages more or less potent. Zanzibar, albeit not one of the most civilized cities, boasted such an establishment, kept by a personage yclept French Charlie. Although he possessed a Gallic appellation, he had nothing French besides his name about him, he being a mongrel of mongrels, with a large dash of Portuguese, and perhaps some African and Arab blood. Whatever his other qualifications, he had his eye open to the main chance. Murray, having now to order some stores, directed Hamed to lead him to the house. With pocket handkerchiefs at their noses, the party proceeded along one of the narrowest and most dirty of the streets, till they arrived before a stone edifice in a most dilapidated condition. Such indeed is the normal state of all the buildings in the city. The main door opening into the street, they immediately entered the store, having to pick their way amid casks and huge coarse sacks filled to bursting, piled up to the ceiling. The dirty earthen floor full of holes more or less deep, while countless ants, cockroaches, spiders, centipedes, and other reptiles crawled in all directions. On one side, through an archway, was seen a second apartment, in which, round a large table covered with tumblers, jugs, and flat round bottles, were seen seated a dozen or more merchant seamen of various nations, those from Yankee land predominating, with an equal number of half-caste females, gaudily dressed in oriental costume, the whole party, by their attitudes and looks, already more than half seas over, some shouting and singing at the top of their voices, others attempting to sing, but uttering only spasmodic sounds, as the fumes of the liquor they were pouring down their throats mounted to such brains as they might possess. Murray turned from the disgusting scene, and, passing on, was met by Monsieur Charlie, who, order-book in hand, with his dark-skinned, woolly-covered cranium and squat figure, resembled more a toad than a human being. "Anything, Signor Captain, you want? Me got in my store all so cheap and so excellent," he said, making an attempt to bow, his keen twinkling eyes fixed on his visitors, while he waited eagerly to note down the orders he might receive. "You will take one glass, sir, of something cool? I have Bordeaux just arrived, and the young gentleman, They surely like something. And my good friend Hamed, we know each other, and surely the Prophet not object to him to take just a little wine for him stomach." Murray, who had no wish to inhale longer than necessary the ill odors of the place, declined his liberal offers for himself and his companions, and examining his list, gave an order for the articles he required, which Signor Charlie promised should be on board punctually the first thing next morning. On their way back to the landing place, they caught sight of several of the Opal's crew, who had been allowed to come on shore, surrounded by a group of ill-looking Arabs, all with arms in their hands, by their gestures showing that they were endeavoring to incite the Englishmen to quarrel, as they kept stalking round them, clutching their daggers. The sailors, each of whom carried a thick stick, regarded the Arabs with the utmost contempt, as they rolled onward along the streets, every now and then only turning round and advising them to keep at a respectful distance. As they caught sight of their commander, touching their hats, they came to a standstill, while the Arabs, scowling fiercely at them, hung back. Murray was thankful that he had fallen in with them, for it was evident that the Arabs would have taken the earliest opportunity of attacking them, in revenge for the loss of the slaving dhows which they had assisted to capture. He ordered them, much to their disappointment, to return with him to the boat, thereby saving them from the Arab daggers, or an almost equally dangerous visit to French Charlie's store. As he got down to the harbor, much to his satisfaction, he saw the Romp standing in, and before returning to his own ship he went on board her. Jack gave him an account of his capture of the slaver, and, having Hamed with him, they were at once able to interrogate the slave boy who had been saved, and to examine some of the prisoners. The boy, who had lately recovered by a few days' good food and kind treatment, showed more than the ordinary intelligence exhibited by captured slaves. He had been taken while away from his native village, with several other boys, watching their cattle. The men of their tribe, hearing of their capture, attempted to rescue them, but were driven back with the loss of several killed and a considerable number taken alive. They were all, he and his friends, dragged away, till they joined the main body, who were forced along, secured 2 and 2 by a heavy pole with a fork at each end, into which their necks were fixed. He saw several drop from fatigue, whom the Arabs endeavored to compel to rise with the points of their spears. If they refused to do so, the masters either killed them with their axes, or, driving their spears into their bodies, left them weltering in their blood, either to die of their wounds or to be devoured by wild beasts. After traveling for upwards of 20 days, the coast was reached, and they were embarked on board the dhow, which ran in to receive them, taking many more at other places, till her hold was filled. Having been detained by calms, they had been badly fed with a limited amount of water, and, an epidemic breaking out among them, several had died, and not only they, but others who appeared in a dying state, were hove overboard. He, being strong and active, had been employed in assisting to carry food to the other slaves. He had, moreover, learned a little Arabic. When chased by the brig of war, he had overheard the Arabs talking about what they would do should it become likely that they would be captured. He understood that they intended to throw all the slaves overboard so as to pass for a legal trader. On finding this, he managed to creep below and to stow himself away in the place where he had been found. Scarcely had he concealed himself when he knew, by the cries and shrieks of his own countrymen, that the work of butchery had begun. He had little hopes of escaping, but life, even to him, was dear, and he kept in his hiding-place, hoping, at all events, to prolong it. His evidence was clear and circumstantial. Several of the Arabs were next examined, and had no valid excuse to offer, except that the slaves were their own property, and they had a right to do with them as they thought fit. As many had already died, and as probably the greater number would have been carried off by disease before they could reach their destination, this was probably their real opinion, and accounted for their determination to murder the whole of their captives in the hopes of saving their vessel from condemnation. Murray and Jack at once resolved to call on the Sultan, and to state the case to him on the possibility of its opening his eyes to the horrors of the slave trade, and inducing him the more willingly to assist in its suppression. As it was still daylight, and Hamed informed them that the evening was the best time to see the Sultan, they at once pulled on shore. Going through the dirty streets, they reached the Sultan's tumble-down-looking palace, where His Majesty was seen seated in a half-open apartment facing the street, furnished with divans and piles of mats. He was surrounded by Arabs of rank, many of them dressed in rich costumes, talking familiarly with him, while his bodyguard of Balak soldiers, cutthroat-looking individuals, lounged outside. Murray and Jack, accompanied by the midshipmen, entering the hall, made their salams, Hamed following them to act as interpreter. The universal pipes and coffee having been produced, they sat smoking with intervals of dignified silence, while Hamed did the talking. The Sultan inquired whether the English commanders had made many captures, to which Murray replied that they had condemned only such vessels as were without legal permits, and Jack then introduced the subject of his capture, and described the murder of the slaves by the Arab crew. The Sultan did not look quite as horrified as they expected he would. "Surely the villains deserve condign punishment," observed Jack. "If they are your Highness's subjects, you will, of course, at once have them all hung up." His Highness shrugged his shoulders. "If I had to hang all the cutthroats in my dominions, there would be more work than a dozen executioners could get through," he answered. "If they are my subjects, I give you full leave to treat them as you think fit; and if they are not, you are the best judges as to what should be done with them." Jack, who was convinced that all the Arabs on board the dhow, taken red-handed as they were, deserved hanging, would gladly have left the task of putting them out of this world to the Sultan. The difficulty was to prove that they were his subjects, and they were not likely to acknowledge this to be so, unless they thought that he would pardon them. After some further conversation, the two officers, with their companions, took their leave, feeling that they had taken very small change out of his Highness. Jack accompanied Murray on board to dinner, and Adair, of course, was asked to join them. It was the first time for several years that they had been together with time to talk over old days. though now and then a shade of melancholy came over Jack's honest face, a joke of Adair's or some pleasant recollection conjured up by Murray quickly banished it, and a very pleasant evening they had. "Here's to your speedy promotion, Terence," said Jack. "The last letter I had from Admiral Triton, he told me that he had seen Lord Derrynane, who had promised that he would stir heaven and earth, and such bowels of compassion as the lords of the Admiralty might possess, to obtain it, so that I've little doubt that you will ere long hear that you've got your step." "Faith, I've a great deal of doubt about the matter," answered Terence. "To tell you the truth, I would rather get it in consequence of some dashing deed which would give me a claim to it, than through family influence, by which any dolt may be pushed forward in the service." "Well, for my part, I hold that we should be thankful for favours on whatever account they may be granted," said Jack. "You have seen as much service as any officer nowadays, and have twice been highly spoken of, and no one who knows you doubts that you will do any work which may fall in your way as well as it can be done." The three old shipmates were laughing and talking right merrily when they were interrupted by a loud cry. Murray sprang on deck, followed by the rest of the party. Just as he reached it, an uproar of voices arose from forward, amid which those of Pango and Bango were the loudest, shrieking for help, while Ben Snatchblock was calling out, "Seize the rascals! Tumble them overboard! Knock them on the head! They've no business here!" while other voices in Arabic and Negro language were uttering various incomprehensible cries, betokening either anger or alarm. On going forward, Murray saw a confused mass of his own men, with 3 or 4 turbaned strangers, and several blacks in their midst, among whom he distinguished Bango and Pango by their nautical costume. The strangers were quickly mastered by the seamen. Among the crowd he perceived the old pilot, who was forthwith dragged up to him. "What's all this disturbance about? You seem to have something to do with it," said Murray. "Me know nothing, except that man come to take away him slaves," was the answer. "Who are the men who dared to venture on board with any such intent?" asked Murray. "And as to slaves, none remain such under our flag." "Me know nothing," answered the pilot, in a dogged tone, which showed that he did not intend any more information should be got out of him. Hamed, who had turned in, was summoned on deck, and the strangers were speedily examined. One of them, with considerable hesitation, believing that he should be put to the torture if he did not, answered that he and his companions had come by the express orders of the pilot for the purpose of seizing his former slave, Bango; that while the boat was alongside, Bango having been enticed on deck to come and hear about some of his old friends on shore, he had been suddenly gagged and nearly tumbled over the side, when Pango, who, suspecting mischief, had drawn near, shouted out and called some of the watch to their assistance, who had seized the Arabs before they could make their escape. Murray was much inclined to have the fellows who had attempted so daring an outrage triced up and thoroughly flogged, but not wishing to create more ill feeling among the Arab population of the island than already existed, he merely ordered them and the pilot to be trundled forthwith into the boat and dismissed, with a warning not again to attempt a similar undertaking. The pilot, to whom some pay was due, was mulcted of it, a punishment which he would consider pretty severe. Besides which, he was warned that he would never again be employed on board one of Her Majesty's ships. It was some time before poor Bango could recover from his alarm, and the thoughts of the narrow escape he had had. "If him me get, he sure kill, after floggy," he exclaimed. "Oh, him poor black feel de whip even now." And he wriggled and rubbed his shoulders about, as if undergoing the torture he believed his late master would have inflicted. "Never fear, my man," said Snatchblock, to whom he spoke. "We'll take care the Arabs don't get hold of you, and as long as you do your duty aboard here, and don't get drunk, there's no fear of the cat and your back becoming acquainted." The next morning Jack again examined his Arab prisoners, when one and all declared themselves to be the subjects of the Sultan of Zanzibar. As there was no proof to the contrary, Jack handed them over to the authorities to be tried and punished for the murder of the slaves. They, having numerous friends in the island, fully believed that through their influence they would escape. No one appeared to assist them, and the Sultan, wishing to prove his zealous desire to put down the slave trade, ordered them to be taken out and shot. And as they had lost the means of bribing their guards to assist them in effecting their escape, they met the fate they so richly deserved. End of section 9.
Section 10 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Jim Dykstra, Farragut, Iowa. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 9. The corvette did not sail so soon as Murray had at first intended, it being necessary to allow the captured slaves a longer time in harbor to recruit their exhausted strength, glad as all hands would have been to get them out of the ship. Poor wretches! Their unclean habits made them far from pleasant visitors. They were housed under awnings rigged over the deck, which it was necessary to wash down frequently with abundance of water. But even then, the sickly odor which pervaded the ship was not only unpleasant, but calculated to produce sickness among the crew. Notwithstanding this, the officers made themselves as happy as circumstances would allow. The midshipmen of the corvette invited those of the brig to a dinner on board, and Tom Rogers, with several companions, arrived at the appointed hour. "Satisfactory enough to capture slavers, but I don't envy you fellows having to look after the poor slaves, now that you've got them," observed Tom, as he glanced his eye over the long rows of negroes seated on the deck, the men on one side, the women and young children on the other, all looking pictures of stolid misery, and scarcely yet comprehending that they were free. All they could think of was that they had been torn from their homes and families, and were to be carried to a strange land, where they must of necessity toil hard to support themselves. They could not yet understand the real benefit they were to derive from the change, that from henceforth they would live in peace, able to enjoy the proceeds of their labor without any further expectation of attacks from foes, and having their dwellings plundered and burned, and themselves murdered. And, above all things, that they would be instructed in Christianity and civilization. Archie had been looking into the subject. "You see, Tom," he observed, "until the slave trade can be altogether abolished on shore, we do all we can to put a stop to it afloat. The atrocious Arabs are the cause of all the misery and suffering the slaves endure. It is impossible to return them to their homes. Indeed, in most instances, those homes have been utterly destroyed. But if they were not, the poor creatures would run the risk of being again captured. so we do our best to place them in a far better position than they before enjoyed. And, though I'm afraid that a large number are carried into perpetual slavery, and that many more perish miserably, still, that's not our fault." "You're right," answered Tom. "I only wish that we had 20 times as many cruisers out in these seas as we have at present, and that it was lawful to hang up every skipper, if not the whole of the crews, of all the dhows with slaves on board whom we could catch. If people in England knew all the horrors the poor Africans endure, which seem to me twice as bad as those of the West Coast traffic, I believe they would rise to a man and insist on its being put down at whatever cost." The rest of the midshipmen responded to Tom's generous sentiments, and the young ones, at all events, agreed that they should be ready to devote their lives to the service. A windsail brought sufficient air down below to enable the midshipmen to sit with comparative comfort in their berth. Comparative, for the thermometer stood at not less than 85 degrees. But they were by this time well accustomed to heat, and endured it with stoical indifference. Archie and Desmond were especially eager to hear an account of Tom's adventures since they parted, and he, having no objection to spin a long yarn, was willing enough to recount them. "I little thought, when Jack and I went out, that we should see so much service in a short time," he began. "On our arrival in the Hooghly River, we found that an expedition had been dispatched to teach the King of Ava better manners than he had lately been exhibiting toward the British. You will understand that a large river, the Irrawaddy, flows from north to south through the country. It has several mouths. On the shores of one of them is situated the town of Rangoon, a biggish place, with a good deal of trade. Higher up is Prome, while there is another place, Vardaban, on the shore of the gulf of that name. Ava, the capital, where the king lives, is situated in the interior. The governor of Rangoon had been playing all sorts of tricks, imprisoning several merchant skippers, and insulting and fining others. They laid their complaints before the authorities at Calcutta, who resolved to make the governor of Rangoon apologize and recompense the sufferers. We were, therefore, immediately ordered off to the Irrawaddy, as soon as we could get in a supply of fresh provisions and stores. We found the squadron, with a considerable number of troops on board, anchored off Rangoon. It is a pretty strong place, fortified by stockades with heavy batteries of guns. The Commodore had sent on shore to demand an apology of the Viceroy, and as it was supposed he would at once give it, we had very little expectation of fighting. However, in the evening, instead of an apology, came a message, declaring that, if the British ships should attempt to pass the stockades erected along the banks of the river, they would be fired on. We had heard that a large number of troops, some said 5,000, were collected within the fortifications, and each of the boats which had been sent out reconnoitering brought word that, during the night and day, they had seen no end of war-boats, full of men, coming down the Pegu River, evidently to assist in the defense of the place. Instructions were at once sent to the merchant vessels to get under way and drop down out of the line of fire, while a steamer towed the Commodore's frigate within 400 yards of the stockade. Here she anchored to protect the merchant vessels as they dropped down. We had heard, meantime, of a large Burmese war vessel, of which one of our steamers was sent in search, while the company steamers proceeded up the river to meet a fleet of war-boats, pouring in a tremendous fire on the stockades on their way. The war-boats, in spite of their gay flags, and the row their crews kicked up to frighten us barbarians, were speedily sunk or sent to the right about, while the batteries on shore, having soon had enough of it, ceased firing. In a short time we saw our steamer, the Hermes, come puffing up, with a huge Burmese war vessel which she had captured in tow. After this we did nothing for some time, except blockading the mouths of the river, completely putting a stop to the enemy's trade. It was thought by this that the King of Ava would knock under, but he held out, till at length Admiral Austen arrived in the Rattler, and some days afterwards General Godwin, as commander-in-chief, with 12 of the company steamers, which had nearly 6,000 troops on board. Our first work was to take Martaban. The steamers, running close into the city, discharged broadside after broadside, our fire being returned with considerable spirit. But the enemy's guns being silenced, the troops were landed, and the Burmese, not liking the glitter of their bayonets, took to their heels in all directions, we having completely knocked to pieces all their defenses. Leaving a garrison at Martaban, we proceeded to Rangoon, which had not given in. The fleet, therefore, took up a position before it, and began in earnest firing away shot and shell into the batteries for the best part of the day. We soon knocked the enemy's outer stockades to pieces, and set them on fire. But, to do the Burmese justice, they fought as obstinately as bulldogs, so we sent the naval brigade on shore to help the troops. For 3 days, the fighting continued. Stockade after stockade was stormed and taken in gallant style. Still, the enemy retained possession of the city and the great pagoda. On the 3rd day, a grand attack was made on it by all the troops and the naval brigade, and, after some pretty sharp fighting, it fell into our hands, though we lost several officers killed and wounded. We next attacked Bassein, where the Burmese fought with a good deal of bravery, defending themselves in the great pagoda of the city. Again, the naval brigade showed what they were made of. Having landed with a party of troops, they stormed the great pagoda, into which a large body of the enemy had thrown themselves. But the place was gallantly taken, though not without some loss on our side. Meantime, we heard that Martaban, which had been left with a very small garrison, had been attacked by the Burmese. We were hurrying back to the assistance of our friends when we received intelligence that Major Hall, who had been left there in command, had driven off the enemy. We had made pretty sharp work of it already, but there were other and more important places up the river to be taken. Orders were, therefore, received to send a squadron of man-o'-war's boats to accompany the Phlegethon, carrying between 200 and 300 soldiers and about 100 bluejackets, and I had the luck to go with them. Leaving Rangoon, the Phlegethon steamed away with the boats in tow, like a comet with its tail out. We came near Pegu when we found ourselves under a hot fire from the Burmese on the top of the high banks. As we were unable to fire in return from the boats, a strong party was landed under the command of Captain Tarleton. The Burmese were driven from point to point till they took shelter within the walls of the city, when they began firing away pretty warmly with their jingles and muskets. As the enemy's shot were flying somewhat thickly about us, it would never have done to halt. Captain Tarleton, therefore, having found a native who, for a bribe, undertook to show the way, pushed on along the causeway till the city ditch was reached. Here it was seen that on one side of the gateway part of the wall had tumbled down. Halting for an instant to gain breath, Captain Tarleton singing out, "On, my lads!" away all hands dashed right up to the wall, and, scrambling over it like cats, jumped down inside, to the great astonishment of the enemy, who, not liking their looks, fled for shelter within their great pagoda. For these fellows always seemed to think that their temples were the safest places. The boats had, in the meantime, been attacked, but were bravely defended, and the troops, pushing on, soon made their way unexpectedly into the city. Before the Burmese were aware of what we were about, we stormed the great pagoda, which we soon carried, and the city was ours, with the loss of 1 man killed and 3 wounded. After blowing up the fortifications, as we had not troops enough to hold the place, we returned to Rangoon. After this, we had a good deal of boat work, cruising along the banks of the rivers and dislodging the enemy, who often appeared in some force for the purpose of trying to stop the provision boats which came down to supply the fleet with grub. Sometimes we landed and drove the fellows far away into the country. Although they were ready enough to fire at us from a distance, they never liked the look of our whiskers. Whereat there was a general laugh. "Whose whiskers, Tom?" asked Archie. "Well, those of the soldiers in blue jackets, of course," said Tom. "How could they tell that I hadn't a pair, too?" "Well, go on, Rogers," cried several voices. "What did you do next?" There was another large place, he resumed, called Prome, high up the river, which it was considered important to take, as it formed the chief defense of the capital. Captain Tarleton was therefore ordered to proceed up the Irrawaddy in the Medusa, with 3 other steamers, of one of which my brother Jack had the command. Away we steamed for some distance, without any of the enemy daring to show their faces. We had, as you will understand, already put them all to flight. At length, at a place with a precious hard name, Conagee, about 25 miles below Prome, we came in sight of a large body of men collected on the banks. We threw a shell into their midst as a hint to them to be off, instead of which they began firing away at us with musketry and several heavy guns. We returned the compliment pretty briskly, till they, getting the worst of it, as usual, showed their discretion by scampering off, and not stopping till they thought our shot would not reach them. As we were in a hurry to be at Prome, we didn't stop till they came back, but steamed on till sunset, when we anchored off the town of Meow. We found that the river divided just ahead of us into 2 streams, the western and deepest being the only navigable channel for the greater part of the year. We had arrived, however, at a time when the eastern channel had plenty of water in it, as we learned from the pilots. This was a fortunate circumstance, as you shall hear. When we got near the western channel, we found an immensely strong fort at the end of a range of hills which completely overlooked the river, garrisoned by a force of not less than 10,000 men under a certain General Bandula, the most celebrated warrior in the Burmese army, so the pilots told us. Though his troops were only armed with matchlocks, and might have been bad shots, they would have committed a good deal of mischief by peppering down on our decks, not to speak of what the heavy guns might have done, placed in a position to rake us as we steamed up. Had it been necessary, I have no doubt Captain Tarleton would have stood on, but as there was no object in running the risk if it could be avoided, just as we came close to the works, and the enemy had begun to pepper us, he put his helm to port, and greatly to their disappointment, steered away up the eastern channel, where not one of their shot could reach us. We kept the lead going, every moment fearing that we might get aground, when we should have been somewhat in a mess. We never had less than 2 fathoms of water, and sometimes more, so that we got through without accident, and by steaming on all night, the next morning at daylight came off Prome. At the south end of the city, we made out 4 heavy guns, but the troops, every man jack of them, had gone off with General Bandula, and left not one behind to fight them. We therefore brought up abreast of the spot, and hove them off, spiking the iron guns, and carrying the brass ones on board, 23 in all. Higher up we found between 20 and 30 more. This done, we again got up steam, and paddled 10 miles higher. We were now within 4 days' steam of Ava, with a broad deep river, easy of navigation before us. We all hoped that the Commodore would push on and capture the capital. As far as we saw, there was nothing to prevent him, but the orders he had received were simply to survey the river as high as Prome, and then to return. So, of course, he had to obey them. Why he had not been given discretionary powers to proceed farther, I don't know. A golden opportunity was lost of catching the King of Ava by the nose, for we had so nimbly doubled on old Bandula that the chances were we should not have met the slightest opposition. You may fancy, therefore, that our disappointment when the order was received to bout ship and run down the stream again. But it couldn't be helped. Orders are orders. It wasn't the fault of our gallant Commodore. After holding Prome 24 hours, we evacuated the town, and soon got back into the shallow channel up which we had come. On getting into the main stream, we caught sight of General Bandula's army, some of the troops on shore, some in boats crossing the river, evidently with the intention of following us along the banks. I don't suppose they much liked our looks, for they evidently didn't expect to see us so soon. Steaming on, we quickly got up to them, and opened with shot and shell, both on the boats and on the dark-skinned troops which, crowded together, covered the shore. You may fancy what fearful havoc and confusion our shells created among the masses of human beings. Many of the boats were sunk, and the people in the others, finding escape impossible, hauled down their flags and made signs that they surrendered. It was calculated that we captured or sunk 40 or 50 boats. Among them was the old General's state barge and several large war canoes. On board them were found loot of all sorts, with 2 gold umbrellas and a standard. It was some consolation to have these trophies to exhibit, and as soon as we got back, the commander-in-chief, who, I dare say, was somewhat vexed at not having beforehand told our commodore that he was to do as he thought best, ordered us to go back again with a large body of troops and to take possession of Prome. And as soon as we got ready, away we steamed, and, the river being still full, quickly reached our destination. There was not much fight in old General Bandula after all. One reason was that we had carried off all his heavy guns. After battering the city, the troops were thrown on shore, and though the Burmese stood their ground for a short time, they quickly turned tail, and we entered the city in triumph, without a single man killed and only 4 wounded. As we left Pegu without any defenders, though the inhabitants had taken a strong liking to us, while we were away a pretty large Burmese army marched into the place and began fortifying it. We had therefore to attack it again. Perhaps our chiefs thought that there wouldn't otherwise be work enough, and so left the cities we took unguarded. We proceeded up the river, and during the night came off the place. At daybreak, during a thick fog, with as little noise as possible, a body of troops and another of bluejackets were landed, and we making a dash on the town, the Burmese, who had no notion we were at hand, were completely taken by surprise, and away they scampered as hard as their legs could carry them, as usual, to the pagoda, just as rats do to their holes. Whether from being a sort of sacred place they fancied that it was safer than any other spot, I don't know. At all events, it was more easily defended. We, however, did not allow them to hold it long, though they fought desperately. Our troops, making a rush, dashed into the place and drove them out, not, however, without some considerable loss, 6 of our men being killed and more than 30 wounded. We had now got hold of all their chief cities except Ava, and why that was not taken is more than I can say. We might certainly have captured it, with the king, his white elephant, and all his lords and ladies together, not to speak of his treasure, which would have given us something handsome in the way of prize money. Perhaps it was thought best not to drive him to desperation, as we had already punished him, or rather, his unfortunate subjects, pretty severely. We had still no end of expeditions on shore. One, especially, turned out most disastrously. The government of Burma, fancying that we had now become pretty quiet, and that they could drive us into the sea, allowed a number of guerrilla bands to be organized, which scoured the country in all directions and mercilessly robbed the unfortunate people. Among the most noted of the leaders was a fellow called Maya Toon. After burning down a number of villages and committing all sorts of mischief, he threw himself into a stronghold about 25 miles inland from Rangoon, or rather from a place called Donabew on the river. A force of about 600 men was ordered to get ready to attack the daring chieftain. About half were soldiers, the remainder seamen and marines with their officers. Jack and I had the luck to be chosen, and we expected to see something of a new style of fighting, and to enjoy a tramp of 20 miles or more through the country. The expedition was placed under the command of Captain Locke, whom we all knew to be as good an officer as any in the service. We carried with us 2 3-pound field guns, and on reaching Donabew landed, and began our march without encountering an enemy. We were fortunate enough to get hold of some natives who were willing to act as our guides, for you will understand that the natives everywhere were friendly to the English, and the troops only were our enemies. We started early on the 3rd of February, the natives drawing our guns along the pathway, which lay through a thick jungle of tall trees and brushwood. It was not the pleasantest style of country to traverse, seeing that a tiger might spring out and carry off a fellow, and that the enemy, if they had had the wits to do it, might have placed an ambush and shot us down without our being able to see one of them. However, after marching about 15 miles, we arrived at an open valley where we bivouacked. We could hear the enemy all night long popping away ahead of us pretty smartly. I suppose it was under the idea they should frighten us barbarians and prevent our advancing. However, in that they were mistaken. We lighted our fires and cooked our suppers, and pretty hungry we were. We then lay down to sleep, thinking of the work before us on the morrow, and we were of course all very jolly, expecting to get hold of Mr. Mayatube and to carry him back with us in triumph. Little did many of the poor fellows who lay down that night suppose that it was to be their last on earth. The bugle sounded at daybreak, and springing up, we breakfasted and recommenced our march, moving along the same sort of path as before, till it suddenly terminated on the side of a broad nullah, a sort of natural ditch. The bank on the opposite side was much higher than the ground we stood on, and we soon saw that it was strongly fortified after the Burmese fashion, with sharp-pointed bamboos, over which it was as difficult to leap as it was to force our way through. The path, too, was here narrowed by an abatis of the same sharp-pointed bamboos, which made it impossible to deploy the whole strength of our column. Indeed, our advance guard, consisting of seamen and marines, could only march 2 abreast, while our 2 guns, hauled along by the natives, were in the rear. Suddenly, as we were looking about us and thinking what a nasty sort of place it was, we found ourselves exposed to a tremendous fire from a horde of banditti, who had hitherto been concealed behind a breastwork on the opposite bank. A gallant officer of the Fox, Lieutenant Canby, who commanded the advance guard of the Bluejackets, and Captain Price of the Bengal Infantry, led on their men in the most dashing style, intending to force their way across the nullah and to storm the breastworks. Before they had gone many paces, they were both shot dead, as were many of their followers. Captain Locke now hurried to the front, and led another party to the attack. It got some way across, when so murderous was the fire that he was compelled to retreat, leaving a number of men behind who had been killed close to him. Still undaunted, he again made the attempt, and a second time was driven back. "We must take the place," he shouted out, and a third time, rallying the seamen and marines, he rushed forward, sword in hand, determined to capture the fort. The Burmese must have had their marksmen, for one after the other our officers were struck. This time everybody thought he would succeed when, as he was advancing, a fellow who had climbed up a tree overlooking the nullah fired at him and wounded him desperately, driving his watch right into his body. Though he suspected that the wound was mortal, he had strength sufficient to fall back to the rear when Commander Lambert, the son of the Commodore, took his place. Though our men were falling thickly around, 2 more attempts were made to get across that horrible nullah. Commander Lambert, who had himself received 4 shots through his clothes, though he had escaped unhurt, seeing that success was impossible, as more than half our party had been killed and wounded, at length ordered us to fall back. I had not thought about myself, but I thought about my brother Jack a great deal, and I was thankful to see him get off clear without a wound. The enemy kept firing at us as we retreated, but their shot did not commit much damage after we had got to a little distance. One bad part of the business was that we were obliged to leave the dead on the field, for our rascally duty bearers and guides had treacherously decamped, and we had scarcely men enough remaining to carry the wounded. The seamen undertook this duty, while the Bengal infantry, in a very gallant way, for which we were heartily obliged to them, covered our retreat. The only road that we could possibly take was the one we had come by. The jungle on each side was so thick that we could not force our way through it. Happily, for the same reason, I suppose, the enemy did not get round and meet us in front. They followed, but were afraid to advance near enough to molest us, the soldiers' rifles reaching farther than their Jingles or Birmingham muskets. We all felt very downcast at the loss we had sustained, but more especially for that of our brave leader, Captain Locke. He was still alive, but the surgeon gave us no hopes that he would recover. The heat was tremendous, the sun burning down on our heads, while we hadn't a drop of water, and the men had to carry our leader and the rest of the wounded for nearly 20 miles. Still, all hands did their best to keep up their courage and discipline, the strongest helping, as far as they could, the weakest. 4 or 5 of our officers, who were themselves wounded, setting the rest an example. Thankful enough were we when we caught sight of the river after a march of 12 hours, and found ourselves at length seated in the boats, the troops being embarked on board the Phlegethon. Shoving off, we made our way back to Rangoon, and the next day we heard that Captain Locke had expired within 2 days after he had received his wound. We agreed that it was a very sad affair, and it would have been better had we tried to catch the robber and his band while they were out foraging. We buried Captain Locke on shore, near the Great Pagoda at Rangoon, and I am sure I never joined in a sadder procession than we formed, as, shoving off, we followed the coffin of our late gallant chief on shore, and marched to the neighborhood of the Great Pagoda. He was buried with all the honor we could show. The robber, Mayatoon, held out for some time longer, till a considerable force under Sir John Cheap was sent against his stronghold. Even then he showed much pluck, and was not dislodged till several officers and men on our side had fallen. This was just before the King of Ava knocked under and sued for peace, giving up the province of Pegu, which was accordingly attached to the British dominions. The soldiers had most of the fighting, but we had a good share of it. Quorum pars magna fui, and so ends my yarn. "Bravo, Rogers, an excellent yarn, and capitally told," said several voices. "Ye dinna pit your light under a bushel, laddie," remarked Archie. "Why should I?" exclaimed Tom. "It was for your sakes more than for mine. You wouldn't have been half as interested if I'd only told you what I'd heard, whereas I've enabled you, in imagination, to take part in all the scenes in which my brother Jack and I were engaged." "Then you should have said, Quorum pars magna fuit frater Jacus meus," said Archie. "But I suspect he was the principal actor." "Of course he was," said Tom. "There's not another fellow in the world like my brother Jack. I always said so before I came to sea, and now I have been with him so long, I can say it from my own observation. I might have said a great deal more about him, only my object was to be brief." Others of the Romps youngsters who had been in the expedition corroborated all that had been said, and made Tom's hearers wish to have the chance of sailing with Jack Rogers, who was sure, they agreed, wherever he might be, to cut out work of some sort or other. War yarns were spun, and many a song sung, before Tom and his shipmates returned to the brig. Next morning, as the corvette was weighing anchor, the frigate was seen coming in from the southward. The Opal accordingly again brought up and waited for her arrival. As she came to an anchor, the flags run up to her masthead summoned Murray on board. The Commodore, on hearing of the number of slaves he had taken, ordered him, instead of going on to Aden, to proceed to Seychelles, where arrangements had been made for the reception of liberated Africans, and as soon as he had landed them and refreshed his ship's company, to return to the coast and prosecute his search for slavers. "We must strike a blow at this abominable traffic, and put it down at all cost," exclaimed the Commodore. "We have done nothing effectual as yet. For one vessel captured, 50 have escaped." The Commodore, having come on board the Opal to inspect the slaves, ordered Murray to get under way immediately. The corvette, running out round the north end of the island, hauled her wind and stood eastward till she reached Seychelles. A lookout was still kept for slavers which, having hugged the Madagascar shore, might be steering for the Gulf of Persia. All hands, from the commander downwards, were eager to arrive at their destination and to land their cargo of blacks. Everything possible was done to keep the poor creatures in health, but notwithstanding this, several died on the voyage every day. Part of the deck was cleared, and they were encouraged to dance and sing, and amuse themselves after their own fashion. At first, when they stood up, they appeared scarcely able to move, but in a short time, their spirits rising, they began to snap their fingers, bend their bodies, and shuffle round and round, then to clap their hands and shout and laugh as if all thoughts of the miseries they had suffered had vanished. To the intense satisfaction of all on board, the corvette at length, just as the sun was setting, came in sight across the purple ocean of the green, foliage-clad islands, in a setting of white sand, surrounded by coral reefs, amid which she had carefully to pick her way. At some distance rose the lofty mountains of the principal island of Maud, while on either hand were tree-fringed islets, backed by others far off, blue and indistinct. The pilot, coming off, brought the ship to an anchorage a considerable distance from the town. Anxious as Murray was to get the slaves on shore, it was impossible to do so that night. Next morning the disembarkation commenced. Those who wished it were allowed to engage themselves either as domestic or agricultural servants to the inhabitants, while the rest were placed on an island where they might erect huts and cultivate the ground for their own advantage. Pango and Bango had their choice of landing or remaining on board, but they preferred continuing in the ship among the crew, whose goodwill they had secured by their good humor and willingness to oblige. All hands luxuriated in the endless variety of fruits brought off by the boats which were quickly alongside. Oranges, plantains, bananas, alligator pears, limes, pineapples, and numberless others, including the breadfruit, and on going on shore, as some compensation for the horrible odors they had lately inhaled, they enjoyed the scent of the countless beautiful flowers which grew not only in every garden, but lined the roadside and covered the slopes of the hills. Though the islands belonged to England, nearly all the inhabitants appeared to be French, and French was everywhere spoken. Mr. Mildmay, the only officer who professed to care much for society, was sadly disappointed on finding that there were no ladies in the place. He therefore, in some stanzas which he wrote, described it as a paradise without an Eve. The great drawback to the place was the heat, for behind the town rises a precipice upwards of 7,000 feet in height, which effectually shuts out the breeze, except from one quarter. The summit, however, being covered by luxuriant vegetation, adds another beautiful feature to the scenery of the island. End of section 10.
Section 11 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 10. News from England. Jack Rogers appointed to the Gauntlet. Adair promoted and succeeds him in command of the Romp. The three midshipmen transferred to the Gauntlet. A trip on shore. Sailors in the slave market. The Sultan appears. Gauntlet on the northern station. Tom Kettle and Bill Saucepan, the crewmen. A trap for slavers. Mr. Large's expedition in search of wildfowl. Finds more than he bargained for. Is the island bewitched? The corvette was within 100 miles of the African coast, when a sail was sighted on the port bow coming down before the wind. She was soon seen to be a large ship, and little doubt was entertained that she was the Radiant. That she was so was in short time proved, when she got near enough to allow her number to be seen. The corvette accordingly hove to await her coming. As she drew near, she shortened sail and hoisted a signal to send a boat for mailbag. No summons could be more willingly attended to. The boat was soon alongside when a large letter bag was lowered into her, and Adair was summoned to give an account of the trip to Seychelles. He, of course, inquired the news. There were some changes in the station. "Commander Rogers has been confirmed in his rank," said the Commodore, "and I have appointed him to succeed poor Danvers, the late commander of the Gauntlet steamer, which arrived out on the station after you sailed.
I hope that he'll have gained some experience in the romp, for I mean to do something in putting down the slave trade. I am determined to strike a blow at the traffic before I return to the Cape, where the doctor tells me I ought to go for the sake of the health of the ship's company and my own. And so I will, as soon as I hear that a few more captures have been made. By the by, you've been pretty successful, and I'll give you an acting order to command the romp till someone is appointed from home. I expect you to show your zeal in the service, and I have no doubt that you will be able to give a satisfactory account of your proceedings."
Adair, highly pleased, thanked the Commodore, and hastened back with the letter-bag to the corvette. He longed to see its contents, for he felt sure that he should hear from Mrs. Murray, if not from Lucy herself. The contents of the bag were quickly distributed, and every officer, and not a few of the men, were soon deeply immersed in perusing their various epistles. It was a wonder the corvette did not run away with them. Fortunately, Jos Green was the officer of the watch, and shoving his letters into his pocket, he issued the order to brace round the foreyard, and the corvette once more stood close-hauled to the westward, while the Commodore ran for the island of Pemba. Murray, of course, had a letter from his wife, containing a smaller missive, which he held in his hand while he read the contents of the former. Adair had just received a long, official-looking epistle, at which his eyes sparkled with more than usual animation. "Good luck has come at last," he exclaimed. "I've got my promotion, thanks to Admiral Triton and Lord Derrynane." "I congratulate you heartily," said Murray, "and here's a little billet which I hope may add to your satisfaction. I suppose Stella thinks it is all right, or she wouldn't have undertaken to forward it." Adair took the note, and eagerly opening it, ran his eyes rapidly over the delicately formed characters. "Hurrah, my boy, I'm the happiest fellow alive," he said, with difficulty restraining an inclination to throw his cap into the air and give an Irish caper. "That capital fellow, Jack, has been taking my part, and Lucy says that Sir John and Lady Rogers are inclined to relent, and she's certain would not withhold their consent provided I obtain what I just got, and so I may conclude that it will all be settled, and that I may make my appearance at Halliburton as soon as I return to England." "I'm truly glad to hear it," said Murray. "From what my wife says, I thought you would be satisfied with a friend's letter. The only drawback, as far as I am concerned, is that I shall lose you as my first lieutenant. However, I mustn't complain, and I might have a much worse one than Mildmay, who will, I am sure, turn to with a will when he finds himself once in the position, and I only hope I may get an efficient officer in his place." Adair was sorely tempted to go home by the first opportunity, instead of taking command of the romp, but two motives prevented him. First, he had been appointed commander, and secondly, hoped by capturing a number of dhows to be able to pick up some prize money, which might assist him in setting up house when he got back to England. "I say, Uncle Terence, am I to follow you on board the brig, or to remain here?" asked Desmond when he heard of Adair's appointment and promotion. "If the commander can spare you, I think, Desmond, I will take you with me," answered Adair, "but it must depend upon him. He may be unwilling to lose the services of so valuable an officer." "Hurrah now, Uncle Terence, you're poking fun at me," exclaimed Desmond. "But I'm after thinking how Archie Gordon will get on without me. We've been together ever since he came to sea, and it will seem strange to him and to me if we're separated." "I've a notion that each of you will get along very well by yourselves, and neither of you will be able to lead the other into mischief," said Adair. "Mischief, you mean, Uncle Terence?" cried Desmond. "Sure it's what neither of us are capable of." "No, of course, you are both of you wonderfully well-conducted young gentlemen," replied Adair, "and besides, you are getting rather old for playing monkey tricks, but still I'd rather keep my eye upon you, and so I intend to ask Commander Murray to lend you to the romp till she's ordered home." The next day the corvette reached Zanzibar, where the first object which greeted the eyes of those on board was a fast-looking screw steamer such as had never before appeared in those waters. The first person who stepped on board was Jack Rogers, looking as fresh and jolly as if he had just come from England, instead of having been roasting in the East for the last 2 years or more. Following him came Tom, who dived down into the midshipman's berth to have a talk with his old friends.
Jack expressed himself well pleased with the steamer, though he had never belonged to one before. "The only bother is I don't understand the engineer's reports, and when he tells me that so much steam has been blown off, all I can reply is, 'Make it so,'" he observed, laughing. "However, I suppose I shall know all about it by and by, as I go down as often as I can into the engine room and inspect the machinery, with as knowing a look as I can assume. I've a notion that the engineer has found me out, but he is a discreet man, and doesn't take advantage of my ignorance. So I expect to get on very well, and hope that we shall catch no end of dhows, which will be unprepared for our mode of making our way through the water." Adair at once went on board the Romp, accompanied by Desmond, who took Tom's berth. Thus the three young commanders found themselves all together, each captain of his respective ship. Their great object was the suppression of the slave trade. For this purpose they laid their heads together to concoct a scheme to carry it effectively out. Their plan was to proceed along the coast, each taking up a position a couple of 100 miles or so apart, and to send their respective boats' crews north and south, thus keeping up the chain of communication, imparting information, and the one aiding the other. Jack was glad to find his old friend Higson first lieutenant of the Gauntlet. He had become, if not a temperance man, at all events as sober as a judge, and devoted to the duties of his position. His old shipmates were glad to meet him. He dined with Murray and Adair the 2 days they remained at Zanzibar. The only times, he declared, that he had been out of the ship since she left England. The three commanders had a consultation regarding the disposal of their three young relatives. They agreed that, as they were all well up in seamanship and knew nothing about steam, that it would be to their advantage to remain for some time on board the steamer. "There is no doubt that steam is making great progress, and for the sort of work on which we are engaged, at all events, steamers will be universally employed," observed Murray, with his usual forethought. "I should not be surprised if we were to have all our larger as well as the smaller vessels fitted with the auxiliary screw, and it is, of course, very important that an officer should be well acquainted with its management, as well as with the working of steam engines in general." "Faith, I believe you are right," answered Adair, "though I'm mighty afraid that if steamers come into vogue, they will do away with all the romance once upon a time supposed to belong to a naval life." "I shall not make myself very unhappy on that account," said Murray, laughing. "It will be a great thing not to have to depend on the fickle wind for making a passage, and still more to know that we may pounce down upon those rascally fast-sailing dhows wherever we can sight them in a calm, and be sure of overtaking them." "I agree with you," said Jack. "I only wish I knew a little more about a steamer. However, I shall pick up some knowledge of the matter before long, and hope to make good use of it. My engineer appears to be a sensible man, and I shall be glad to have Gordon and Desmond on board, and to place them under his instruction. I will, of course, look after them as carefully as I do my young brother Tom." So it was arranged that Archie and Desmond should be lent to the Gauntlet, she having only one other midshipman and 2 old mates on board. They, of course, were highly delighted to hear the decision to which their elders had come, not so much perhaps on account of the advantage it was expected they would derive, as from the thoughts of the fun they would have together. As the ship was not to sail till the next day, they all three forthwith asked leave to go on shore for the purpose of getting a ride into the country, in company with the master of the Opal and some of the midshipmen of the other vessels. As Joe's Green undertook to look after them, Jack gave them leave, charging them to be on board before dark. A party of the men from each ship had likewise obtained leave to go on shore to purchase curiosities for their sweethearts and wives. The Sultan had lately made it known that his stud, consisting of 100 horses and more, was at the disposal of the British naval officers who might wish to take a ride into the country, and the midshipmen were therefore directing their course to the palace, when Desmond proposed that they should take a stroll first through the town. "It isn't the sweetest of places, I'll allow, but we may come upon something worth seeing, and have some fun or other," he exclaimed. All hands agreed to the proposal, and 2 and 2 they made their way through the narrow streets, not exactly knowing where they were going. They agreed, however, that except the crowds of savage, dirty-looking Arabs, and still more hideous blacks, tumble-down houses and bazaars full of trumpery goods, There was nothing to be seen in Zanzibar. Suddenly they found themselves in a square, which Desmond recognized as the slave market. It was far more crowded than when Archie and he had been there before. As they looked round, they calculated there were 300 or 400 slaves of all degrees, some, mostly women, gaudily, if not gorgeously dressed, looking plump and well, and others who had apparently lately been imported in the most miserable state of starvation. The sight was sufficient to excite the feelings of the most callous observers. Many were little more than skeletons, with their skins, often covered with sores, drawn tight over their distorted bones, their eyeballs protruding hideously, evidently in consequence of the falling away of the flesh on their faces. Their chests sunk, and their joints swelled and knotty, contrasted with their withered limbs. Several such groups were seen in different parts of the square. In another part, seated under the shade of a projecting roof, were a group differing greatly from the last described. They were women slaves, considered of high value. On their heads they wore dark veils, covered with glittering spangles, and various ornaments, though the way in which their faces were painted with black and yellow detracted from any natural beauty they might have possessed, according to the taste of the English officers. Another similar group of 10 or a dozen Negro girls were still further decorated with mantles of a blue muslin thrown over their shoulders, of which they appeared to be not a little proud, though from the expression of their faces it was impossible to say what feelings animated them. Although some few of the poor girls might have been considered attractive but for the daubs of paint on their faces, the greater number were fearfully scarified, not from cruelty, but in order to increase their beauty according to the taste of their countrymen. There were numerous groups also of men and boys, such as have before been described. Each of the groups was in charge of an Arab auctioneer, who put them up to sale, much in the way that ordinary goods and chattels are disposed of at auction marts in England. A dozen or more auctioneers were busy at work together, trying to attract purchasers, pulling at the sleeve of one as he passed by, then at the skirt of another, somewhat after the fashion of old clothes sellers in London. The Arab purchasers showed no eagerness, however, but turned away from the tempting offers, however much they might have desired to possess them. Business was going on in a tolerably quiet way, the appearance of the midshipmen in no way interrupting matters, till a large party of bluejackets arrived on the scene. Just then, some of the least interesting lots having been disposed of, an old Arab, with a long white beard, was putting up for sale one of the highly adorned female lots, his example being followed by several of his rivals in trade. A stout female, with a face deeply scarred and hideously painted, and an arm strong enough to fell an ox, was speedily disposed of. As she seemed to take kindly to her new master, no sympathy was raised in her behalf. The case, however, was different with regard to a group of young girls, many of whom could not fail to excite interest. Two especially, who were apparently sisters, were seated together with their hands clasped, and their arms round each other's necks, their countenances exhibiting a greater expression of shame and grief than did those of most of their companions. Notwithstanding the horrors, innumerable, they might have gone through, they seemed to be aware that a still greater trial was in store for them. Several of the number had been knocked down, not literally, but to buyers, after a considerable amount of bidding, and all, it seemed, had gone off at high prices. The sailors had been looking on, making remarks, which it was, as well, neither auctioneers nor purchasers understood. Their feelings of sympathy, already excited by the sales they had witnessed of the other groups, were rapidly becoming less and less controllable. They eyed with no very friendly glances the ill-favored Arabs, who, grasping the poor girls by their arms, claimed them henceforth as their chattels. At length the turn of the two sisters came. Several bidders stood by, each offering an increase on the price last named by the auctioneer. Jerry Bird, who was among the seamen, could not make out whether they were to be sold together or singly. "It will be a shame if they're parted, but the whole thing is a shame, and there's nothing I'd like so much as to send the rascally buyers and sellers to the right about, and to set the poor creatures free," he exclaimed. Just then a wizen-faced, one-eyed old Arab, his rich dress showing that he was a man of wealth and importance,
came up and fixed his single blinker upon one of the Negro girls. He quickly outbid all competitors. The auctioneer offered him the other sister, but he only wanted one, and nothing could induce him to offer for the other. At length, losing patience, he grasped the Negro girl by the arm and was about to drag her off by the wrist, when her sister, not yet sold, threw her arms around her neck, both uttering a wail of despair which might have gone to the hearts of the most obdurate. It had an electric effect on the sensitive seaman. "Well, that's more than I can stand," cried Jerry. "Down with the brutal Arabs, and let's set the whole lot of the poor creatures free." He gave but expression to the feelings which were animating the breasts of his companions. Dealing blows right and left, they simultaneously set upon the surrounding Arabs, the old fellow who had bought the girl being the first knocked over, and the auctioneer with the glib tongue the second, the others who drew their daggers, having their weapons whirled from their hands, while the greater number, astonished by the suddenness of the attack, took to flight in all directions, pursued by the now infuriated seamen. The girls crowded together, more alarmed, probably, than delighted at the efforts made by the gallant tars in their favor. Having succeeded, as they believed, in rescuing one of the party, the seamen, without an instant's hesitation, set upon the other auctioneers in their immediate neighborhood, whom they quickly put to flight, and sweeping on, flourishing their cudgels and shouting at the top of their voices, they in a short time cleared the square of every trafficker in human flesh. Joe's Green and the midshipmen, who had been at the farther end of the square, did not understand what was happening till they saw the Arabs scampering off, turbans trailing behind them, daggers whirled through the air, slippers left on the ground, sword blades shivered into fragments, while not a few long-robed rascals lay sprawling in the dust, the rest flying at sight of the enraged bluejackets at their heels. However much Joes and his party might have sympathized with the men, they at once saw that their proceedings might lead to serious consequences. In vain, however, he shouted out to them to hold fast. The sailors were too eager to be stopped, and continued the pursuit of the Arabs towards every avenue opening into the square. Whenever a party halted, they immediately, with loud shouts, made at them, compelling them again to take to their heels. The midshipmen, indeed, who thought the matter very good fun, encouraged the men by their shouts and laughter, instead of abetting Green in his efforts to stop the fray. They were now undoubted masters of the field, but what to do with the liberated blacks was a question which had not entered their heads. Had they been allowed, they would have liked amazingly to have followed up their victory till they had driven the Sultan and all his subjects out of the city, or burned it down over their heads. But before they proceeded to extremities, His Highness himself, with a body of his troops, happening to be passing through the neighborhood, encountered some of the flying populace, and ascertaining the cause of the uproar, rode into the square. Instead of charging the British and cutting them down, he wisely, by means of an interpreter who happened to be with him, shouted to them to keep together, and let him hear what they had to say for themselves. On this, Green and the midshipmen hurried after those who were still pursuing the Arabs in different directions, and succeeded in calling them back. They quickly collected in a body, and not dreaming that they had done anything especially out of the way, but rather had fought bravely and in a laudable cause, without hesitation, still grasping their cudgels, boldly faced the Sultan and his party. "Tell his Royal Majesty that we found them rascally Arabs knocking down these here unfortunate blackies, just like so many hogs at Smithfield Market," answered Jerry to his interpreter's interrogations. The latter was sorely puzzled to explain the sailor's reply to the Sultan. "Neither the auctioneers nor the others would do anything to knock down the slaves or do anything to hurt them," he answered. "Inshallah, His Majesty allows no violence in his dominions." This was a broad assertion on the part of the interpreter, considerably remote from the truth. However, the Sultan, who was extremely anxious not to get embroiled with the English, at once accepted their excuses, and either believed or pretended to believe that the slave dealers had been using violence towards the blacks. Catching sight of Green and the other officers, he sent to request their attendance, and desired them to collect their men and march them down to the water, undertaking to protect them from the violence of the inhabitants, who would have otherwise undoubtedly set upon them in overwhelming numbers, and cut them to pieces. He observed, however, that they must on no account again venture on shore, as it would be impossible to guard them from the violence of the Arabs, who would certainly attack them if they had the opportunity. Green, thankful to get the men out of the scrape, ordered them to keep close together and follow the Sultan's advice. "But what are we to do with the poor nigger gals, sir?" asked Jerry, who seemed in no way conscious that he and his companions had illegally transgressed the bounds of propriety. "I'm afraid we must leave them to their fate," answered Green. "If you'd carried them off, you wouldn't have known how to dispose of them, and when we get to sea we must do our best to put a stop to the traffic by catching as many slave dhows as possible." "Aye, aye, sir," shouted the men. The affair, which at first appeared likely to be very serious, was thus terminated satisfactorily, and the scene they had witnessed certainly contributed to make both men and officers more eager than ever to catch the slavers, independent of any secret hopes they might have entertained of collecting a good quantity of prize money. Jos Green and his companions, though deprived of their ride, resolved not to bring the matter before their officers, who might look upon it in a different light to the seamen, unless complaints were made by the authorities. In that case they determined to defend them as far as they had the power. The council, however, was likely to hear of the matter, and it would, they suspected, prevent any man-of-war's men being allowed to shore at Zanzibar. The three vessels sailed together for the northward, when the Gauntlet, with her screw lifted, was found to make as good way as her full-rigged consorts. She was destined to take the most northern station, the corvette to cruise next to her, and the brig to remain in the south, to watch Pemba and the adjacent coast. The brig was the first to haul her wind, the corvette next, and Jack then, parting from her, stood for his station in the north. Higson had been out on the coast before, as had the gunner and boatswain, and Jack was therefore glad to consult them. The boatswain, Mr. Large, was very unlike his brother officer of the corvette, his appearance answering to his name. Although not unusually tall, he required an unusually wide cot in which to stow himself away. His countenance was stained red by hot suns and air, rather than by any excess in drinking, though he took his grog, as he used to observe, like an honest man, whenever it came his way, either afloat or ashore. He was sufficiently active and remarkably strong. On her outward voyage, the Gauntlet had touched at Sierra Leone, and shipped a gang of crewmen, who proved as efficient as any part of the ship's company. The head crewman, a fine-looking fellow, rejoiced among his shipmates in the name of Tom Kettle, while his mate was christened Bill Saucepan, names to which they willingly answered, while on the rest of the gang similar names were bestowed. The men of the tribe to which they belonged are infinitely superior to all others of the west coast, and every man-of-war employed on the station has been for long accustomed to receive a party of them on board to perform the severer labors of the ship, under which English seamen in that climate would not fail to suffer. Their dress is that of ordinary seamen, and they are particularly clean and neat in their persons, while they receive the same rations as the other seamen. Indeed, they are treated in all respects like the rest of the crew, except that they mess by themselves, and are under the immediate command of their head man and his mate. They are good-natured, merry fellows, as brave as lions, active and intelligent, and always ready to perform the most dangerous and fatiguing duties without grumbling. Tom Kettle and his men were therefore great favorites on board. Black Tom, as he was generally called by the midshipmen, soon became great friends with his namesake and his companions, who treated him with the respect which was his due, and consequently won his affections. He had nothing of Captain Marryat's Mesty about him. He did not pretend to be a son of a prince, or have any wrongs to avenge. On the contrary, his boast was that his father and grandfather were seamen before him, who had ever proved true to their colors, and he was prouder of that than he would have been of being allied to the greatest potentate under the line. Jack was on the alert himself, and kept everybody else on board on the alert, in the hopes, by some means or other, of inflicting a heavy blow on the abominable slave trade, for he felt as much interest in the matter as did the old Commodore himself, It reconciled him completely to being compelled to command a steamer, which formerly, with the feelings of the old school, he had looked upon as a somewhat derogatory employment. Night and day the brightest lookout was kept, and every suspicious dhow chased and boarded. For some time, however, only legal traders were fallen in with. End of section 11. Section 12 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 10, Part 2. It was natural to suppose that as Jack was fresh on the station, he would require the most efficient interpreter, and Hamed was therefore transferred to the Gauntlet, Murray taking another provided by the council in his stead. Jack began to feel vexed at his want of success, but Hamed assured him that only the first part of the trade had begun to move northward, and that the slavers would soon be coming, fast and thick. "I hope so," said Jack, "for this is fearfully dull work." "Well, Captain, I think you get more prize if you hide ship under lee of some island, and then pounce out on the dhows like wasps," said Hamed. Jack, accordingly, examining the chart with Higson, looked out for the most suitable island for their purpose. The first on which they fixed, a short way to the northward, was low and sandy. It had some tall trees in the center, of a height to hide a ship's masts. The Gauntlet accordingly proceeded on to the northern end, off which she was brought up, thus concealed from any dhows coming from the southward. A mile and a half or so to the north was another much smaller island, towards which numerous birds were seen wending their way, and it was evidently, from some peculiarity of the soil, a favorite resort of the feathered tribe. The ship had been at anchor for several hours, and as no dhows had as yet been seen, and it was thought probable none would make their appearance for a day or two, the time hung heavily on the hands of all on board. Desmond and Tom, having been at work all the morning studying the steam engine, took it into their heads that they merited some little relaxation, and set to work to persuade Mr. Large to accompany them on a shooting expedition to the island. "You see, Mr. Large," observed Tom, "we're certain to make a good bag, and you like roast goose as much as any man, though we shall have to do without applesauce, I'm afraid. I'm certain that the birds I saw must have been geese, from their size. We can even now make them out, hovering over the island. We shall very likely get enough to dine the whole ship's company." Mr. Large's mouth watered as Tom expatiated on the dainty dish he hoped to provide. "If we can't get any of the boats, we can at all events have our canoe," Gerald Desmond observed. It was the same canoe in which they had been picked up and saved by the Romp, and which Adair and Murray, who both claimed the ownership, had presented to Jack. Mr. Large, in an evil hour, yielded to the midshipmen's representations, and consented to accompany them. They, without difficulty, obtained leave from the first lieutenant, promising to be back before dark with the canoe loaded with birds. Mr. Large, who considered himself a first-rate shot, was the happy possessor of a fowling piece, which he boasted was superior to the best owned by any officer in Her Majesty's service. The midshipmen contented themselves with the two ship's muskets, which, as they carried a large amount of shot, would, they conceived, kill no end of birds every time they were fired. Having dined, they had no need of provisions, so, taking plenty of powder and shot, with their three weapons, they shoved off, Mr. Large sitting in the after end, while the two midshipmen paddled well forward, in order in some degree to counteract his weight, which, as it was, brought the canoe considerably down by the stern, and lifted the bows almost out of the water. Tom Kettle, who was unaware of their intention, did not see them till they had got some distance from the ship. "They had better take care," he observed, "or sea come over the stern and swamp the canoe." The water, however, was smooth, and neither Mr. Large nor his companions had any apprehensions on the subject. Away they went, intending to land on the nearest point. As they approached the point, They were not disappointed in their expectations of finding it crowded with sea-birds, many of large size, which Tom averred were the geese he had seen, while there were many species of ducks which appeared to be living in harmony with the other inhabitants. The wind had got up a little, and as they drew near they saw that there was some surf on the shore, but Mr. Large declared that it was nothing to hurt the canoe, and they might pass easily through it without shipping a thimbleful. He hesitated, however, as he drew nearer. "Don't quite like the look of it," he observed. "If we had the large boat, we might have got on shore easy enough, but if a sea was to catch us, we might be rolled over before we could tell where we were." "Hurrah, but it won't do to turn back," cried Desmond. "Those geese now will be after roasting us instead of our roasting them, not to speak of the laugh that there'd be on board when we got back without a feather to show, except the white feather which they'd be talking about." Thus incited by Desmond's wit, the boatswain determined to attempt landing. "Now, young gentlemen, paddle away with a right good will," he shouted out, moving farther from the stern. The midshipmen pulling away with all their might, on flew the canoe, with every chance apparently of reaching the beach, when the boatswain, turning his head over his shoulder, saw a huge foam-topped sea come rolling up with unusual speed. He shouted to his companions to paddle on. In half a minute more the stern of the canoe would have touched the beach, but before it got there, down thundered the sea upon them, deluging the boatswain, washing the two midshipmen high up on the beach, and capsizing the canoe, which it rolled up with Mr. Large under it close after them. Picking themselves up, without losing their presence of mind, they turned round to see what had become of their companion, and were happily in time to catch hold of him and drag him up before the following sea carried him off. "Thank you, young gentlemen, you've saved my life, and I've saved my fowling piece. But I'm afraid the muskets are lost, and what's as bad, so are the powder-horns and shot," said Mr. Large. "No, there's one of the muskets," cried Tom, as he caught sight of the butt lifted above the surface amid the creamy water, and rushing in he seized it, though the next sea nearly carried him off his legs. "And there's the other," exclaimed Desmond, and notwithstanding Tom's narrow escape, he plunged in and secured it. The canoe was thrown up on the beach, not much the worse, and the two paddles were saved. "I'm afraid there's little chance of finding our ammunition," said Tom in a melancholy voice, not a bit minding the wetting, "and unless we can manage to knock down the birds with our firearms, we shall have to go back after all without any game to show." "But we must manage by hook or by crook to catch some of them," exclaimed Desmond. "Sure we may catch them by the legs if we lie quiet, as they come flying by. There seems to be no end of young ones. We may get hold of them at all events." While Tom and Desmond were discussing the subject, Mr. Large was watching the breakers, which came tumbling in every instant with increased violence. "I am sorry to say, young gentlemen, that we've no chance of getting off till the sea goes down," he remarked, "unless we drag the canoe across the island, or a boat is sent from the ship to our assistance, and I'm afraid that mayn't be thought of till night comes in." "Well, perhaps we may find some eggs," observed Desmond. "They will afford us a supper, and we can manage to get back in the morning." "They may chance to be over savory, considering that so many young ones have already been hatched," said Tom. "However, if we get hungry, we shan't be particular." The boatswain continued looking with a dissatisfied glance at the tumbling waters. "I doubt even should the boat be sent, whether she would be able to take us off," he observed. "The commander won't be very pleased when he finds what's happened. Instead of sleeping comfortably on board, we shall have to spend the night out on the bare sand." "No very great hardship in that, is there, Mr. Large?" observed Tom, trying to console the boatswain. "If we light a fire and roast a goose, we may be pretty jolly after all." "We must catch the goose first, Mr. Rogers, and then as to lighting a fire without a matchbox or gunpowder, how is that to be done?" asked the boatswain. Tom had forgotten, and had to acknowledge that they might have to go without the fire. It was agreed, however, that they should search for eggs, which, although they might be somewhat high, might assist in keeping body and soul together. "Roast goose would have been very pleasant, and a drop of grog to wash it down," observed the boatswain, who could not forget the loss of his creature comforts. Having hauled the canoe high up on the beach, the boatswain set off in one direction and the two midshipmen in the other in search of eggs. They discovered here and there a few broken eggshells and a few young birds. At length Tom came upon 2 or 3 eggs, which he eagerly seized. "Here's a supper for us," he exclaimed, breaking open one of them, but he threw it down with intense disgust. "Faith, the fellow must be hard up before he could eat that," said Desmond. "Try another." "No, thank you," answered Tom. "One is enough to satisfy me, but we'll keep them for Mr. Lodge. He may not be so particular. Only we must take care not to break them in our pockets, or we shan't be able to wear our jackets again." They went on some way farther, the birds shrieking and pecking at their legs as they passed, but showing no further sign of anger, as they had not time to seize the young ones. As they got farther round the island, they saw, from its peculiar conformation, that the sea swept round it and broke almost with as much violence on the one side as on the other, though it still might be possible, could they get the canoe across, to launch her. However, they were very unwilling to return without having something to show, and agreed that it would be better to wait until the following morning. They had got more than halfway round when loud cries reaching them, and looking ahead, they caught sight of the boatswain scampering away over the sand faster than he had run for many a year, with a vast flight of birds hovering about his head, and uttering loud shrieks and cries of anger, some darting down and attacking him from behind, and others wheeling round and flying at his face, which he had the greatest difficulty in defending. The midshipman, seeing the predicament that he was in, hurried forward to his assistance, when the birds, undaunted by their appearance, commenced an assault on them, and they too had to beat a retreat, pursued by their persevering foes. In vain they struck about them with their muskets, which being heavy the birds easily evaded, only to return to the assault with greater vigor, caring neither for their aimless blows nor their loud cries. The midshipmen could easily have outstripped the boatswain, who, already blown, rushed on puffing and panting like an asthmatic steam engine. But they, like young heroes, refused to desert him, although Desmond, as he flourished his musket, very nearly brought the musket down on his companion's nose. The faster they ran, the more determined the birds became, till matters were really growing serious, and the poor boatswain, unable any longer to continue his flight, suddenly came down with a run on his face in the sand. The midshipmen now making a stand in order to defend him, the birds retreated, croaking and shrieking louder than ever. "We must lift Mr. Lodge up, or he'll be suffocated," said Tom, and, aided by Desmond, they rolled him round till his face was out of the sand. He was breathing very heavily, and they became greatly alarmed. "I'm afraid he's got a fit of apoplexy, or something dreadful," cried Tom. "I say, Gerald, go and fetch a cap full of water. There's no other way of getting it, and we'll try and bring him to." Gerald, as desired, ran off to the beach, and hurried back with his cap, from which the water was of course rapidly streaming out. They managed, however, to clear the boatswain's nostrils and mouth of sand, and at length had the satisfaction of seeing him open his eyes, his first impulse being to try and get up. He could not as yet speak, and gazed about him wondering what had happened. The shrieks of the birds still hovering near reminded him, and he soon came to. "Thank you, young gentleman. If it hadn't been for you, I don't know what would have happened," he said in a faint voice. He had reason, indeed, to thank the midshipmen, for had they not stayed by him, he would, to a certainty, have been suffocated. Some time had thus been spent. They had been longer making the passage than they had expected, and night was fast approaching. They were wet and hungry, and not very well satisfied with their performances, knowing also that, whether a boat was sent for them or not, they would all be severely reprimanded on their return on board. After sitting for some time, the boatswain declared that he should catch his death of cold if he remained quiet much longer. So, getting up, they all three set off running to try and restore circulation. No sooner did the winged inhabitants of the island see them on the move than, perhaps supposing that they were again about to invade their nests, with loud shrieks they darted once more to the attack, flying round and round them, and every now and then threatening to pounce down and attack their faces. Even when they did stop, the enraged creatures hovered round them, giving them no rest, and keeping them constantly on the watch to ward off their threatening beaks. At last Tom thought of the paddles, which had been left in the canoe, and making their way back to her, he and Desmond armed themselves each with one, which were likely to prove more serviceable weapons than the heavy muskets. The birds seemed to be of this opinion, for no sooner did the midshipmen boldly assault them than they flew off to their nests. The boatswain, between his fear of catching cold should he lie down in his wet clothes, and his weariness, was in a sad perplexity. At length, however, he threw himself on the sand, declaring that he could no longer move about, and must submit to his fate, whatever that might be. The midshipmen themselves were getting somewhat tired, but tried to amuse themselves by talking of old times, every now and then taking an anxious look in the direction of the ship, in hopes of seeing a boat coming to their assistance. No boat, however, was discernible, nor indeed could they see the ship. They began to grow somewhat uneasy. What could have become of her? Had she steamed away and left them to their fate? But that was not at all likely to be the case. The boatswain had been for some time quiet, and a loud snore showed them that he had fallen fast asleep. Desmond was the first to speak. "I say, Tom, what do you think of our trying to knock some of the birds on the head while they're asleep on their nests? We might in a little time kill as many as we should have shot, and if we could return with a boatful, we should at all events not be laughed at, as we shall be if we go back empty-handed." Tom was perfectly ready, and armed with their paddles, they set off along the beach, creeping quietly forward, in hopes of coming suddenly upon a colony of the birds. On and on they went, but no birds could they find, the fact being that the tide was low, and they had kept close down to the water instead of making their way over the dry sand. This they did not find out till they had got to a considerable distance. Turning off inland, they, however, quickly found themselves in the midst of hundreds of birds, when they began to lay about them right and left, knocking over vast numbers, those they missed only poking out their long necks and quacking and screeching at them. "I thought we should have good sport," cried Desmond, highly delighted. "We shall surprise the old boatswain when he wakes by and finds a pile of birds close to him." On they went for some time till they found themselves among a colony of a different species, who, instead of tamely submitting to be knocked on the head, flew up with loud screams and attacked them with the greatest desperation. The midshipmen, of course, fought bravely, wielding their paddles with some effect, while they retreated to the beach. Their assailants then took to flight, and they set to work to collect the birds they had knocked over. Some had partially recovered, and showed fight with their beaks when they attempted to catch hold of them, so that they had to give a good many the coup de grace before they could throw them over their backs. Having each collected as large a load as they could carry, they set out to return to the canoe along the line of hard sand. The road seemed much longer, as they were now heavily laden, and it was some time before they came near the canoe. As they approached, the shouts of the boatswain and the shrieks of a multitude of birds reached their ears. Hurrying on, they saw dimly through the gloom numberless wings flapping in the air, circling in the darkness, now advancing, now rising, while the figure of the stout boatswain appeared in their midst, whirling round his fowling piece, with which he every now and then caught a bird more daring than its companions, and brought it to the ground or sent it shrieking away. "Help, young gentlemen, help!" he shouted out, though almost breathless with his exertions, "or these imps of Satan will be too much for me." Tom and Desmond rushed to the rescue, and, laying about them, at length succeeded in again driving off the birds to a respectful distance. "Glad you come when you did, young gentlemen," said the boatswain after he had recovered his breath. "Thinking you were keeping watch by my side, I was enjoying my first sleep, when I was awoke by a sharp tweak of my nose, and such a shrieking in my ears as I hope never to hear again. It was a mercy I hadn't both my eyes pecked out. I started up, thinking that a whole horde of niggers were upon me, or might be a party of these beastly slave-catching murderous Arabs had landed, when I discovered that they were those savage birds again, and finding my fowling piece in my hand, I began to lay about me as you saw, with right good will, though I own that they were almost too much for me. I can't help thinking that the island is bewitched, for such birds as these I never met in my life before, and hope never to meet again. Maybe an empty stomach makes matters worse, for I feel all nohow.
more like a sucking baby than the boatswain of Her Majesty's steamer Gauntlet." "You'll get all right in the morning, Mr. Lodge," said Tom. "I believe you've hit the right nail on the head. But we shan't starve, see? We brought plenty of food, and we left 50 times as many behind us, waiting till we go and get them." "If we had a fire, it would be very well," sighed the boatswain, "though I suspect they've somewhat of fishy flavour. Not that we should be particular when sharp set." "Faith, I forgot, Mr. Lodge," said Desmond, "that we found some eggs, and we brought you a couple, knowing that your constitution requires nourishment." "It does, young gentleman, it does," said Mr. Large in a grateful tone. "I feel a gnawing in my inside which quite unmans me." "Here they are," said Desmond, producing the eggs from his pocket. "They may perhaps have a strong flavour, but as you say, one shouldn't be particular." "If we had but a fire we might make an omelette of them," observed the boatswain, holding one of the eggs in his hand, and preparing to crack it so that he might gulp off its contents. Scarcely, however, had he done so, than he threw it from him, exclaiming, "Faugh! It's as bad as the essence of a slave-hold." "We thought it might be pretty strong, Mr. Lodge," said Desmond, stuffing his wet handkerchief into his mouth to prevent himself from laughing. "But try the other, perhaps that is sweeter." As Mr. Large was not a man to be knocked down by an egg, he did as he was advised, but the odor which issued from the second was even worse than that of the first, and throwing it to a distance, he declared that it would be long before he would try another duck's egg. Gerald asked Mr. Large if he had any tobacco and a pipe. "I have the first, young gentleman, and thank you for reminding me of it. But how is the pipe to be lighted without a match?" he replied. "But I'll take a quid, though I've given up chawing, since I became a warrant officer. I used once to indulge in it. I wouldn't advise you, though, to do so, for it's very likely to turn your insides out." Mr. Large had his reasons for giving this advice to the midshipman, seeing that he had only tobacco sufficient to form a decent-sized quid for himself. It comforted his heart, and advising his companions to follow his example, he once more lay down to sleep. They tried to do so, but they had not been quiet for many minutes before the birds found them out, and with loud screeches came flying above them, quickly awakening the boatswain, who declared that he believed they were imps in the form of birds, and would to a certainty attack them again if they had the chance. Tom said he thought so too, and that he remembered reading at school about some harpies who lived on an island, and played all sorts of tricks. That was in the Mediterranean, but he saw no reason why the same sort of creatures should not be found in the Indian Ocean. Perhaps they had flown to this very island, as they certainly were no longer to be found in their old locality. This information did not much comfort poor Mr. Large. At last a bright idea struck Gerald. "Let's turn the canoe bottom upwards and creep under her. The beasts can't find us there, at all events," he exclaimed. "I wonder we didn't think of that before," said Tom, and they immediately carried out Gerald's suggestion. Mr. Large had some difficulty in creeping under it, and very nearly brought the canoe down upon himself, but by choosing the broadest part he found sufficient room to lie on his back, while Tom took one end and Gerald the other. Though the birds screamed as loudly as ever, the canoe-wrecked party knew that they were perfectly safe, and could afford to laugh at them. However, they soon went to sleep and forgot all about the matter. They might have slept on till the middle of the next day, as there was no one to call them, had not Tom been awakened by the pangs of hunger. When starting up, forgetting where he was, he gave his head such a thundering knock against the bottom of the canoe that the noise awakened Desmond, who did precisely the same thing. When the boatswain, giving a heave with his body, turned over the canoe, they discovered that the sun had already risen several degrees above the horizon. "Here's a pretty kettle of fish to fry, as my missus would say," exclaimed Mr. Large, as he sat up rubbing his eyes. "We ought to have been on board by daybreak, and here we are as if we were upon leave for a month." "I only wish we'd something for breakfast," exclaimed Desmond, as he got on his legs. "We shall have to breakfast on the raw birds after all." "Look out there, young gentleman, where we left the ship. What's become of her?" cried Mr. Large. The midshipman looked round with dismay. The ship was certainly not where she had been. "I can't make it out," he exclaimed. "If she's gone, I ought to have gone with her, and a pretty scrape I am in. It won't matter so much for you, young gentlemen, as of course it'll all be laid to my door. And here we are now without a drop of rum, or a drop of water to mix with it, or anything more eatable than raw fishy geese. We shouldn't starve if we were left here for a week, but we should suffer pretty severely from want of water." "I hope that we shall not have to wait here for a week," said Tom, "and as it seems to me that the surf has gone down, I think the sooner we load the canoe and go in search of the ship the better, since she doesn't come in search of us." Tom's proposal was at once agreed to, it being evident that the surf had considerably gone down. The only objection to shoving off was the want of the third paddle. Greatly, however, to the boatswain's satisfaction, they espied it washed on shore. The only difficulty now remaining was to know where to pull to. The boatswain suggested that they should make the best of their way to the other island, as the ship was certain to return to her former anchorage. They accordingly loaded the canoe with as many birds as she could carry, and while the two midshipmen ran her off, Mr. Large sat aft, ready to use his paddles directly they jumped on board. This they nimbly did, and seized their paddles. Mr. Large would certainly upset the canoe had he made the attempt to get in after she was afloat. Desmond and Tom managed it, however, very cleverly, and away she dashed. They were soon amid the breakers. The canoe, however, rode buoyantly over them, and was quickly skimming across the placid water to the southward. They had not gone far when a wreath of smoke was seen rising above the island, and presently the Gauntlet herself appeared, towing a dhow, which they had little doubt she must have captured. "My luck!" cried the boatswain. "I'd have given a week's pay rather than to have missed being on board while she was catching her first prize. However, it can't be helped. There's one good thing. As the ship must have gone away early in the night, for what the commander and everybody else knows, we may have been waiting out here for them ever since. Don't talk about the way I was treated by the birds, young gentlemen, if you please. My brother officers, the gunner and carpenter, would never cease chaffing me about it." Of course, Tom and Gerald promised to be discreet, and they were now only anxious to get over the interview with the commander, hoping they would not be asked any questions difficult to answer. "At all events, it was not our fault that we were not on board earlier," said Tom. "He can't say that, and as we bring a good supply of birds, both he and everyone else ought to be thankful to us." The canoe was alongside directly the steamer came to an anchor. They took good care to haul up the birds first, and Jack, on hearing their story, took very little notice of their prolonged stay, only expressing his satisfaction that they had got off safe. Before the ship was under way, blue lights had been burned and guns fired to recall them, but it had been at the time when they were having their first skirmish with the birds, and the signals had not been observed. What those birds were, none of them could ever discover, and the boatswain was fully persuaded that they were the harpies of whom Tom had told him. Tom was tolerably discreet, but Gerald, before long, let out the whole story, greatly to the amusement of the other warrant officers, who were continually reminding poor Mr. Large of his night on Harpy Island. "Harpy it might have been, but happy it was not," he answered with a groan. "I only wish that you two had been there. You wouldn't be so fond of talking about it as you seem to be now." As the boatswain had supposed, a dhow had been made up by the party which had landed on the larger island, and as soon as steam could be got up, the ship had gone in chase of her. She had managed, however, to run up a somewhat narrow creek, into which the boats had been sent to bring her out, and had succeeded in doing so, though all the slaves had been taken out of her, with the exception of 2 who had been found in her hold in an almost dying state. The Arab crew had escaped. The examination of the poor slaves the next morning left no doubt of her character. She was accordingly scuttled, and being then set on fire, went to the bottom. End of section 12.
Section 13 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 11, Part 1. The lookout party on the island. A slave caravan. Unwelcome visitors. 3 dhows chased. Wreck of the dhows. Rescuing the slaves. Dangerous position of the party on shore. The crewmen cross the surf with supplies. Tenderness of the sailors to the slaves. Washing a blackamoor white. As Jack was not perfectly satisfied with the anchorage near Harpy Island, he proceeded farther north to a spot which answered all his requirements, off a lofty headland with a deep bay. On the northern side of it lay a rocky island of considerable height, with trees covering the larger portion. Here a line of battle ship might have remained concealed from any vessels coming from the southward, till they were within range of the ship's guns, so that she might, if necessary, compel them to strike, without even getting under way. Farther north, the island assumed the low and barren appearance of that part of the African coast, a region as inhospitable and unattractive as could well be conceived. Within the bay was a smooth beach. Farther on, the coast was lined for some miles with threatening rocks, against which, should any unfortunate vessel be driven, she must quickly be dashed to pieces. The Gauntlet, carefully feeling her way, came to an anchorage in the bay. The second lieutenant was at once sent on shore with a party of men to climb to the summit of the peak. No very easy task, as it turned out. However, they got up at last, and the lieutenant on his return reported that from the summit of the headland he had enjoyed a view of over fully 30 miles out to sea, and up and down the coast, so that in the daytime no vessel could pass within that distance without being sighted. Several dhows had been chased and boarded, but the evidence for their condemnation had been insufficient, and with much reluctance Jack had to let them go. Both he and all under his command would have liked to be allowed to burn every dhow with a black man on board, but as such a proceeding would have been illegal, they were compelled to restrain their zeal. The Gauntlet had again come to an anchor. An hour before daybreak, Tom and Desmond, with a party of men, had been dispatched to make their way to the top of the headland, that they might obtain as extensive a view as possible over the ocean. As soon as the sun rose above the horizon, a ruddy glow suffused the sky. On reaching the rocky height at which they were aiming, the rocks they saw around appeared as if ready to topple down into the plain on the one side. On the other were deep crevices, sufficient to contain a number of men, thus forming a natural fortress which might be held by a small party against greatly superior odds, while here and there shrubs jutted out from the hollows in which soil, in the course of ages, had been deposited. As, however, it did not appear likely that any foe would take the trouble of climbing up to molest them, the midshipmen did not bother themselves about the advantages of their position. They valued the hollows rather as affording them at some period of the sun's course a shelter from his rays, and enabling them to take a quiet snooze while off watch. The summit of the cliff, however, on which they had to make their signals to the ship, was perfectly exposed on all sides, and from it they could take a view, not only over the ocean, but across a considerable part of the country to the eastward. "There's a sail," cried Tom, as he swept the wide expanse of water with his telescope. "And there's another, and another. They're coming up with a spanking breeze, and we'll try the old kettle's powers to get up with them. Make the signal, Desmond. She must stir up her fires and get under way pretty smartly, or they will have slipped by before she can pounce down on them." The signal was made, and in a short time a column of black smoke was seen ascending from the funnel of the ship. 2 of the boats were at the island, with armed crews ready to pull off towards any dhows which might come near enough to be overtaken. The boats had already seen the signal from the headland, and were pulling out from under the lee of the island. The dhows had not, as yet, apparently, discovered that foes were at hand. Out glided the steamer, her black smoke clearly indicating what she was. 2 of the inshore dhows quickly disappeared behind an intervening point, almost as high as that on which Tom and his party were posted. The boats, each selecting her prey, pulled away towards 2 dhows nearest the island, while the ship steered towards 3 others that were somewhat farther out and ahead of the rest. The wind was strong. They were all carrying moderate sail, and as they made no apparent effort to escape, it was supposed that they were legal traders. Such for some time, apparently, was the commander's opinion, as the ship's head was seen to be turning more to the southward towards one of the other dhows. Just then a sail of one of the leading dhows was seen to come down. "She's carried something away," exclaimed Tom, "and the ship can easily overhaul her." "No, she hasn't," exclaimed Desmond. "See, she's only been shifting her canvas." And presently, in spite of the fresh breeze, an enormous sail was spread in lieu of the smaller one. The other dhows followed her example, and the ship was quickly in chase of them, setting, as she went along, sail after sail, and as the broad sheets of white canvas were expanded to the breeze, her speed was evidently increased. "She's not got her full steam up yet," observed Desmond. "When she has, she'll be after them like a shot." "The shot must fly pretty fast, then. See how they bowl along," cried Tom. "Look, two of them are edging in for the land, while the third holds her course. The ship seems doubtful which she will follow. They may all be rogues together, or the last may be honest, and only wishes to lead her a wild goose chase for the sake of favoring the others. No, the commander has made up his mind that the last is no better than the rest. See, he's determined to make her heave to at all events." As Tom spoke, a puff of white smoke was seen to fly out from the bow of the gauntlet, and the faint sound of a gun reached their ears. Another and another followed, forming curves in the air. The ship was throwing shells over and around the nearest dhow to frighten her into submission. For some time she stood on, when she too altered her course to the westward. This was probably what Jack desired, because he might thus hope to capture 2 or 3 vessels instead of one. 2 other guns were now discharging shot and shell from the port bow. "I wish I was on board," cried Tom. "Surely one or other of the rascals must be caught." It was doubtful, however, whether this would be the case. One thing alone was clear, that all the 3 vessels had slaves on board, or rather than run the risk of being struck, they would immediately have hauled down their sails. Tom now turned his attention to the boats, which were still at some distance from the southernmost dhows, and seemed likely to cut them both off. The other 2 had not reappeared, but had probably found anchorage in a bay to the southward, not supposing perhaps that they had been seen. "Hurrah!" exclaimed Desmond, who had been watching the ship. "She's brought down the sail of one of the rascals, and is firing away sharply to prevent her rehoisting it." Some few more minutes passed. "She's up to her," he cried. "See, she's shortening sail, which will help to give the other fellows a better chance of escaping, but she'll not be long about it." Once more the sails were sheeted home, and the ship rushed forward after her prey, the boat she had lowered appearing like a small speck on the ocean, close to the dhow about to be boarded. The steamer was now in hot chase after the other 2 dhows, still considerably ahead of her, and making apparently for the shore, from which she was endeavoring to turn them by a rapid discharge of shot and shell. The boat's crew she had left behind were quickly in possession of the dhow, the Arabs, as far as could be seen, having made no resistance. "I thought the coast was rocky all the way to the north," observed Tom. "If those dhows run on shore, they'll be knocked to pieces in no time, and every human being on board them drowned." "I heard the master say only yesterday that there were only 1 or 2 sandy beaches of no great extent some miles on, and I suppose the dhows are making for them, though I shouldn't have thought they had got so far," answered Desmond. "I only hope the ship won't be knocking her nose on the rocks in her eagerness to get hold of the fellows." "No fear of that," said Tom. "My brother Jack is too careful to do so bungling a thing, though he's ready enough to run every risk when necessary. He wouldn't esteem your remark as a compliment." "I don't doubt his judgment," said Desmond, "though if you are not on board to give him the benefit of your advice, he may be after getting into a scrape. But, I say, what are the other 2 boats about? I had almost forgotten them." Tom turned his telescope to the southeast, in which direction the white bulging sails of the dhows could be seen shining brightly, as they floated above the blue ocean, while the boats lay ahead of them like 2 crouching savage animals waiting for their prey. They were more than a mile apart, so that they could render no assistance to each other, but apparently they considered that that would not be necessary, as the Arabs, even if they had slaves on board, were not likely to offer any resistance with a man of war in sight. There was no escape for either of the dhows, for the surf broke upon every part of the coast visible to the southward with a fury which must preclude all hope of escape to any human being on board. And thus, if they intended to fight, they must be prepared to conquer and run ahead of the ship while she was engaged with their companions nearer the shore. Still, there was sufficient probability of their doing so to make Desmond and Tom, with all the men on the rock, watch the proceedings with intense interest. On flew the dhows, their bulging sails swelling in the breeze, and the white foam flying up under their low bows. Matson, the second lieutenant, commanded one of the boats, and the senior mate the other. The object of the dhows, since they could not avoid the boats, was to try and give them the stem. But the English officers were not to be caught so at a disadvantage. The second lieutenant's boat was nearest in. As the dhow came dashing on, the lieutenant ran his boat alongside, and he and his men, like ants, could be seen scrambling up over the bulwarks. Some small, tiny puffs show that fighting was going on. Then came a pretty considerable number, though the reports which reached them sounded no louder than those of pop guns. Tom declared that he could see the flash of steel as the cutlasses glittered in the sunshine. One thing was certain, that the British crew had gained the slaver's deck, for that a slaver she was, there could be no doubt. Again, puffs of smoke were seen, and the cutlasses flashed once more, and then all was quiet. The midshipmen would have given anything to have distinguished what was going forward on deck, but they could only make out that the boat was alongside, and they could have little doubt that their friends were victorious. Still, the sail continued set, which was a suspicious circumstance. But the dhow was scarcely yet sufficiently to the northward to run in under the island. In the meantime, the second dhow had got up to the mate's boat, but she being still farther off, it was difficult to see what was taking place. She had a gun in her bows, which, as soon as the fighting began on board the first dhow, was fired into her antagonist. Then there came puffs of smoke from the latter, and she was presently alongside. Whether or not the English had got on board, it was impossible for some time to ascertain. Desmond thought that they were firing from the boat, while the Arabs were returning their fire from the dhow. Whether or not such was the case, it ceased on both sides. "Our fellows have got on board, depend on it," cried Tom, "and they're making short work of it. The Arabs can never stand our fellows' cutlasses." The second dhow, like the first, continued her course. In about a minute down came her huge sail, making it evident that she was captured, as the Arabs, if they had been successful, would have been in a hurry to get away. The first dhow had now got sufficiently to the northward to haul in for the anchorage. Her helm was put down, and heeling fearfully over, she made her way towards it. "Good heavens!" cried Tom. "What's happening to the other dhow?" He had turned his glass but for a minute to look at the first when, on again glancing at the latter, her bows had disappeared and her high stern was just sinking beneath the surface. The boat was there, but it was impossible to see who was on board. The party on the cliff were therefore left in a state of intense anxiety as to the fate of their shipmates. They could only picture to themselves numberless human beings struggling for their lives, those in the boat employed in endeavoring to pick them up. The lieutenant's party had too much to do in keeping the Arabs under to go to their assistance. By the time they could have arrived, indeed all who had not been picked up by the boat must have sunk forever. The first dhow was rapidly approaching the anchorage, and the boat, hoisting her sail, soon afterwards followed her. At all events, it was evident that their shipmates had been successful. The two midshipmen were eager to go down and meet them to hear what had happened, but they had been ordered to remain on the cliff, and could not, without being guilty of disobedience, leave their post. They had, therefore, to sit quiet and curb their impatience, while they continued to keep a lookout over the ocean. Tom and Desmond now turned their glasses towards the ship. The dhow she had captured lay with her sails lowered, waiting for her return, to be towed up to the anchorage, while she herself was still seen afar off, though at too remote a distance for her proceedings to be understood. Against the wind, however, the dhow could do nothing, and was drifting away to the northward. They were for the present, indeed, more interested with the dhows taken by the lieutenant and the other boat. Both appeared crowded with people, Arabs and blacks, besides the seamen of the Gauntlet. The boat which had carried Tom and Gerald's party on shore had returned to the ship, so that even could they have ventured to leave their post, they would not have been able to get off to satisfy their curiosity. According to the directions given, they continued looking out to the southward for the approach of any other dhows, although there was but little chance of their being stopped. as it was very evident that neither of the boats were in a condition to put off in chase of them. In a short time they saw that the boats were employed in carrying the people from the dhow to the shore, but even before they landed they were hidden from sight by the intervening rocks and trees. From the frequent trips the boats had to make, they judged that the dhow had contained a large number of slaves. By the time the blacks had been landed, 3 of the dhows they had at first seen had got almost up to the southern end of the island. "Why, I do believe they are coming to bring up at our anchorage," observed Tom. He was right. The headmost dhow, hauling her wind, stood close round to the north of the point, as if well acquainted with the locality, and although the dhow at anchor must have been seen by those on board, she stood on past her without lowering her sail. She rounded to at some distance farther in, as near, indeed, to the shore as it was safe to go. The inside dhow followed her example, as did the third, and all 3 lay close together, as if no enemy existed near them. "They seem pretty bold fellows," observed Tom, "or else they confide in their numbers. Supposing each carries 30 men, and I think I can count as many on their decks, there must be 90 in all. Rather heavy odds against our boat's crews, who have, besides, their prisoners to look after. I say, Desmond, suppose they land. We should be feeling rather foolish." "I don't think the lazy rascals would take the trouble to climb up here," answered Desmond, "and if they do, we've got our revolvers, and the men have their muskets and cutlasses, and we shall easily be able to defend ourselves. But they probably are not unprovided with long guns, though they may be only matchlocks or old muskets. They may contrive to pick us off while they keep at a safe distance." The state of affairs had indeed become serious. The midshipmen and their party were completely cut off from receiving any assistance from their shipmates on the island, who might indeed also not be in a condition to afford it. In all probability, with the pretty severe fights both boats had had, some of the men had suffered. Still, if one whole boat's crew could be mustered, Lieutenant Matson would scarcely fail to try and capture the 3 dhows which had so audaciously entered the lion's den. That he had not done so already made Tom and Desmond not a little anxious. Although the Arabs on board the dhows might have not seen the boats or the people on shore when they first entered the bay, they could not fail to do so where they now lay. Yet, instead of again weighing and standing on, which would have been their wisest course, they remained as quiet as if no enemy was near. The midshipmen's chief hope now was that the ship would quickly come back and catch the 3 dhows before they again stood out to sea. They expected every instant to catch sight of the boats pulling off to attack the dhows. Neither appeared, and at length began to fear that either Lieutenant Matson or Collins the mate, or perhaps both of them, had been killed or wounded, and that so many of the men had been hurt that they were unable to make the attempt. The day was drawing on. They had brought up a small keg of water and some provisions, or they would by this time have been almost starved, as under ordinary circumstances they would have been relieved at noon. However, as Desmond observed, they had to "grin and bear it." Still, not forgetful of their duty, they were keeping a lookout over the ocean, when one of the men exclaimed, "We shall have more visitors than we bargained for. See, Mr. Rogers, here comes a whole tribe of the rascally Arabs, and if they find us out, we shall have a squeak for it." Tom turned his glass in the direction to which the man pointed. "There are Arabs, and not a few, but the greater number of the people are blacks," he observed. "By the way they are walking, they must be slaves. That accounts for the dhows bringing up here. I've no doubt it is a caravan from the interior, and the poor wretches are being brought down to be embarked. Had the ship remained here, all 3 would have been set free as local traders. I fancy Mr. Matson suspects something of the sort, and is just waiting till they get their slaves on board to capture them. Now I think of it, I heard him yesterday say that he had discovered a deep bight at that end of the island, into which the boats could be hauled and remain perfectly concealed. If that is the case, the dhows have not seen them, and fancy that the people on shore, whom they can't have failed to discover, have no means of getting off." "Faith, I hope that's the case," observed Desmond, "for if those Arabs who are coming this way were to find us out, they'd be after shooting at us in a somewhat unpleasant manner." Tom and the rest of the party could not help feeling that Desmond was right. However, they determined to make the best of a bad case, and as they were tolerably well posted, to defend themselves against all odds. In their exposed position there could be no doubt that they had already been seen, so that they could not hope to conceal themselves, which might have been their wisest course. Tom therefore ordered his men to fire off 2 muskets to attract the attention of the party on the island, trusting that they would, as soon as they saw the Arabs, push off to their assistance. No answering signal, however, being made, the midshipmen began to have serious misgivings as to what had happened. "Well, my lads," cried Tom, addressing the 4 seamen who had accompanied him and Desmond, "we'll make the best of a bad case, and hold out as long as our ammunition lasts, and we've got strength to hold our swords and cutlasses." "Aye, aye, sir, no fear about that," was the answer. "The brown-skinned beggars won't be in a hurry to climb up here, and if they do, we'll tumble them back again faster than they came." That their men would prove staunch, the midshipmen had no fear. Still, it would be very provoking to see the Arabs embarking the slaves, and not be able to stop them. It would, however, be the height of madness to venture down from their post, for the slave traders, being all well armed, would to a certainty overpower them with numbers, and however they might have acted alone, were not likely to abandon their prey when on the point of receiving payment from the purchasers in the dhows. The Arabs, who had just approached cautiously, on discovering how small was their party, looked up at them, making threatening gestures and uttering loud shouts and cries. The poor slaves apparently could not understand the matter, and marched on with their heads cast down, many of them pictures of wretchedness and despair. There were women, some with infants in their arms, others leading little children by the hand. A large number appeared to be girls of all ages, who walked together, with scanty garments, but unencumbered by the loads which were carried by most of the rest. Then came a gang of boys, many of whom limped sadly, as their drivers compelled them to move forward at the point of spears. Some few old men were among them, who were tottering under loads too heavy for their frail limbs to bear, and then came a numerous body of men, secured 2 and 2 by heavy poles, with their necks bolted into forks, one at either end of the pole. Some trod the earth boldly, others tottered at every step, trying to exert themselves to avoid prods from the points of the spears with which their drivers were constantly threatening them. Such had too probably been their mode of journeying for many weary miles of desert, since they had fallen into the hands of their persecutors. "I wonder how many of those poor wretches have sunk down and died on the road," observed Tom, "or been knocked on the head by those wretched Arabs." "Faith, it makes one's blood boil," cried Desmond. "In spite of all odds, I should like to pounce down upon them, and set the poor negroes free." The men expressed themselves much in the same strain, and would very willingly have followed the midshipmen, had they acted according to their wishes, but both knew that they had no business to leave their post, even had there been any probability of success. Boats now came off from the dhows, and the business of transporting the slaves on board commenced, while an armed party of Arabs was drawn up near the foot of the cape to prevent any attempt which might be made by the British seamen to interfere with their proceedings. Nearly all the slaves had been got on board, when the Arabs, no longer being engaged in guarding them, began to show evident signs that their intentions were hostile. Presently a personage of more importance, probably the chief slave dealer, arrived, with several additional armed attendants. The midshipmen saw the other Arabs pointing them out to him. A consultation which was then held resulted, apparently, in a resolution to attack them. Shouts and cries of hatred arose from the assembled Arabs, who, flourishing their weapons, advanced towards the hill, evidently with the intention of climbing it. End of section 13. Section 14 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 11, Part 2. We must leave the midshipmen in their perilous predicament, and follow the Gauntlet, which, having captured one of the dhows, of which she was in chase, as has been described, stood after the other 2. They were both fleet vessels, and with their enormous sails filled to bursting, seemed to glide over the surface like those winged creatures which may be seen in summer skimming across the surface of a pool. The boilers were heated to the utmost, and with sail and screw, the ship dashed forward in chase. The nearest dhow was the first to haul in for the shore, while the other continued her course, hoping to escape. "The first bird is already ours," observed Jack to Higson. "She'll not venture to run her stern on the rocks, and if we attempt further to interfere with her, we shall lose the second. If she ventures to run out to sea, we shall have time to settle with the one ahead, and catch her into the bargain." The dhow spoken of was continuing her course towards the shore, with the intention, it was supposed, of anchoring, and waiting till she could again make sail, and run out to sea before the ship had settled with her consort. The Gauntlet stood on as before, though she was gaining little, if anything, on the fast-sailing dhow. Still, one of the shot or shell she was firing might carry away a mast or tear the sail in pieces, and Jack, trusting to that chance, hoped to capture her at last. A stern chase is a long chase under most circumstances, and the Arabs probably thought that they might possibly keep ahead till nightfall and escape during the darkness. She was a large vessel, and she might have 300 or 400 slaves on board, and was on every account therefore worth catching. On she went for several miles, the Gauntlet inch by inch at length gaining on her. 2 shot had already passed through her sail, and a shell had burst so near that possibly some of her crew might have been hit. Gradually she was edging towards the shore, where a sandy beach could be discovered from the ship. It was of no great extent, as there were rocks at either end, but if the dhow could reach it, she might be run on shore, and the blacks landed before the boats could reach her to prevent them. To stop her from doing this was impossible, unless a happy shot should carry away her mast or yard. Nearer and nearer she drew to the beach, on which a heavy surf was breaking. "The fellows will drown themselves if they attempt to land there," said Jack. "I'm not so certain of that," answered Higson. "A certain percentage may be lost, but the Arabs will care nothing about that, provided they can get the greater number on shore. As they themselves swim like fishes, they have no fear of losing their own lives." The dhow heeled over to the breeze, but still kept her large sail standing. There was no longer any doubt that the Arabs had resolved to beach her. "Give her a shot," cried Jack, "right over her. It may show them that even if they do reach the shore, they have no chance of escaping from us." A shot was fired, another and another followed, flying over the dhow's sail and pitching into the beach, towards which she was rushing to her destruction. Should she strike it, could any of the human beings on board escape? The surf was rolling in heavily, and breaking with continued roar on the sand, rushing far up, and then receding with still greater rapidity. Notwithstanding this, the Arabs, maddened at the thoughts of capture, stood desperately on. They themselves might escape, and what mattered to them the lives of their wretched captives? Should a few be rescued, it would be better than letting the whole fall into the hands of the hated white men. The miserable blacks had no choice between a speedy death or a lingering captivity. The foam-topped breakers were dancing up on either side of the devoted vessel. Through them she rushed, and the next instant, by the fearful heave she gave, it was seen that she had struck. Every glass was turned towards her as the ship stood on, keeping the lead going, till, the water shallowing, she must come to an anchor. A minute scarcely had elapsed after the dhow struck, when a black stream was seen issuing from beneath her, some moving figures on shore in colored dresses showing that the Arabs had first escaped. But of what does that string consist? Of hundreds of human beings, men, women, and children, who had, when the vessel struck, been set free by their owners. Now one breaker, now another, burst down upon them and carried some of the dark string away. Their ranks were quickly filled up, and on the string went. It seemed never-ending as the blacks in the hold, scrambling up on deck, threw themselves overboard to join those who had already reached the shore. "They must be stopped at all events," cried Jack. "If they attempt to cross the desert, they will be starved to death, or fall into the hands of the murderous Somalis." Notwithstanding the heaviness of the surf, it was soon seen that a large number of blacks had reached the shore. At first they assembled in groups, but now, as they looked towards the ship, terrified by the tales their Arab captors had told them of the white men's cannibal propensities,
they began to fly as fast as their cramped limbs would allow them in parties towards the interior. "They will escape to their certain destruction if they are not frightened back," said Jack. "Keep the guns playing. Fire another shot ahead of them. It will stop them from going off in the direction they are taking." Several shot were fired over the heads of the fugitives, each column being turned as the wretched beings saw the sand thrown up just before them, and believed that destruction would await them if they took that direction. It was, however, only to try and escape in another. In the meantime, the instant the steamer had stopped her way, 3 boats had been lowered, and, impelled by their hardy crews, regardless of the danger run, were making their way towards the dhow. 2 boldly pushed through the surf, while the third brought up just outside the breakers, ready to receive any of the slaves who might be caught. Archie Gordon was in one, with the second master. The boatswain was in another, with Hamed, the interpreter, while Higson took command of the large boat. Jack watched them with no little anxiety, for the expedition was a hazardous one. The guns continued firing away, now by their shot or shell checking the advance of the fugitives in one direction, now in another. Still, in spite of the shot, the Arabs kept urging on the slaves, and making them scatter far and wide, induced them to continue their flight. The 2 boats, at some little distance apart, entered the breakers, and almost immediately were seen to have reached the shore, while Mr. Large remained by the boats with 3 hands to look after them. The rest of the party, led by Archie and Hamed, set off in pursuit of the fugitives. Strong and active, they quickly overtook a large party of the blacks, and Hamed, as was seen by his gestures, was addressing them, probably telling them of their folly in being alarmed, and advising them to return to the shore. As the crews had landed, the boats had been hauled off by their crews from the beach. Presently Mr. Large was seen hauling one of them up on the beach, and having done so, he hastened away towards the second. But before he arrived, she was observed in the midst of the breakers, the next instant to be cast, a shattered wreck, on the beach. He and the 2 men with him twice rushed down into the surf, the second time with another man who had joined them. Again and again they made the same desperate rush into the boiling waters. The life of a fellow creature depended upon their success. The last rush they made were successful, and a human form was soon dragged out of the water, but he did not rise to his feet. Carrying him up some little distance, they laid him on the sand, bending over him, then, rising and casting a lingering glance behind them, hurried on to meet a party of blacks who, escorted by some of their shipmates, were approaching the beach. The Arabs and fugitive slaves had, in the meantime, disappeared over the sand-hills, with the seamen still in hot pursuit, enjoying the chase, shouting to each other, and turning here and there as they caught sight of the larger party of blacks ahead, whom they were striving desperately to overtake. Sometimes one, in his eagerness, would tumble over on his nose, but quickly picked himself up again. Now an unfortunate black was overtaken and seized by the arm. For collar he had none to catch hold of. Down he would fall to his knees, imploring his captor not to murder him, when the sailor would pat him on the head and try to make him understand that his intentions were friendly. Hamed, with his robes girded round him, was as active as anyone, shouting to the blacks that no harm was meant them, and that the sailors only wished to prevent them from being carried off into the desert to perish miserably. His exhortations and the seamen's activity resulted in the capture of 50 or 60 blacks, who were brought in from all directions. But still some of the seamen continued the pursuit, and Jack, fearing that they might be carried by their ardor too far, fired a gun and hoisted a signal for their return to the beach. Fortunately, the signal was seen by Archie, and the stragglers returned, most of them leading 1 or more blacks, some with children in their arms, 1 or 2 trotting along with a child under each arm, generally squalling and crying like a couple of sucking pigs. It took some time before the whole of the party were collected on the beach. It was then seen that they were making arrangements for coming off. Jack felt considerable anxiety about the matter. The surf had greatly increased since they went on shore, and even then 1 of the boats had been lost. Now all depended upon 1 boat, which must of necessity be heavily laden. He was not quite at his ease, however, with regard to the ship. She was much closer inshore than any sailing vessel would have ventured. Though he knew that the screw would enable him quickly to gain an offing, he had not, as yet, that thorough confidence in its powers which long experience could give.
Nearly all his officers and a portion of his crew also were away. Indeed, he had never before been so short-handed. However, nothing could be gained by delay. He made a signal for the boat to come off as soon as possible, a line being carried from the first lieutenant's boat outside the surf to the shore, and by its means the small boat was to be hauled through the breakers. First, a portion of the blacks were placed in her, when the boatswain, taking a seat in the stern, with 4 hands to pull, she, with her living freight, was shoved off. Now she rose to the top of a sea which rolled in, and now she sank into the hollow between that and the following sea, which so completely hid her from sight that it appeared as if she had gone down. Jack heard one of the youngsters crying out, "She's lost! She's lost!" But no, once more her bow emerged amidst the foaming waters, and on she came towards Higson's boat, his crew hauling away manfully at the tow-line. Jack breathed more freely when he saw her alongside, and the blacks being transferred to the large boat. The instant they were out of her, she made her way once more to the shore. A second cargo was now embarked, and the process was repeated, happily without any accident. "She must make 2 more trips before they are all off," said Jack to the surgeon, who was standing near him. The third was accomplished as safely as the other 2. "The rest will have no difficulty in embarking, I hope," observed the surgeon. "The sea has been rapidly getting up," replied Jack. "I wish that they were all safe on board." The fourth and last trip was about to be made. Even the ship was much less steady than at first. As he took a glance to the eastward, he observed that the foam-crested seas which rolled in had increased in height. Every man on shore had embarked, and Higson's crew now began to haul in on the line. As they were doing so, a huge sea which came rushing on struck the boat, sending many a bucketful into her, and then, with a thundering roar, hissing as it went rolling on, caught the smaller boat, which had by that time performed half of her passage. Down it came upon her. The next instant the men at the warp were seen to come toppling down backwards. The rope had parted. For an instant the boat had disappeared. The next she was seen rolled over in the surf, while those who had been in her were struggling desperately to regain the shore. Jack felt more anxious than he had ever before been in his life. Fortunately, 4 of the crewmen had gone away in the boats. Numerous heads were seen amidst the seething waters. Now one emerged, and now another, as the beach was gained, while the gallant crewmen, with the best swimmers of the party, went darting here and there to assist their shipmates or the drowning blacks. All eyes in the ship were fixed on them. By degrees they emerged from the breakers, and Jack was in hopes that all had escaped, when he observed 3 of the crewmen and 2 of the sailors plunge once more into the foaming waters. They returned, dragging a body with them. Then they went in and brought out another and another. One of these, by his dress, was seen to be a seaman, and the rest were blacks. Then the party rushed down to save their boat, which was hurled on the beach, but their efforts to preserve her were in vain. Down she came with a thundering crash, those in the water narrowly escaping being crushed by her. Getting hold of her, they dragged her up, and were seen standing round her. It was, however, very evident that her bow had been crushed in, so as to render her unfit again to be launched. Higson, on coming on deck, expressed his fears that some of their shipmates had lost their lives in addition to the poor fellow who was first drowned. 50 blacks had been rescued, as many more possibly had been drowned, with numerous children whose bodies had been seen floating about, while many had been dragged off to undergo fearful sufferings, if not a cruel death, by the slavers' crew. How to rescue the party on shore was now the question, 2 boats having now been lost, and 3 others being away. Only the dinghy and a canoe remained for use. Their situation on shore seemed dangerous in the extreme. All the arms they had carried had been lost, and should the Arabs discover their defenseless condition, they would certainly not lose the opportunity of avenging themselves. Still, by no ordinary means could they be got off. Jack bethought him of consulting Tom Kettle, who, coming aft, touched his hat. "Billy Saucepan and I, we do it, sir. We go on shore in the canoe, and carry whatever you wish to send," answered Tom. "I am sure you will," said Jack. "We must send them some arms and ammunition, a keg of water and some provisions, though it will not do to overload the canoe." "We take 4 muskets, and whatever you order to send. They not sink the canoe," replied Tom Kettle. Jack directed that the arms should be wrapped in oilcloth, and that they, with the keg and a small cask containing a few eatables for the party, should be secured in the bottom of the canoe, so that, should she be capsized, they might not get washed out or be damaged. Going below, he also wrote a letter to Archie, directing him to fire off 3 muskets should the crewmen reach the shore in safety. "All ready, sir," said the head crewman. "We get there, never fear." The canoe was lowered, and Tom and his companions shoved off. Away they dashed, energetically working their paddles. The canoe was seen to enter the surf. Jack was too anxious to speak. "They'll do it," cried the doctor, but he was mistaken. The canoe dashed into the surf, and the next instant appeared bottom uppermost, rolling over and over. "The fine fellows are lost!" he exclaimed. A time of anxious suspense passed by. Now the canoe could be seen in the surf, now she disappeared, but the gallant crewmen could not be discovered, though many an eye was looking out for them. Jack took a hurried turn on deck, considering what was next to be done. Higson proposed once more going in the large boat and sending a line on shore, so as to tow the people singly off. "They would be drowned before they got halfway," said Jack. "I fear they would," answered Higson, "and the dinghy would never live in such a sea, even with only one man in her." Jack feared that he should have to remain till the next morning, but in the meantime he would certainly lose the other dhow which had been seen close inshore, while it was important to get hold of the first captured before dark, and to carry her to an anchorage. While he and Higson were discussing the subject, their ears were saluted by the report of 3 muskets, fired in rapid succession. "Tom and his mate are safe, at all events," he exclaimed, "and the best thing the party can do is now to make their way overland to the bay. Having got arms, they will be able to beat off any Arabs who may venture to attack them." The proper signal was accordingly made to Archie, who showed that he understood it by waving a handkerchief, and the whole party were seen at once to put themselves into marching order, when they began moving toward the southward along the shore. The anchor was then weighed, and the ship stood towards the spot where the dhow she before chased was last seen. The slaver, which had some time before hoisted her sail, was seen standing to the eastward, but suddenly down came the sail. "She's given in, finding it useless to attempt escaping," remarked the doctor. "I'm not so sure of that," said Higson. "See, up goes her canvas again. There, she's standing for the shore on the other tack." All hopes of cutting her off were vain. The ship dashed on, head to wind, while the dhow bounded towards the rocky coast. "The madmen!" cried Jack. "She'll be dashed to pieces in a few minutes. Throw a shell ahead of her, and may induce the Arabs to haul down their sail." The missile flew over the doomed vessel, but still she held on towards the coast. "Try and hit her," he cried out. "It may be better to sink her where our boats can pick up some of the poor wretches, than allow them to be dashed to pieces on those cruel rocks. Fire shot!" Gun after gun sent their shot at the dhow, but the range was a long one, and tossed as she was from sea to sea, while the ship herself was far from steady, they flew ahead of their mark. Jack had a hard matter not to stamp on the deck from rage at the conduct of the Arabs, and pity for the poor creatures they were thus carrying to destruction. Nothing he could do would make the ship steam faster, nor could he blame the gunners for not taking better aim. "Cease firing," he cried at last. "It is of no use now, as the dhow is within a cable's length of the breakers." The dhow flew on with her huge sail stretched to the utmost, and already heeling over fearfully. It seemed that the water must be rushing into her hold. "There is a narrow opening between the rocks," exclaimed Higson. "The dhow has been making for that." Scarcely had he spoken when she was in the midst of the breakers. They roared around her, and the next moment she was hurled up towards the beach, her huge sail flying away to leeward, and flapping wildly in the wind. It seemed impossible that any human being could escape from amid that furious mass of foam, except the strongest of swimmers. But notwithstanding this, ere another minute had passed, a black line was seen here and there, like some enormous serpent, crawling over the yellow sand from the dark wreck, the Arabs being distinguished by their colored dresses as they made their way on shore. Onward went the miserable blacks, the line becoming thinner and thinner. Still the headmost were flying,
when an enormous sea, dashing on the shore, enfolded the stranded dhow in its embrace. Even the escaping blacks halted to gaze at the spectacle, as the despairing shrieks of their wretched countrymen reached their ears, while the dhow, shattered to fragments, was carried off with all those remaining on board by the receding billows. The blacks stopped but a few moments, and then, terror-stricken, fled on into the desert, there in all probability to perish miserably. "This is terrible work!" exclaimed Jack. "Had we allowed the dhow to pass, though those poor creatures might have been kept forever as slaves, they might have retained their lives, it may be, and bettered their condition. But it was our duty to destroy the dhow at all events. Do you think it possible that any can have escaped, Higson?" This question was put as the ship neared the scene of the catastrophe. "Not likely," answered the first lieutenant, "but we can but look for them." The ship's way was stopped, and a boat being lowered pulled towards the shore. Here and there a few fragments of the wreck were seen, but not a human being could be distinguished. After examining the rocks on either side of the spot where the dhow went on shore, Higson returned to the ship. The boat was hoisted up, and a course steered for the dhow which had at first been captured. Jack had been looking out for the shore party. He saw them, as he believed, still farther to the northward, making their way over the sand. "A dreary march they'll have of it," he observed to Higson, "but with the firearms they possess they will be able, I hope, to keep the Arabs at bay, should any of the rascals take it into their heads to attack them. It is fortunate that Hammond is with them, as he may be able to communicate with any natives they may fall in with, and obtain them as guides over the hills," said Higson. "I would rather they should not fall in with any natives, who are more likely to prove treacherous than to afford them assistance," answered Jack. The attention of the officers was now, however, engaged in looking out for the dhow. Evening was approaching, and it was important that they should pick her up before dark. "There she is, right ahead!" cried the lookout from aloft. With her sail lowered, she presented but a small object on the water. The ship soon neared her. The officer in charge replied to Jack's hail. "All's right, sir, but I hope that the blacks may be received on board. If you take us in tow, I doubt if the craft will hold together." "The sooner they are out of her, the better," answered Jack. The dhow was accordingly brought alongside, and now began the task of removing the unhappy beings to the ship. The men eagerly came forward to assist in carrying the weak and helpless creatures up from the hold of the slaver, the horrible odor from which was sufficient to overcome the most hardy. So weak and emaciated from their long confinement, and their still more dreadful overland journey, were most of the negroes, then the greater number could not walk without assistance, and were carried on deck in the strong arms of the seamen. With the greatest tenderness and care did those gallant fellows carry their helpless burdens, notwithstanding the mass of filth with which they were covered, in consequence of their long imprisonment in the pestilential hold. There were nearly a dozen infants on board, the mothers of some of them being too weak to carry them. They were lifted up by the seamen, who tenderly bore them along the deck, chirping and talking to them as they would have done to their own offspring. Though 2 or 3 were sickly, and one was found dead in its mother's arms, yet they had suffered less than the somewhat older children, who had been unable to obtain their share in the scramble for food, which, from the mode the Arabs had of distributing it, must have taken place. The more helpless ones went without it, while the stronger got a double portion. There were nearly 150 children under 10 years of age. Some were in the very last stage of suffering and were mere skeletons. There were comparatively few middle-aged men, showing that they must have either fallen in battle or escaped the raids made on their villages by the slave procurers. Some, again, were old women who would, it might be supposed, from their very worthlessness, have been allowed to remain behind by their barbarous captors. "The poor old crones would not have fetched $half apiece," observed Higson. "Had these rascals any bowels of compassion, they would have spared them all the sufferings they've had to endure. But for the sake of the few dollars they may pocket, they would not mind what amount of torture they inflict. I wish we had liberty to string up the whole lot of them at our yard-arms. They would only get their proper deserts." Some time was spent before the dhow was cleared. Her Arab skipper and crew were then placed on the poop.
as they came, sulkily enough, on board. They were received by the ship's corporal and corporal of marines with no friendly looks, and were compelled pretty roughly to strip in order that they might be searched for arms and money. While they took charge of their former articles, the latter commodity was handed to the paymaster. On their clothes being returned, they were sent on to the poop under charge of a sentry to await their fate, whatever that might be. "Are all out of the dhow?" asked Higson of the carpenter and his crew, who had been sent to board her. "I'll take one more look around," was the answer, and a lantern being handed to him, he descended with some of his men into the hold. They presently returned carrying 3 human beings, but what they were it was difficult to say, till they were handed up on board. One proved to be an old woman, who could scarcely open her eyes. The other 2 were lads, who had been found almost buried in the sand which served as ballast for the vessel. They were placed among the other worst cases, of whom the doctor expressed his belief that several were past recovery. The younger and best-looking young women, as being the most profitable part of the cargo, had been better cared for than any of the rest, while the men and boys had been almost starved, the object of the Arabs being to expend as little food for them as possible. "The dhow is clear, sir," reported the carpenter. "Scuttle her," said Jack, "and set her on fire. The Arabs shall see that we don't take them for the sake of their craft. It may serve as a slight punishment for them to see her burning." With infinite satisfaction, the carpenter and his crew distributed some bundles of oakum and shavings in different parts of the vessel, and setting them on fire, quickly climbed out of her, when Jack shouted, "Turn ahead!" and the gauntlet steamed on, leaving the dhow enveloped in flames. The whole operation was so speedily performed that the Arabs opened their eyes with astonishment. Most of them took it, however, quietly enough. But the Nagoda, to whom the vessel belonged, plucked his beard with rage as he saw his property destroyed. "Serve him right," was the remark made by not a few of those on board, though the greater number were too actively employed to notice what had occurred. Their first business was to clear the unfortunate creatures from the filth with which they were literally covered from head to foot. Warm water and sponges and towels were brought from below to perform the operation on those who were too weak to bear any more severe process, while the larger number were placed under the steam hose, which was set to work pumping water over them, the seamen turning them round, and exposing those parts of their bodies to which the dirt clung the thickest. "Well, if we can't make a blackamoor white, we can wash him clean at all events," remarked Nat Bolus, the wag of the crew, "though I don't think as how we could have done it without the help of this here steam." Even the stronger ones were handled kindly, but the poor weak creatures, who could scarcely lift their arms, were treated with such gentleness by the rough seamen as any trained hospital nurses could have used. Their dirty rags, on being removed, were immediately thrown overboard as utterly unfit for further use. In the meantime, the cook had been busy in the galley boiling beans and rice, some of which had been found in the dhow, though the ship had a quantity for such emergencies. The next operation was to clothe the poor blacks, for which purpose both officers and men ransacked their wardrobes. Sheets, tablecloths, towels, bed curtains, shirts, and flannels were willingly brought forth and put over their naked bodies as they came out from under the hose. By the time they were all washed, the cook announced that the food was ready, and they were made to sit down in circles of 20 on the deck, when the men, told off for the purpose, carried round the bowls, which were placed in the center of each ring. The degraded state to which they had been reduced was now more fully exhibited, for instead of gratefully receiving the food, they rushed at it much as a pack of hungry dogs would have done, scratching, crying, and striking at each other, for fear that their neighbors might get a larger share than themselves. It was humiliating to the lookers-on to see beings with immortal souls thus acting the part of wild beasts. And yet these very beings were capable of receiving the truths of the gospel, and it might be hoped that even now many might have the opportunity of being raised to a state much superior to that from which they had fallen. In spite of the exhortations of the seamen to the poor creatures to be quiet, they continued their shrieks and cries, each thrusting his or her hand into the dish to seize as large a portion as it would hold, and then to cram it into their mouth much after the fashion of a monkey. Indeed, as Nat Bolus remarked, "They looked for all the world like a assemblage of huge baboons." The smaller children, who were too weak to feed themselves, were committed to the care of the seamen, and a dozen or more hardy tars were to be seen with basins and spoons in their hands, and little children on their knees, ladling the food down their throats, till the doctor had to interfere to save the infants from being killed from repletion. The worst cases had been removed to the sick bay, where every care was bestowed on them both by the surgeon and officers, who produced preserved milk, wine and spirits, and various delicacies which might assist in restoring almost exhausted nature. Many were too far gone to exhibit any feeling, their only desire apparently being to be allowed to die in peace. But others endeavored to express their gratitude by all the means in their power, though, as Hamid was on shore, they had no means of doing so in words. The great difficulty was to stow away so large a number of persons on the deck of the ship. Of course, they could not be allowed to go below, where the crew were already somewhat closely packed for that hot climate. The poor creatures were made to lie down side by side, and sails being got up were spread over them, while screens were rigged to keep off the wind, and an awning stretched over all. Here, at all events, they had fresh air, and were tolerably protected from the weather. Even now many, it appeared, did not understand that all was being done for their benefit, while a large number, their limbs aching with pain, gave utterance to the most lamentable groans and shrieks, which were heard all night long throughout the ship, as she made her way to her former anchorage. This was only one of many similar scenes which Jack witnessed while engaged in the suppression of the slave trade. End of section 14. Section 15 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 12. The lookout party attacked. Repulse and flight of the Arabs. Securing the prisoners. A night on the beach. Rejoin the ship. Burning of the dhow. Arabs attempt to escape to the mainland but fall victims to sharks. Encounter with another slave caravan. Return to the ship. Tom Rogers and Gerald had watched the approach of the Arab slave dealers to the foot of the hill.
"You may howl as you like, my boys," cried Gerald, "but if you attempt to climb up here, you will be sent tumbling down again faster than you came up."
Tom, meantime, was keeping an eye on the movements of the Arabs, and the moment he saw them lift their matchlocks, he shouted to his men to jump down into one of the hollows, he himself setting the example, so that the bullets either flew over their heads or struck the rocks behind which they were concealed.
"The rascals think they've blown us off the face of the earth,"
said Tom, who had found a spot with a bush through which he could thrust his telescope and yet remain perfectly sheltered behind the rock.
"They're looking about them, wondering where we've gone to. If we had but a few more muskets, we could pick off every one of them."
Still, the Arabs showed no inclination to climb the face of the hill. Had the midshipmen and their party remained concealed, possibly the slave dealers might have taken their departure inland. But Gerald, forgetting the danger they were in, could not resist jumping up on top of the rock and shouting out in a tone of derision at their foes. Tom, seeing the Arabs about to take aim at him, pulled him down just at the moment that a whole volley of shot came whizzing through the air.
"You may fire away as much as you like," cried Desmond, "but you won't hurt us."
Though it would have given the Arabs infinite satisfaction to cut the throats of the whole of the party, they still hesitated to run the risk of being shot themselves at close quarters, probably supposing that the English were better armed than was the case. Tom watched all their movements through his glass. At length, the chief of the slave dealers, who had gone down to the dhows, returned on shore with several companions. Tom saw the others apparently telling him what had occurred. He appeared to be addressing them and working them up to mount the hill, then, waving his crooked sword, he led them on towards the only path by which they could ascend, they following, shouting, and shrieking out vows of defiance.
"They're coming," cried Gerald. "There's no mistake about it this time." "Well, then, you take one pistol and I'll take another," said Tom, "and as they get near enough we must pick off their leaders. Tim Nolan and the other fellows must manage the rest after they have fired their muskets with their cutlasses, and I have no fear but we shall give a very good account of the whole party."
Tom directed the men where to post themselves so that they could remain concealed behind the rocks till it was time to spring out and meet the enemy hand to hand. "That chief, or whatever he calls himself, seems a bold fellow," observed Tom, "for he keeps ahead and seems to be encouraging his followers. Who wouldn't, without him, have had any stomach for the fight? We must do our best to try and pick him off, and if we can manage to give him his quietus, the rest will quickly run away." The path made by the signal party was so narrow that there was not room for 2 people abreast. Some little way down, however, there was a sort of platform on which a considerable number could collect together. "If we stop them before they get up there," observed Tom, "we should have only one at a time to handle, whereas if they manage to assemble at that place, they might pepper us in an unpleasant manner." "I'm ready," cried Desmond. "If you'll give the word, we'll all spring out together and stop them before they reach it." Desmond told the men what Rogers proposed doing. They, of course, were ready to obey him, though it might have been safer to remain where they were. Still, it was important that they should conceal themselves till the last moment. The leading Arab, with his sword in his teeth, was only a couple of yards or so below the platform. "Let fly at the fellows!" cried Tom. The men fired their muskets. "Now, lads, we'll be at them!" shouted their young leader, and springing up he bounded over the rock, followed by Desmond and the 4 men, just in time to catch the leading Arab as his hand was on the edge of the platform. With a down-handed cut of his sword, Tom sent the Arab falling headlong down the cliff. The next met with the same fate, but the chief, who had allowed the other 2 to precede him, shouted to his followers to fire at the Englishmen. The order was obeyed, and a shower of bullets came whizzing by them. Tom, in return, fired at their leader, and, without stopping to see the effect of his shot, shouted to his men to fall back under cover before a second volley could reach them. Scarcely had they got under shelter when the Arabs again fired. He saw that his former maneuver would not again be executed with the same success. The death of 2 of their companions appeared to have damped the ardor of the Arabs, who remained perched about the rocks, waiting for an opportunity to pick off any of the defenders of the height who might venture to show themselves. This, however, neither Tom nor his companions intended doing. Tom had recovered his glass, which he had left behind, and had taken a glance over the ocean to the northward in hopes of seeing the ship, believing that her appearance would very quickly induce the Arabs to hurry off. She was nowhere to be seen, though he had caught sight of several dhows running to the northward. While thus engaged, the voice of the old chief was again heard, and though they could not understand his language, yet they judged from his tones that he was endeavoring to induce his countrymen to renew the attack. "It can't be helped," observed Tom calmly. "If they attempt to storm our position, we must drive them back. Our wisest plan will be to keep under shelter as long as we can, and then to spring out on them as soon as they get their noses near enough." "Aye, aye, sir," cried the men in cheerful tones. "We'll soon give them a taste of our cutlasses, and they'll not wish to have a second bite." Tom's suspicions were confirmed when in another minute a hot fire was again opened, the bullets just clearing the edge of the platform, and directly afterwards the chief and several of his followers sprang up upon it. Once having gained possession of the ground, it was easy enough for the rest. Matters were now becoming far more serious than before. From another opening in the rock, Tom, although still concealed from the Arabs, was able to look down upon the anchorage. "Hurrah!" he exclaimed. "Mr. Madsen has not been asleep. There comes the boat from the island, and if the slavers are not sharp about getting under way, she'll have the whole of them, but 1 or 2 are pretty sure to be caught." As he spoke, the report of a gun was heard, and it was seen that the boat, as she pulled towards the slavers, was firing at them from her bow. The Arabs on the hillside, startled by the sound, looked round. Those who were in position to see what was happening below shouted to their companions, who speedily began to leap down the rocks, most of those on the platform, in their hurry and fright, springing down a distance by which they ran an imminent risk of breaking their necks. Others bounded down the pathway in a mode terror alone could have prompted them to venture on. "Now's the time!" exclaimed Desmond, seizing several large stones which lay in the hollow. "If our bullets can't reach them, these will." And he and Tom, leaping from under cover onto the platform, while their men kept up a brisk fire, began to pelt the retreating Arabs, 3 of whom were knocked over, several others having broken their legs or necks in their flight, till the hillside presented the appearance of a battlefield. All this time the midshipmen and sailors were shouting and hallooing at their flying foes. The larger number of the Arabs, however, reached the bottom of the hill unhurt, and were seen hurrying down to the shore, apparently with the intention of shoving off to the dhows to assist their countrymen. They were all collected together, engaged in launching a boat, when a shell plunged right in among them, killing and wounding several. The rest, fearing the visit of another missile, took to flight. The desire, however, of preventing the slaves being captured, either by bringing them on shore or beating off the English, induced them to go back and make a second attempt. But scarcely had they collected when another shell pitched right into the boat, shattering her to pieces and laying low 2 more of their number. This was more than their greed of gain could stand. Again they took to flight, following their chief, who made towards the only shady spot in the neighborhood, where a horse was left tethered. Mounting, he galloped off, followed by the rest of his gang on foot. The party on the hill were at first doubtful whether they ought to follow the fugitives, as Desmond had suggested. Tom, however, thought that they decidedly ought to prevent any slaves who might be landed from escaping. One of the dhows was seen hoisting her sail. Having cut her cable, she stood out to sea, while the other 2, in order to give her a better chance of escaping, commenced firing at the boat, expecting that she would at once attack them. The lieutenant, however, had made up his mind to have all 3, and disregarding their shots, he pulled away after the first, at the same time firing his bow gun at her rigging. She was a fast vessel, and was leading the boat out of the harbor. The other 2 dhows, seeing this, began to hoist their sails for the purpose of slipping out astern of her. As he might possibly lose all 3, the lieutenant now put back and managed to run on board one of the dhows. The Arabs fought desperately, and it seemed doubtful who would gain the victory. "I wish we were on board to help them," exclaimed Desmond. "If I thought we could swim as far, I should propose going off to her." "Better stay where we are," said Tom. "We shall have work enough to do. See, the other dhow is coming round with the intention of running on shore. Probably those on board don't see her friends scampering off, and they hope to reland their slaves. It is fortunate we are here to prevent them escaping. Perhaps they have been so busily engaged that they may not have seen us, and I propose that we hide ourselves behind those rocks out there, and if the slaves land, we can rush out and surprise them." The plan suggested by Tom was instantly put into execution. Notwithstanding the opposition of the crew, the dhow attacked by the lieutenant was quickly captured, and again brought to an anchor, when, leaving some of his people on board, he made sail after the first dhow, which there was still a possibility he might overtake. The midshipman could hear his gun rapidly fired, showing that he was trying to bring down her sail. The last of the 3 dhows had now stranded, and the cries and shrieks which arose showed that the Arabs were throwing the unfortunate blacks into the water, and compelling them to make their way on shore. Tom and Desmond agreed that it would be no easy matter to stop the blacks and to fight the Arabs at the same time, as they would be certain to try and make off with as many of the Negroes as they could. Looking out from their hiding place, they saw the beach covered with blacks who had swum and waited on shore, but the Arabs themselves were waiting on board till all were out of the vessel, intending to come on shore in their boat. Probably they expected that their friends would hurry down and assist them in securing their captives. Just as the boat left the side of the dhow, the midshipmen, uttering loud shouts, rushed out of their hiding place, while the blacks, seeing them, ran on either side like a flock of scared sheep. The sailors in vain tried to reassure them. As they had not much time to do it, it was necessary to attack the boat before the Arabs reached the shore. The latter were evidently taken by surprise, and cramped in the boat, which was tossing about, were unable to use their firearms to any effect. A few shots were fired wildly, and the next instant, as she was thrown on the beach, the midshipmen and their followers, rushing into the water, attacked the crew so vigorously with their cutlasses that half their number were killed or wounded before they could defend themselves, while the rest, as they were dragged out, were made prisoners. The wounded were allowed to lie on the shore, while the rest were secured by ropes, which had been brought on shore to bind any refractory slaves. No victory could have been more complete. The next business was to stop the blacks, who were hurrying away in different directions. In vain the sailors shouted to them. Some persisted in running off into the wilderness, but a considerable number were at length turned back to the seashore, where they all stood crowded together, too much alarmed to know what to do, and gazing at their late masters with astonishment. Still, should they attempt to break loose, it would be no easy task to stop them. Every now and then Tom kept looking out for Mr. Matson's boat, and was not sorry to see her returning, though one of the dhows had escaped. "There is a chance still that the ship will pick her up," observed Tom. "We want his help to take care of the poor blacks and to look after these Arabs.
How to feed them all will be a puzzle." "I suppose there's food on board the dhow," observed Desmond. "Yes, but how are we to get it? If we pull off to her, the blacks will run away, or the wounded Arabs will get up and release their companions," said Tom. "Faith, then, the best way will be to take them on board with us," said Desmond. "It's somewhat like the story of the fox and the goose and the peas."
The day was wearing on, and the lieutenant's boat had been led a long way out to sea, so that it would be almost dark before she could reach the shore. The midshipmen themselves were becoming very hungry and thirsty, for they had left their provisions on top of the cliff, and could not venture back to procure them. They had not a moment's rest. Every now and then they were compelled to start off, now in one direction, now in another, to turn back the negroes, who were constantly making attempts to run off. While Tom was watching the boat, 2 shots were heard in rapid succession from the island, towards which he at once saw her alter her course. "She'll not be coming here after all," he exclaimed. "Something has happened on the island, and now is a signal to her to put in."
"We must make the best of a bad case, then," said Desmond. "I propose that we compel all the blacks to sit down in a ring. They will be better off than they were in the hold of the dhow, and will have no reason to complain. We must make them understand that if any of them attempt to get up they will be shot. As for the wounded Arabs, we must place a sentry over them, and tell them the same, while we must see that the prisoners' arms and legs are securely lashed. If the other fellows don't come back, I see no reason why, providing we keep our eyes open, we shouldn't get on very well. It won't be very pleasant to walk about all night, but it will be better than allowing the Arabs to cut our throats, or letting the blacks escape, for their sakes and our own."
"A very good proposal, Desmond," said Tom. "I couldn't have thought of a better myself, and we will at once carry out your plan." Tom explained to the men what they wished to have done, who, choosing a spot just above the high water mark, made the blacks understand that they were to go and sit down there. They put the women and children in the center, then the weaker-looking people and lads, and the stronger men outside of all. They could thus better keep an eye on those most likely to try to escape, and they managed to impress on their minds pretty clearly what they intended doing, should they make the attempt. These arrangements being made, they hoped to get through the night without losing any of their prisoners, even should Mr. Matson not arrive to their assistance. They were, however, suffering considerably from hunger and thirst, and at last Tim Nolan, touching his hat, offered to go off to the dhow and bring on shore something to eat. As there was still some daylight, Tom thought that he could manage to keep the blacks in order, and agreed that Esmond should go, accompanied by Tim, while he and the other 2 men kept a strict watch over their charges. As the tide had already run out, the boat had but a short distance to traverse. In a short time Desmond came to the bow of the dhow, and shouted out that they had found plenty of food, and would bring some kettles on shore to cook it. "By all means," answered Tom. After a little time the boat returned with several casks and bags, 2 large cooking pots, and a quantity of wood. These things were indeed welcome. Being carried up to a spot somewhat inland where the blacks sat, a fire was kindled, the pots put on to boil, and a cask of water having been brought from the vessel with some bamboo cups, it was served round to the prisoners after they themselves had first drunk. It was difficult, however, to help them, as the first who seized the mug would not pass it on, in spite of all the seaman could do, until he had drained it to the bottom. The seaman would not allow those who had already drunk to have any more till the whole of the party had been supplied. By the time the water had been served out, the contents of the pots were sufficiently boiled. Now came the most difficult task, to divide the food fairly among so many people. They would gladly have fed the children and women first, but, placed as they were, that was impossible. However, they were afraid to let them shift their positions. The moment a basin was handed to one of the men, he would not give it up until he had emptied it. Even when the men had been fed, they would scarcely allow their weaker companions to receive their portion, but tried to snatch it from the hands of the seamen. Night found them thus employed. The fire they had kindled was now of the greatest assistance in enabling them to continue serving out the food, and, at the same time, to watch their prisoners. Though some figs and other delicacies were found on board, the midshipmen would not give them to the Arabs, but properly allowed them only such food as they had laid in for their captives. The fellows grumbled, but hunger made them accept it. At last, by using kind tones and by gentle treatment, the seamen quieted the fears of the blacks, who now seemed perfectly resigned to their lot, and showed no inclination to run away. Still the midshipmen did not relax in their vigilance. So busily employed were they that the night passed away more rapidly than they had expected. Their chief anxiety was regarding the events which had happened on the island, and which had induced Mr. Matson to land there instead of coming to their assistance. They feared that the Arabs taken in the dhows had given more trouble than those they had captured. Possibly the lieutenant, confiding in the strength of his party, had not thought it necessary to bind them, and they had consequently attempted to regain their liberty. However, this was only conjecture, and they were compelled to wait patiently to ascertain the truth, hoping that nothing very serious had happened. Notwithstanding the general quiet observed by the prisoners, now and then a black got up and looked about him as if contemplating a start, but was detected almost immediately by Tom and Desmond, or one of the seamen, and compelled to sit down again in a good-humored manner. "You mustn't be after giving leg bail to us, old fellow," exclaimed Tim Nolan, patting the black on his back. "You'll have plenty of grub tomorrow, and we'll be taking you to a pleasanter country than this. There's another of them," and away he would start farther round the circle. There was evidently no combination among the blacks, or by a number rising together they might have made their escape. They had all probably been brought from different districts, and scarcely understood each other's language, many of them having come from the neighborhood of Lake Nyassa, and others purchased from the Portuguese much farther south. A still stricter watch was kept over the Arabs, who growled and cursed at their captors, but were unable to cast off the well-secured lashings by which they were bound. Thus the night passed on. Tired as all hands were, no one sat down even for a moment, and 6 people, armed only with pistols and cutlasses and a couple of muskets, were able to keep 300 in subjection. "I'd give a good deal to be able to turn into my hammock," exclaimed Desmond. "We may have the chance before long, then," said Tom. "See, there are the first streaks of dawn, and hurrah, here comes the ship. I thought I saw her a minute ago, and now I am certain of it," he added, looking through his telescope. "She'll be here in less than an hour." As daylight increased, some of the blacks caught sight of the ship, which, steaming on, head to wind, seemed to create no little astonishment, and still more alarm, in their minds. The seamen did their best to quiet them, going round and round the circle and talking in cheerful tones, which had their due effect, although the words they spoke were not understood. Desmond proposed getting some more wood and provisions from the dhow. They were quickly brought on shore, when the fires, which had almost burned out, were again made up and another supply of food cooked. The same scene took place as before. The poor negroes scrambled and screamed over it, though the seamen did their best to serve it out impartially. Then the Arabs had their share of food, and the wounded men were looked to. One of them had died during the night, it having been impossible to attend to him. Indeed, they were not aware how badly he had been hurt. With infinite satisfaction, the 2 midshipmen at length saw their ship come to an anchor. A couple of musket shots attracted the attention of those on the lookout on the board, and a boat was seen to put off from her. In a short time Higson, with a party of men well armed, stepped on shore. "I can heartily compliment you both," he said, after he had heard the account Tom and Gerald gave of their proceedings. "Now, the sooner we get these poor fellows on board, the better. We have a good number already, and there must be as many more from what I saw on the island, but they stow pretty closely, and we must make the best of our way to the Seychelles or some other place to dispose of them. The Arabs deserve to be left behind, but as they would certainly die in this inhospitable region, we must in charity carry them off, and leave them to be disposed of by the Sultan of Zanzibar, as he may think fit." Although the women and children under some circumstances would have been the first to be removed, as the men would be likely to give most trouble if left on shore, 50 of them were embarked and carried on board the ship, the boat then returning for another cargo. Thus, in the course of time, all were transferred on board. Tom and Gerald, who had gone in the second trip, received their due praise for their conduct. The prisoners from the second dhow, captured by Mr. Matson, at length arrived, with a large number of slaves and the Arab crews. He had a sad account to give, but Tom and Gerald, though they had been eager to hear it, were by that time fast asleep in the berth, thoroughly done up with their exertions. Both the dhows were set on fire, that they might not fall into the hands of the Arabs. On the sinking of the dhow by the senior mate, in his attempt to save some of the women and children, he himself had lost his life. But the Arab crew from Swimmingwell had been picked up. 2 seamen had been killed, and only 40 blacks had been rescued. and the boat herself had been so damaged that it was with difficulty she reached the island, when the Arabs, who had not been secured, leaping on shore, made off among the rocks. The dhow captured by Mr. Matson was in so leaky a state that he had been compelled to land all the blacks, as well as the Arabs, who entreated not to be left on board. Trusting to their gratitude, he allowed them, when landed, to remain at liberty, without having examined them to ascertain whether they had concealed any arms about their persons. His boat also had suffered considerably. He was thus prevented from attacking the three dhows when they first came to an anchor. He had indeed enough to do to look after the numerous liberated blacks, while several of his crew, who had been badly wounded, required to be attended to. So occupied had he been that not till the dhows appeared did he think of sending the carpenter's mate and 2 men to repair the boat. In the meantime, several of the Arabs had stolen off and joined their countrymen who had before made their escape. Leaving a small party only to guard the blacks and protect the wounded, as soon as the boat was repaired he set off, as has been described, to attack the three dhows. After his unsuccessful chase of the one which escaped, he was returning to help Tom and Gerald when he was summoned to the island by a prearranged signal. On landing, he found that the Arabs had rushed down on the camp, liberated the remainder of the prisoners, and having attacked the party left in charge, were inciting the blacks to escape. His speedy return compelled the Arabs to fly, but not till they had induced 30 of the blacks to run off with them. As they could not get over to the mainland, Jack sent a large party on shore to sweep the island from one end to the other, and to capture every Arab and black who could be found. Tom and Gerald, who, after their snooze, awoke, as they declared, perfectly fresh, begged leave to join it, as they were as eager as any to rescue the poor blacks who had so quickly again been brought into slavery by the Arabs, while they wished to recapture the latter and to stop their slave dealing for the future. The party had proceeded halfway along the island, Tom and Gerald being on the right or the western side, when he caught sight of a black object in the water moving away from the shore. Directly afterwards he saw several others in the same direction. "Those must be Arabs attempting to swim to the mainland," he shouted. "On, lads, and stop them! Pass the word along the line!" He and the men accompanying him hurried on, and were soon joined by Gerald and his party, when they caught sight of a dozen Arabs in the water, while many more were on the beach, endeavoring to induce the blacks to accompany them. Tom shouted to those in the water to return. The nearest obeyed on seeing the seamen present their muskets, but the others still held on their course. "Stop the fellows!" cried Tom, when the seamen fired several shots. One of the nearest was hit, but the rest continued striking out. Another volley had the effect of making 2 more turn back. 6 or 7 still held desperately on. Shot after shot was fired at them, but the wretches had other foes besides the British seamen. Soon after the leading swimmer had got out of gunshot, he was seen to throw up his arms, a piercing shriek was heard, and the next instant he disappeared beneath the surface, as it was as hazardous to turn back as to go forward. Another shortly afterwards shared the fate of the first. What horror must have filled their minds as they made their way through the water, knowing that at any instant a ravenous shark might seize their legs and drag them under. 2 or 3, however, reached the shore. Tom, who was watching them through his glass, saw them throw themselves utterly exhausted on the beach. Without food or water, their fate will be as terrible as that of those who have just lost their lives. They deserve it richly, however. There will be so many slave traders less in the world, he observed coolly. He, like many others acquainted with the atrocities committed by the Arabs, could no longer feel the slightest compassion for any sufferings to which they were subjected. The whole of the blacks were secured, as were the surviving Arabs, and marched back to be carried on board the ship. Jack, meantime, had been very anxious about the party who had to proceed overland, and he determined to send some men well armed with provisions and water to meet them. Tom and Gerald begged leave to go, in company with the doctor, who carried restoratives and medicines. The day was far advanced when they landed. They at once struck off to the north, keeping a bright lookout for the Arabs on one side and their friends on the other. It was near evening when they saw some figures wending their way over a rocky hill to the northward. They were at first doubtful whether or not they were Arabs. If such was the case, they were fully prepared for them. "No, they are our fellows," exclaimed Tom. Just as he spoke, another much larger party were seen on the left, making their way towards the first. Tom's glass was at his eye in a moment. "Those are Arabs, no doubt about it," he said. "They have muskets, too, and it's very evident that they are intending to cut off our friends. We shall disappoint them, though, I hope." The officer in command of the party, having ascertained that Tom was right, gave the order to push forward as rapidly as possible. The Arabs had apparently not yet discovered them, and were still advancing, with their gaze fixed only on those whom they hoped to make their prey. Besides the Arabs, there were numerous blacks, secured together, in the ordinary barbarous fashion, with forked sticks. There could be little doubt that they were slaves who had escaped from the wrecked dhow, and were being taken back to the coast to be embarked on board another slaver. The seamen, descending into the valley, soon lost sight of both parties. In spite of the burning sun, which made the air in the valley like that of a hothouse, they pushed rapidly on. Presently they heard some shots fired, which seemed to come from the heights above them. Those heights must be scaled before they could reach their friends. The firing became more and more rapid as they climbed up. They at last caught sight of Archie and his party, who, posted on some rocks, were defending themselves against overwhelming numbers of Arabs. Tom and Gerald uttered a loud cheer, which was taken up by the men, and then, without waiting an instant to gain breath, first firing a volley, they rushed with their cutlasses at the Arabs, who, turning and throwing down their arms, scampered off with the activity of cats, leaving 5 or 6 of their number dead or wounded behind them. The seamen pursued them along the ridge of the hill, cutting down all they overtook, but the larger number saved themselves by the fleetness of their feet. A party of them kept together, however, and made their way towards the group of slaves, in the hope, as it seemed, of carrying them off. The seamen were, however, at their heels before they could accomplish their object, and they were glad to make their escape into the desert, leaving their captives in the hands of the victors. Hamed, who had followed them, was soon able to calm the fears of the blacks, whose bonds were speedily loosed, and their necks relieved from the forked sticks. A spot which could be easily defended, should the Arabs venture to attack them, was selected for their night encampment. The ground being too uneven to allow them to travel in the dark, it was necessary to remain till the next morning to return to the ship. They had brought an ample supply of provisions, and the Arabs had compelled the slaves to carry food for themselves. The low shrubs growing on the hillside afforded an abundance of fuel. Campfires were soon lighted, and pots set boiling. Altogether, the midshipmen made themselves perfectly happy. The other officers sat round the fire, recounting their various adventures. Archie's party had met 2 or 3 wild beasts, and been threatened on their road by the Arabs who had escaped from the wrecked dhow. But they kept them at a distance with their firearms, and the fellows had not dared to attack them till, joined by the other parties proceeding to the coast, they gained confidence from superior numbers. "They must be remarkably bad shots," observed Archie, "for though they had 30 muskets among them, at the least, not one of us has been hit." In the morning he returned to the ship, having seen nothing more of the Arabs, who thought it prudent to keep at a distance from the hated Ferengis. End of section 15. Section 16 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 13, Part 1. 6 months pass away. The Gauntlet goes in search of the Romp. Jack stands by her. Breakers ahead. Anxious suspense. Probable fate of the Romp. Jack proceeds to Zanzibar. Search for Adair. Desmond and Hamed captured by Arabs. Adair and his companions rescued. Opal and Gauntlet at the Cape. A ball on shore. Jack meets an old friend. Falls in love. Return to England. Prospect of war with Russia. Massacre of Sinope. The Three Commanders appointed to ships. 6 months had passed away, and Jack Rogers had disposed of the liberated blacks, and had since been the means of setting many others free, though unhappily also the innocent cause of sending not a few to destruction, who might have otherwise drawn out a weary existence in abject slavery. Often had he to console himself with the reflection that their death truly lay at the door of the accursed slave-dealing Arabs. "It is the only way of putting down slavery that I can see, though a rough one," said Jack to himself, "till English missionaries and English merchants take possession of the country, and we can drive the Arabs and Portuguese out of it, and induce the natives themselves to rise and aid us in the glorious work. However, I shall not see those days, I fear, and in the meantime we must do what we can to catch the villains at sea." The Gauntlet was slowly proceeding southward when she fell in with the Commodore. Jack, going on board to receive orders, was directed to look out for the Opal and Romp, which were to proceed to Zanzibar and thence to the Cape of Good Hope. "That means that they are to be sent home, I suspect," observed Jack to Higson when he returned on board. "The Commodore ought to be going there too. He looks very ill, and the ship's company have suffered much from sickness." "I hope that we shall soon follow," observed Higson. "This slave hunting is all very well in its way, but it's a style of work one might get easily tired of." Jack agreed with him, but as the ship had not yet been her full time on the station, there was every probability of her having to remain some months longer. She had proceeded some way down the coast when she fell in with one of the Opal's boats, of which Jos Green had the command. He had captured one full slaver, but said that the ship had taken none. "Nor will she," he added. "Steamers or boats are the only craft suited for this sort of work." He was very thankful to have his boat hoisted on board, and the next day the Opal was fallen in with. The news that there was a prospect of her returning to England was received on board the Opal with immense satisfaction, by no one more than by her commander. Jack paid Murray a short visit, but having a cargo of liberated slaves on board, he had to continue his voyage to Zanzibar. The Opal, meantime, sailed in search of her missing boats. 2 days afterwards, as Jack was running down the coast, a bright lookout being kept for the Romp, the weather, which had been threatening for some days, became rapidly worse. The wind shifted to the southeast, then to the eastward, blowing furiously on the coast. A headland had just been doubled, forming the northern side of a deep bay, and Jack was about to put the ship's head to the eastward to gain a safe offing, when a sail was sighted on the quarter, some way up the bay. He turned his glass towards her. "What do you make of her?" he asked of Higson. "I have little doubt that she is the Romp, and if so, I wish that she were well out of her present position," he answered. "See, she is just going about. She's carrying on in the hopes of beating out of the bay, but it's as much, I fear, as she will do. And as far as I know, there isn't a place in which she can anchor, while the shore all round the bay is as wild and rocky as can be." "We must stand in and help her," exclaimed Jack. "We should only run the risk of losing the ship if we attempt it," said Higson, "for it will be as much as we can do to hold our own in the teeth of this gale, and as to towing her off, that will be impossible." Jack took a turn on deck. "I cannot bear the thoughts of leaving you, Terence, to your fate," he said to himself. He knew, as well as Higson, the danger that would be run, for even a steamer embayed in such a place, with the full force of the gale blowing into it, would have hard work to get out. He took another turn on deck. "We must try it, notwithstanding," he exclaimed. "Should the wind moderate ever so little, we may carry her out, and if we are compelled to cast her off, she may still have a chance of escaping by bringing up and riding out the gale." Higson was not convinced, though almost as anxious as his commander to assist the brig, which was heeling over to the blast, running at headlong speed towards the southern side of the bay. She appeared already close upon the rocks, when about she came, and, her sails flattened in, she began racing back through a mass of foam towards the point from which she had come. Again she went about, but the slightest change of wind at the moment, or any want of seamanship, might allow her in a few seconds to be sent, by the furious seas rolling in, on to the black rocks under her lee. "She's gained nothing, I fear," observed Jack as he watched her. "She's rather losing ground, I suspect," answered Higson. Presently the brig fired a gun. Another and another gun followed, at the interval of a minute. "It is as I feared," observed Higson. "She's driving farther and farther up the bay, and Commander Adair knows that there is no holding ground which can be trusted to." "We must go in and help her, at all risks," cried Jack, and the helm being put up, the steamer, under her head-sails, went rushing forward towards her small consort. In the meantime the engineers were also ordered to get up as much steam as possible. Again the guns were heard. "Adair would not make those signals unless he were in great distress," observed Jack. "Tow her out we must, though I fear that unless we're very brisk about it, we shall lose much ground in doing so." 2 stout hawsers had been ranged aft and well secured, ready to carry on board the brig. Her movements were eagerly watched by all eyes on board. Desmond felt more anxious than he had ever before been in his life, for he loved his uncle heartily, and clearly saw the danger he was in. All round the shores of the bay appeared a broad line of snowy foam, contrasting with the dark shore. Not a break was there to be seen, not a spot where the brig could be beached with any prospect of affording escape to her crew. As she stood across the bay, she appeared to be not more than a couple of miles from the deepest part, and in how few minutes would she be driven that distance? She had again reached the northern shore. Once more her head sails shivered in the gale, and the hearts of the bravest on board the Gauntlet trembled, lest, missing stays, her fate might be sealed. "She's about all right!" shouted several voices, and like a gallant steed galloping across the course to the winning post, she came plunging on through the troubled waters. Though Adair saw his friend coming to his assistance, he must not for a moment, he knew, relax his own efforts. By this time the Gauntlet had reached the center of the bay, and her head being put to the wind, she waited at a spot which the brig must pass on her next tack to cross the bay. The Romp was nearing the southern shore. Again she came about. Adair gave proof that he was a good seaman, and his crew in prime order, or it could never have been done. He was seen standing aft, conning the brig. The topmen were in the rigging, ready to swarm aloft to shorten sail. A party of the hands stood on the forecastle with the second lieutenant and boatswain, ready to secure the hawsers. The rest of the hands were at their stations on deck. The work, to be done successfully, must be done smartly. Everyone knew that. Rapidly the brig approached. 2 of the strongest and most active seamen were on the poop, ready to heave the lines on board. Adair's voice was heard above the gale, shouting, "Down with the helm! Shorten sail!" In an instant the topmen were on the yards, the staysails were hurled down, and the brig luffing up, the Gauntlet moved slowly ahead, while the hawsers were rapidly hauled on board. Some flags were run up to the foremast and head of the brig. "He thanks you, sir," said Desmond, who had the signal book in his hand, and Adair was seen pointing significantly at the fierce breakers dashing over the rocks astern. Short as had been the time occupied in the operation, the vessels had drifted farther into the bay. Now came the tug-of-war. The hawsers being secured, the Gauntlet, with all her boilers at full pressure, steamed ahead. Jack kept his eye on the shore, anxiously watching what way was made. Both hawsers were at full stretch. Though the screw was exerting all its power, yet the vessel scarcely seemed to move onwards. Higson, who was looking out at the other side, was unusually grave. Anxious as he was to assist Adair, he thought that Jack had no business to venture into his present position. "If anything goes, we are done for," he muttered to himself. "She doesn't move an inch ahead." Jack thought the same. He sent for the chief engineer to ascertain if more pressure could be put on the engines. "They will not stand it. They are doing their utmost, sir," was the answer. Still, Jack was determined not to abandon Adair. On board the brig, the hands were still aloft, sending down topgallant masts. Jack hoped against hope that the gale would decrease, and that he should then be able to tow Adair out of the bay. If he once weathered the headland, the brig might stand away on a bowline and gain the offing, but within the bay she lost, each time she tacked, more ground than she had gained. Clouds were gathering thickly in the sky. Down came a deluge of rain, such as only known in the tropics, like a thick veil of mist obscuring the brig astern. The water lay deep on the decks before it had time to run off. All sight of the shore was completely shut out. As the steamer plunged into the sea, tugging away at the tow ropes, Jack could not help believing that she must be going ahead. On and on she went, the rain showing no sign of ceasing. "It must come to an end at last," exclaimed Jack, trying to peer through it at the shore, the dim outline alone of which he could distinguish. The lead was of course kept going, but as it reached the bottom, it scarcely ran out of the lead man's hands. "She's going more astern than ahead," he shouted at length. "Provided she doesn't go much astern, we must keep at it in the hopes of a lull," observed Jack to Higson. Another 10 minutes passed. Various were the expressions of opinion on board. The midshipmen were sanguine that they would succeed. "My brother Jack is determined to do it, and he will do it," said Tom. "Suppose the hawsers were to carry away," said Archie. "There are 2 of them. If one doesn't hold, the other may," answered Desmond. Jack paced the deck. At length the rain passed by. The marks on shore showed that they had not changed their position. Still, the destruction of the brig had been delayed, for by this time she would have been on the rocks. Thus far something was gained. Still the appearance of the sky indicated no improvement in the weather. "Hoist the signal! Prepare to anchor and strike topmasts!" cried Jack at length. The brig made the answering signal. Preparations had already been going forward on board her. The topmasts were at length struck. Still no effect was produced. Nobly the steamer tugged and tugged away. Higson did not offer any advice, but he was ready to give it as soon as his commander should ask for it. "There's a lull!" cried Jack. "Thank heaven we may do it!" Now the vessels moved ahead. Had the water been smoother, by a steady pull the work might have been done, but as it was, having to plunge into the heavy seas, the gauntlet was in the trough of one while the brig was on the summit, or sometimes on the other side, of the one which had just passed the stern of the leading vessel. "Here comes a lull, heaven be praised! Surely she's going ahead, Higson," said Jack. "It may be, though slowly," was the answer. The occasion was a trying one to the young commander. "She's doing it now, sir!" exclaimed Higson, with more hope in his tone than he had yet shown. There could be no doubt about it. The vessels were drawing out from the bay, but still the headlands appeared over the bows on either side. "If the weather continues to be moderate, all may be right," cried Jack, taking a turn with more elastic step. All on board were looking forward to saving the brig, when suddenly down came the tempest with renewed force, and a report like thunder was heard. One of the stout hawsers had parted. Still the other held, and might possibly hold. It was watched as anxiously by Jack and those in the ship as by all on board the brig, whose lives, in all probability, depended upon it. To replace it was impossible, as no line had been retained for the purpose. Should the ship's speed be slackened, and thus take off the strain, both vessels must drift back, and perhaps share a common fate. All now depended upon the single hawser. Hope was not abandoned. The day was drawing on. For more than 3 hours the steamer had been tugging away at the brig, and if the hawser would hold, Jack determined to tug on till the storm should abate. In that he was following the instincts of his nature. Every British officer worth his salt would have done the same. He was impelled also by his faithful friendship for Adair, and he would have been ready to risk his own life to save that of his old shipmate. Again there was a lull, and the hopes of all revived, but it was only for a time. A squall, heavier than any of its predecessors, struck the vessels, accompanied by a tremendous downfall of rain. Every fibre of the hawser was stretched to its utmost. A fearful sea came rolling in, deluging the deck. 2 poor fellows on the forecastle were washed off, but no help could be given them. Not a sound was heard as they were borne into their ocean graves. Shrieks and cries arose from the unhappy blacks on the main deck, who believed that their last moments had come. Just then another loud report was heard, the hawser flying like a huge snake in the air, and many a voice exclaimed, "She's parted! She's parted!" As they looked astern, the brig was seen broadside to the sea, driving helplessly before the gale, while the ship, relieved from her task, seemed to bound forward. With a heavy heart, Jack ordered her to be kept on her course. Stern duty demanded that he should abandon his friend. Nothing that he could do could save the brig. Painful as it was to watch her, he could not help looking out aft to try and ascertain her fate. She might have been about 2 miles from the shore when she broke adrift, driving before the furious gale, but a few brief minutes must elapse ere she would be hurled on the iron-bound coast. On and on she drove, growing dimmer and dimmer to view, shrouded by the spray which filled the air. "She's scarcely a mile now from the shore," observed Higson. "She's making head sail. They must be looking out for the least dangerous spot on which to run her." Just as he spoke there came another furious downpour, forming a thick veil round the ship, which shut out every distant object, so that scarcely the outline of either lofty cliff could be seen. "She may bring up and cut away her masts," said Jack with a deep sigh. "It is her only chance." "The holding ground may be better than we suppose," observed Higson, wishing to console him, "or there may be some opening up the bay which we could not discern. He has probably surveyed it." "I hope so," said Jack. "Who are the men who are lost overboard?" he asked, turning his mind to his own ship's company. The crew was mustered, and on the names of John Jackson and William Davis being called, No reply was made. The paymaster struck them off the ship's books, and the next day their effects were sold, and the proceeds placed to the credit of their heirs, and all matters concerning them were brought to a conclusion, though now and then their shipmates might mention them with an expression of regret at their untimely fate. The gale continued blowing as fiercely as ever, while the ship was still forcing her way ahead, and Jack could not help confessing that the steamer was a finer craft to command than he had ever supposed. His own ship and safety, his thoughts again recurred to Adair. He was acquainted with Lucy's feelings for him, and should he have lost his life, he thought of all the sorrow it would cost his sister. Desmond was very unhappy, though Tom and Archie did their best to console him. The general opinion on board was that the brig would go on shore, and that few or none on board her would escape with their lives. Not only provisions for the blacks, but coals were running short, and it was therefore important that the ship should get to Zanzibar as soon as possible, when Jack intended to return and ascertain what had become of the Romp and her crew. If she had gone on shore, and the crew had escaped, they would be exposed to many dangers, either from want of food or from attacks by the natives. On the arrival of the Gauntlet at Zanzibar, the slaves were handed over, by the directions of the council, to another vessel, which was to take them to their future home. The Gauntlet, having then, with all possible dispatch, obtained a supply of coals, steamed away northward to ascertain the fate of the Romp, and to rescue any of her crew who might have escaped on shore. Nothing had been seen of the Opal, and Jack began to fear that she might have suffered in the gale, which had blown with unusual violence all along the coast. The Gauntlet had got nearly up to the bay she was to visit, when, much to Jack's satisfaction, the Opal was sighted, steering for Zanzibar. Jack immediately signaled that he wished to speak her. In a short time the two vessels hove to, and lay within a few cables' length of each other, when Jack immediately went on board. Murray heard, with great concern, of the too probable fate of their old shipmate, and having no liberated slaves on board, willingly agreed to assist in the search, as his boat's crews would be of service should an armed force be required to obtain the liberation of any of her crew who might have been made prisoners. The wind being favorable, he followed Jack into the bay, where he brought up at a respectful distance from the shore, while Jack steamed farther in to look out for the wreck. All eyes were turned towards the shore, where, instead of the belt of surf, there now appeared a broad fringe of rocks, some rising to a considerable height out of the water. "A cruel place for the ship to go on shore," observed Jack, with a sigh. "There would not have been much left of her by morning." "There she is! There she is!" cried several voices from forward. In another minute or two the wreck of a vessel, with her masts gone, could clearly be discerned jammed in between two rocks. "She has held together better than I could have supposed," said Higson. "Put the ship's head offshore. We will bring up," said Jack. As soon as the ship came to an anchor, two of the boats were lowered, Jack himself going in one, with Hamed and Tom and Desmond, Jack knowing that the latter was eager to gain the first tidings of his uncle. They pulled in with some faint hopes of finding the people still on board, or encamped on the shore, but no signal was seen, and their hopes grew less and less. Jack now looked out for a place suitable for landing, and as he approached he saw several small sandy beaches, where a boat could land without danger. He chose one nearest the wreck, and both boats steered in for it. Still not a sign of human beings could be seen. He at once landed, with Matson, who was in the second boat, and accompanied by him and the two midshipmen and a party of his crew, well armed, proceeded at once to the wreck. It being now low water, they could almost reach her by clambering along the rocks. On getting close to her, it was seen that she had suffered more severely than had been supposed. Her whole stern frame was knocked in, and the sea must have made a clean breach through her, so that no one could have remained on board. Her masts and guns were gone, and the whole of her stores had either been washed out of her, or had since been carried away. There were signs, indeed, that she had been plundered by a large party, as the marks of numerous feet were discerned on the sand above high water mark. End of section 16. Section 17 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 13, Part 2. While Jack and most of the party had been examining the rock, Hamid, with Desmond and Tim Nolan, had gone on towards a height some distance from the shore, under the expectation of being able to obtain from its summit an extensive view inland. After leaving the rock, Jack sent the party, 2 or 3 together, to examine the rocks, to ascertain if the bodies of any of the crew had been washed up upon them. Jack still had hopes that the crew had been able to hold on to the wreck till the falling tide should have allowed them to reach the shore. Still, he could discover nothing to settle the point. It was only evident that the guns must have been thrown overboard, and the masts cut away before she reached the shore. Perhaps Adair might afterwards have set off overland to try and reach one of the Arab towns belonging to the Sultan of Zanzibar, where he could obtain provisions, and from whence he could send notice to the council where he was, so that a ship of war might be dispatched to render him assistance. Jack was looking out for Hamid, when he caught sight of a figure running along at full speed from the direction of the hill, and every now and then casting a look behind him indicative of alarm. Jack immediately summoned the men from the rocks, and as he hurried forward, he recognized Tim Nolan. "Your Honor, it's bad news I bring," he exclaimed, panting for breath, though he did not forget to touch his hat to the commander. "The spalpeens of Arabs have been and taken Mr. Desmond and our interpreter Ahmed, and they'll be cutting their throats if we don't look sharp and carry them help." As they were hurrying them down the hill and looking thunder and lightning at them, Ahmed cried out to me, "Run for your life and tell the captain." And sure run I did, or they'd have been after cutting my throat if I hadn't. On receiving this intelligence, Jack immediately dispatched Mr. Matson's boat to the ship with directions to signalize Murray to send his boats, well armed, on shore, desiring his own lieutenant to return with 2 more from the ship. He immediately, with his boat's crew, pushed on in the direction Tim believed Desmond and Hamid had been carried. Instead, however, of going over the hill, he led his men round it at a turn, hoping by this to cut off the Arabs as they descended into the plain. Tim, one of the most active of the party, kept well ahead. He had just rounded the rocky point when he caught sight of a party of Arabs, 20 or more in number, with Desmond and Hamid in their midst. Hamid, by the gesticulations he was employing, was apparently expostulating with his captors, while Desmond was using strenuous means to show them that he was disinclined to move forward. The Arabs were so engaged with their prisoners that they did not observe the approach of the English till they were close upon them. Jack and his companions redoubled their speed. "Hurrah!" shouted Tim. "Knock the blackamoors down right and left, and we'll be up soon." Desmond was perfectly ready to follow this advice, and 2 or 3 well-directed blows enabled him to spring out from among the astonished Arabs and join his friends. Hamid made a similar attempt, but being tripped up, was caught by the Arabs, 2 of whom held their daggers at his breast. "They sticky into me! They sticky into me!" shouted poor Hamid. "If you not do what I ask!" "What is it?" inquired Jack, who had continued advancing towards the Arabs. "They let go if not shoot answered Hamid. "Tell them that, though they deserve to be punished for daring to capture Her Majesty's officers, I will not injure them if they will inform me in what direction our friends have gone," said Jack. Hamid on this appeared greatly relieved, and a long parley ensued between him and the Arabs. Their chief, a ragged old fellow with somewhat tattered, though once rich, garments, stepped forward, and making a profound salaam, uttered a long address, which Hamid briefly interpreted. "He say you pay him $100. He take you where English stop and fighty black fellows." The Arab himself and his followers were as black as Negroes, by the by, having probably more African than Asiatic blood in their veins. "The rascals!" exclaimed Jack. "Why, we are sparing their lives, and they have the impudence to name their own terms. Tell them we'll shoot every one of them if they refuse to guide us to our friends." Hamid had another talk with the chief. "He say very well, you shooty his people, and be no wiser than at first." "The old fellow's got sense in his brains," observed Jack, "and as we can't pay him the dollars till we get back to the ship, the bribe may prevent him from acting treacherously and leading us into an ambush. Tell him that if through his means we recover our friends, I promise him the $100, though he must come on board my ship to receive them." The old slave dealer again salaamed, and, through Hamid, expressed his perfect satisfaction with the arrangements. Jack would gladly have set off at once, for he suspected, from what Hamed had learned from the chief, that Adair and his crew must be very hard-pressed, and destitute both of provisions and water. The Arabs looked greatly astonished at the strong force which landed, and became very humble and submissive. Perhaps Jack might have saved the $100, which were certain to be employed in the slave trade, had he waited the arrival of the other boats. He had, however, promised them, and there was no help for it. He could only hope that the old fellow and his crew might be caught with a full cargo of slaves on board their dhow. To Jack's surprise, instead of proceeding south, their guides led the way to the northward, Hamed explaining that so large a force had appeared in the south that the shipwrecked crew had been compelled to retire northward, and Jack concluded that they had done so in the hopes of being able to communicate with the corvette, which Adair knew to be in that direction, or perhaps with some of the Romp's boats which might be cruising in the same quarter. Sailors are always in high spirits when tramping overland, in the hopes of either having a fight or succoring those in distress. If the chief was to be believed, there was a fair probability of both those events occurring. Murray, as senior officer, of course took command of the expedition. He and Jack marched on together. Not entirely trusting their guides, they sent out scouts on either hand to feel the way, while the men were ordered to keep well together, and to be in readiness at any moment in case of a surprise. "Ere on now!" exclaimed Desmond, who with Tom and Archie were in the rear. "I hope we may get a scrimmage with these blackamoors. The spalpeens to be attacking my uncle and his shipwrecked crew instead of lending them a hand, as any decent people would, when we want to help them and put a stop to slavery." "That's the very thing they don't want to have stopped," observed Archie. "As long as they can make more money by selling their fellow creatures, though no blacker than themselves, they'll do it." "If we had a fleet of merchantmen on the coast," said Desmond, "ready to give good prices for their ivory and ostrich feathers, and anything else their country produces, while all and every slave trader knew that if caught he was to be hung up, I fancy that the slave trade would soon be knocked on the head." "A very good idea of yours, Desmond, but it may be a difficult matter to induce merchants to send their vessels out." "It will be done in time if they find out that it is to their advantage," said Archie. "If I had the management of affairs, I'd make them do it," cried Desmond. "When a thing ought to be done, the sooner it is done the better. And if, as you say, it is the only way to stop this abominable slave trade, and the misery and death of tens of thousands of Africans, we Englishmen shouldn't stop haggling about the cost, but do it at once." "That's my notion," said Tom, "and when my eldest brother gets into Parliament, I'll give him no rest till he gets the thing done, somehow or other." The other midshipmen were all of accord on the matter, but their conversation was interrupted by one of the scouts coming in with the information that he had seen a large party of men at the foot of a rocky height in the distance ahead, very busy about something or other, but what it was he could not make out. Hamed, after questioning the old chief, informed Murray and Jack that the people seen were undoubtedly those who had followed Adair and his crew, who were, in all probability, not far off. The force therefore pushed on, and passing over some very rough ground, reached a spot whence they could make out 300 or 400 people on the low ground, and a small party on a rocky height. 2 or 3 tiny jets of smoke, sent forth every now and then by the latter, showed that they had firearms, though very few, and from the intervals which elapsed between each shot, it was evident that they were husbanding their ammunition, and only firing when necessity compelled them to keep their assailants in check. On observing this, Murray ordered his party at once to fire a volley which would inspirit their friends and intimidate the enemy. "Forward!" cried the commanders, and they pushed on at a rate which quickly brought them close to the scene of action. As they advanced, leaping over rocks and all impediments, towards the mongrel army, the leaders of the latter were seen to be moving about in evident alarm. At the instant a shower of bullets was sent rattling among them. They, to a man, faced about, and scampered off as fast as their legs could carry them. The relieving force quickly surmounted the height, where they found Adair with 6 or 7 of his officers and little more than half his crew. Jack and Murray were soon shaking him warmly by the hand. He and his companion's appearance showed, before a word had been spoken, that succor had come most opportunely. Their emaciated looks and hollow eyes told too plainly how they had suffered from hunger. Not a particle of food remained in the camp, or a drop of water, and not more than 3 rounds of ammunition for the 6 muskets which had been saved from the wreck.
"If you hadn't come, my dear fellows, it would have been all up with us, I fear," said Adair. "We'd made up our minds to rush down on the enemy and try to put them to flight. But without food, and no chance of getting any, we should only have gained the advantage of being allowed to die in peace, unless one of our boats had appeared, for which we came here to look out. It is the saddest thing which has ever happened to me. 20 poor fellows drowned, besides the loss of the brig, and as we have seen nothing of our boats, I am afraid some harm must have happened to them."
Jack and Murray did their best to comfort him, while all hands were employed in serving out the provisions and water which had so thoughtfully been brought. As the Romp's crew were too weak to march, the party bivouacked on the hill, with plenty of campfires, for which the blacks collected abundance of fuel. Just as they were about to start at daylight, 2 boats were seen rounding a point, and Adair had the satisfaction of finding that they were those which had been dispatched from the brig some weeks before, and which had since been cruising in search of her. The more sickly men were at once placed on board them, and they were sent round to join the gauntlet, while the rest of the party set off overland, accompanied by their Arab guide, who kept close to them for fear of losing his dollars. On getting on board, Jack paid him punctually, with a warning, imparted through Hamed, that if they were employed in the slave trade he would lose them again, and get himself into further trouble. Whether or not the old fellow followed the advice he received, Jack had no means of ascertaining. On the return to Zanzibar, the Opal and Gauntlet received orders to proceed to the Cape. Loud cheers rose from the decks of both ships as the news was announced on board, and even poor Adair, though he had the unpleasant anticipation of a court-martial for the loss of the brig, felt his spirits rise considerably. Jack comforted him with the assurance that the evidence his officers had to give must acquit him of all blame, and that he himself had done everything possible to save the brig.
"But I had no business to have been caught in the bay," sighed Adair. "My prospects in the service are ruined, and I shall never get another ship." "Never fear," answered Jack. "We shall have perhaps a war before long, and, depend upon it, you will not be overlooked when ships are fitting out. Officers of dash and determination will be wanted, and you possess the required qualities."
The packet from England had come in the day before they arrived at the Cape, and Jack found a letter from Admiral Triton.
"We shall have some of the old work again before long, my boy, depend upon that," he wrote. "I have it from the best authority that the Russians have made up their minds to quarrel with the Turks, and take possession of Constantinople. They have been for some time past badgering them about the holy places, and insisting that their co-religionists are ill-treated by the Moslems. Not that they really care about the matter, and that is sufficient to convince anyone who has got his weather eye open that they only want a pretext for war, decent or indecent. The news has just arrived, though it has not yet been made public, that we should be suspicious of the designs of Louis Napoleon, who has so wonderfully been transmogrified into an emperor, though for my part I believe that no ruler of France has ever been more friendly disposed towards us, and the Russians will find that they are mistaken in wishing to set us by the ears. That Prince Menzikoff, their ambassador to the Porte, has presented the ultimatum of the Russian government, which means war, for the Turks are certain not to knock under, and we and the French would not let them, if they thought of doing so. The Russians intend to invade Turkey with all possible dispatch. Indeed, they have an army all ready to throw across the frontier. Menzikoff will be away from Constantinople in the course of a day or two, and then the business will begin. Our government intends to send a fleet through the Dardanelles without delay, and as the Russians have no small number of ships in the Black Sea, we may hope to have a brush with them. I wish you were here, Jack, to take a part in whatever goes on, and I am glad to find that your ship is ordered home, so that there is a chance of your being in time. You will not let the grass grow under your feet, and as you can steam through the calm latitudes, we may hope to see you here before long. I never liked steamers, but they have their advantages, there's no doubt about that. In the meantime, I'll use all the influence I possess to get you a craft you'll like, and as I fancy that more work is to be done in a steam vessel than a sailing ship, I'll try and get one for you."
The Admiral's letter contained a good deal more than his usual style of chit-chat. Mrs. Murray had gone to stay with her friend Lucy at Halliburton Hall, though he expected both of them back again, and hoped that they would be with him when Jack arrived. Jack showed the letter to Terence, who sighed when he read it. "What's the matter?" asked Jack.
"I'm only thinking that an unlucky dog like myself, who has lost his ship, has very little chance of getting another," said Adair, "and that the bright hopes I entertained of soon getting my post rank must be abandoned forever."
Jack, of course, did his best to console him.
"Come along," he said. "There's a grand ball tonight at the governor's, and we're asked. We'll take the youngsters. It is a good thing to let them enjoy a little society, and will help to polish them up before they return home."
Adair was unwilling to appear in public, but he yielded to Jack's wishes. The three midshipmen were of course delighted, and busily employed themselves, with the aid of their marines, in burnishing up their long unused uniforms, so that when they entered the ballroom they presented a very respectable appearance following in the wake of their commanders. Adair soon recovered his spirits, and Jack laughed as he watched him whirling round and round in the valse, or prancing away in the gallop with true Hibernian vehemence. The midshipmen had entered into a compact to introduce each other to their partners. They did not fail to admire the blue eyes, light hair, and fair complexions of the Dutch damsels.
"Never saw so many pretty girls under one roof in my life," exclaimed Tom. "I'm over head and ears in love with every one of them." "There's luck in odd numbers," cried Rory O'More, answered Desmond. "To my fancy, the girl I last danced with is handsomer than any of them. She was asking me all sorts of questions about our ship, and the commander and my uncle, and seemed very sorry about the loss of the brig, of which she had evidently heard. I'll introduce you, Tom. She was engaged for the next dance, but she said that she would be happy if I would bring you up for the following one, so come along. She's only been here for a short time on her way home to India, so I gathered from what she said, but I dare say she'll tell you if you ask her, for there's evidently no nonsense about her."
"That's just the sort of girl I like," said Tom, as Desmond led him across the room to a young lady who was seated far back in an alcove, from whence she could watch the crowd without being observed. Tom, as he made his bow, and was received with a sweet smile, thought that she fully came up to Desmond's description, though she was certainly older than most of his previous partners. He willingly, in answer to her inquiries, told her all about the ship, his brother Jack, and Adair. She then got him to talk about Halliburton, and he was surprised to find that she was well acquainted with the country. At last she said,
"I wonder you do not remember me, Tom."
On which, looking into her face, he exclaimed,
"Why, you are Julia Gifford!"
She acknowledged that such was the case, and that she had gone out to India with her father, Colonel Gifford, who had been compelled, on account of ill health, to visit the Cape, and had been advised to return home without going back.
"Jack will be delighted to see you," said Tom. "I'll go and find him and bring him to you, if you will allow me."
Julia replied that she should be very happy to talk about old times with Captain Rogers, and Tom, after the dance was over, leaving her in her former seat, hurried off to find his brother.
"I thought it must be her," said Jack, "but yet, as I fancied she was at home, I concluded that she was only remarkably like herself. She doesn't look a day older than when I last saw her."
Miss Gifford held out her hand as Jack approached, and they were soon engaged in an interesting conversation. Jack did not dance with anyone else during the evening. He promised to call the next morning on Colonel Gifford, who had not been well enough to come to the ball. The result of the visit was that Jack offered to convey him and his daughter to England. As the Gauntlet was to sail immediately, and might hope to make a quick passage, and the colonel being anxious to arrive at home as soon as possible, he gladly availed himself of Jack's offer. Julia seemed very well pleased at the arrangement, and the midshipmen were delighted when they heard that they were to have a lady on board. The Gauntlet and Opal sailed the same day. It was to be a race between steam and wind. At first the trim corvette, with a fair breeze, distanced her consort, and Archie, who, still on board the steamer, retained a natural feeling of pride in his own ship, declared that she would win.
"Stay a bit till the wind falls, and we get our fires alight," answered Tom. "The old kettle will then show how she can go along."
Miss Gifford had not been on board long before the commander's attentions to her were remarked, and in the midshipmen's berth it was decided that it was a gone case. Miss Gifford had heard of Jack's engagement to the beautiful Irish girl, and of his bereavement, and the sympathy she exhibited quickly melted any ice which might have existed round his heart. His sisters would have been highly pleased could they have known the turn affairs were taking. Long before the ship reached Spithead, Jack was engaged to Julia Gifford with the colonel's full consent. The Gauntlet received orders immediately to go into harbor, and scarcely had she picked up her moorings than a note from Admiral Triton came on board, begging Jack to come to South Sea as soon as possible, as his sister and Mrs. Murray were anxious to see him. Jack and Adair escorted Colonel Gifford and his daughter to the George, where, leaving them, they hurried on to the Admiral's house. Stella was anxious to receive news of her husband, while Lucy's happiness at seeing Jack and Adair was somewhat marred at being told of the loss of the brig. When, however, the Admiral heard all the particulars, he assured Adair that he would be honorably acquitted, and that it would not stand in the way of his getting another ship. "I've good news for you, whatever others may think of it," he added. "The Russians have already invaded the principalities, and, at the Sultan's request, the British and French fleets have passed through the Dardanelles and taken up an anchorage before Constantinople. They were there when news arrived, which reached me only this morning, that the Turks had a squadron of 8 frigates and a few smaller vessels lying at anchor in the harbor of Sinope, according to Turkish custom, totally unprepared for battle. Instead of remaining where they were, they would have acted more wisely had they got out of the Black Sea and run for safety to the British fleet. As it was, there they lay, not dreaming of danger, when, during a thick fog, the Russian admiral, Nachimov, sailed out of Sevastopol with 6 line-of-battle ships, 2 frigates, and several small vessels, and suddenly appeared off the port, when the Turks, not liking his appearance, fired a few shots at him. Unfortunately for themselves, he immediately, without giving them the chance of striking the flags, opened upon them a tremendous fire from the broadsides of his line-of-battle ships. Though they could not have had the slightest hope of victory, they fought on with the utmost desperation, either refusing to strike their colors, or, if they were hauled down, the Russian admiral was too blind to see it. With barbarous resolution, he continued blazing away till frigate after frigate sunk or was blown up, and 4,000 of the brave fellows who had manned them were killed. One steamer only managed to get away and carry the news to Constantinople. Scarcely 400 Turks, all of those more or less wounded, escaped on shore. The town was also dreadfully knocked about, and many people were killed. Nachimov, having waited till the next day, returned to the harbor of Sebastopol. I only hope the next time he sails out of it, whether or not he has the whole of the Russian fleet to back him, that he will fall in with a British squadron. Depend upon it, England will not allow this outrage to go unavenged. The Allied fleets are by this time in the Black Sea, looking out for the enemy. I wish you were there, but we shall be reinforcing the fleet in the Black Sea, as well as sending another up the Baltic to attack the Russians on their northern shores." This was not a time that Adair could press his suit with Sir John, though Colonel Gifford promised to use his influence as soon as he returned home. Meantime, the colonel and Julia accepted the Admiral's and Mrs. Deborah's invitation to remain at South Sea till Jack had paid off the Gauntlet. She was to be immediately recommissioned as soon as she had undergone the necessary repairs. The court-martial to try Adair for the loss of the Romp immediately took place, when not only was he honorably acquitted, but next day he was appointed to the command of the Gauntlet, ordered to proceed with a squadron under Sir Charles Napier to the Baltic. Jack, taking it into his head that he was to be placed on the shelf, proposed to marry at once. But the very next day he was appointed to a new steamer ordered to be brought forward with all dispatch for the Mediterranean squadron. He had time, therefore, only to run home for a few days and return immediately to Portsmouth. The Opal, meantime, had arrived, and being paid off, her crew were turned over to Jack's new ship, the Tornado. Murray, once more with his dear Stella, very naturally had no wish to leave her, and were on the point of setting off for Scotland, when he received a flattering note from Captain Hemming, which completely altered his plans. "I have been appointed to the Briton, 74, and having to select my commander, I beg that you allow me to name you, as I am very sure that you will get her well manned and quickly fit for sea, and that you will ably second me in any work we have to perform. I consider you, my dear Murray, as efficient an officer as any with whom I am acquainted. I do not know yet whether we are to be sent to the Baltic or the Mediterranean, but we are certainly to go to one or the other." Alick placed the matter before Stella, who looked very pale but answered heroically, "You must do what you conceive to be your duty. I have before advised you not to give up the service, and I must therefore say, accept Captain Hemming's flattering offer."
I knew that you would decide rightly, answered Murray. I heartily congratulate you, exclaimed the Admiral. Deb and I will take good care of your wife while you're away. It won't be for a long period, I hope, and it won't be Hemming's fault if you do not have some opportunity of distinguishing yourself and gaining your post rank. I should like to see you all 3 captains before I slip my cable, which I must expect to do before many years are over, and it will give me more pleasure than I can well express to see you all, whom I knew as youngsters, gain your well-earned promotion. You've always done your duty, and will, I am sure, prove ornaments to our profession as long as you remain afloat.
End of section 17. Section 18 of The Three Commanders. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit librivox.org. Recording by Mike Manalakis. The Three Commanders by William Henry Giles Kingston. Chapter 14, Part 1. Review at Spithead. Admiral Triton's opinion of steam vessels. The Allied fleets in Carvana Bay. Jack visits Murray on board the Briton. Bombardment of Odessa. Loss of the Tiger. Jack, in command of the Tornado, runs into the harbor of Sebastopol. A visit to the guards' camp. A magnificent sight! What would Nelson have done with such a fleet? Exclaimed the Admiral, as, with his eye at a telescope turned towards Spithead, at an early hour on the morning of the 11th of March, 1854, he gazed at the fleet collected there under Sir Charles Napier. We must have a near look at them, ladies. The Gauntlet goes out of harbour, and Adair has sent his coxswain to say that his gig is waiting at the pier. Come, Deborah, come, Mrs. Murray, get on your wraps. Lucy, my dear, you mustn't mind appearances. Though the sun is bright, the wind is still keen, and you will find it cold enough coming on shore again. The ladies, who had already finished breakfast, were soon equipped, and the Admiral, helped by Miss Rogers and his sister, had got into his pea-jacket, and Lucy having tucked the ends of the comforter which surrounded his throat well into it, he was ready, stick in hand, to tramp across the common. Lucy's well-fitting yachting dress, with an overcoat calculated to withstand all weathers, became her well. The gig was soon alongside the Gauntlet, at whose gangway Adair stood ready to receive his guests. It was the first time Lucy had come on board, and with no little pride and happiness, he helped her up the accommodation ladder. The next instant, casting off from her moorings, the Gauntlet steamed out of the harbor towards Spithead. Well, after all, there is something to be said in favor of steam, observed the Admiral, and though I did once think it would never come to much, I must confess I was wrong, though, had it never been invented, we should not have felt the want of it. At all events, Admiral, it enables us to get out to Spithead, which we otherwise should have found it a difficult job to do, answered Adair, laughing. Look at the magnificent Duke of Wellington with her 131 guns. See the Royal George and St. Jean d'Acre, with what ease they can now maneuver by the aid of their screws. I suspect Nelson would have been willing to exchange the whole of his fleet for 3 such ships at Trafalgar, and not only would have gained the victory, but would not have allowed one of the enemy to escape. It might have been so, said the Admiral, but I suspect, had the chance been given him, he would have preferred having his tough little Victory and the other stout ships of his fleet to all the new-fangled contrivances. The Admiral, it was evident, had still a hankering for the good old days when he first went to sea. The Gauntlet was able to steam through a considerable portion of the fleet before she took up her destined station, thus passing in succession the Duke of Wellington, Sir Charles Napier's flagship, the Neptune, St. George, and Royal George, 120-gun ships, the St. Jean d'Acre, 101 guns, 14 other ships carrying from 60 to 91 guns, most of them fitted with screws, 5 frigates, each able to compete with an old line-of-battle ship, and 18 paddle-wheel and screw steamers, any one of which would have speedily have sunk the largest ship of ancient days. In a short time the Queen appeared in the ferry yacht, passing through this superb fleet, when, the yards being manned, The crews greeted her with hearty cheers, and such a salute broke forth from their guns as had never before been heard. "Well, Admiral, I hope when we come back we shall be able to give a good account of our proceedings, if the Tsar ventures to go to war," observed Adair. "We may at least expect to take Sweborg, Helsingfors, and Kronstadt, and perhaps lay St. Petersburg herself under contribution." "If Sir Charles is at all like what he was a few years ago, I hope you may," answered the Admiral. "But though Charlie is some years my junior, I should have declined 10 years ago accepting such a command. He may be tough enough, but the sort of work he has to do wants nerve, and that, as a man advances in life, is apt to slacken." Still, notwithstanding Admiral Triton, the prognostications of Adair were shared in by all in the fleet, as well as by the nation at large, and grand results were expected. The Admiral had engaged one of the steamers plying between Ryde and Portsmouth to come alongside and take his party on shore. Poor Lucy, it was very trying to her, though Mrs. Murray from experience could give her heartfelt sympathy. Alick had already sailed for the Black Sea, and Jack some weeks previously had proceeded in the same direction. We will make our way on board the Tornado. She had a quick passage under sail and steam to Malta, where she lay taking in a fresh supply of coals, and thence proceeded on through the Aegean Sea up the Bosphorus. Jack recognized with no small amount of pleasure many of the islands he had visited as a youngster. He had then thought them very beautiful, and he acknowledged that they were so still, though the proportions of the scenery appeared lessened in his eyes after the grander features of the West Indies and South America. Tom and Desmond were inclined to turn up their noses at them, not having any great respect for the surrounding classical associations. "Very pretty hills to adorn the surface of a moderate-sized lake," observed Tom, "but Trinidad and Jamaica completely take the shine out of them." Higson, whom Jack had obtained as his first lieutenant, was much of the same opinion. Mildmay, who had been appointed by the Admiralty, not having seen the West Indies, was in raptures, and with notebook in hand, stood dotting down the lines inspired by his muse. Joss Green, the master, suggested that he would be better employed in making outlines of the headlands and other prominent features of the land. "Very well for you, master, who have to navigate the ship, but we are above such grovelling notions," answered Mildmay. "You have nothing Byronic in your composition." "Just take care when it's your watch that you don't run the ship ashore in a fit of poetical abstraction," said Green, laughing. "Your Byronic enthusiasm would not be received as a valid excuse at a court-martial." Besides the officers named, Jack had several of his own and Murray's old shipmates. Dick Needham as gunner, Ben Snatchblock as boatswain, with the two midshipmen, Dickie Duff and Billy Blueblazes, Jerry Bird, the Irishman Tim Nolan, and several others, all good men and true. With patriotic pride, Jack saw the magnificent fleet under Admiral Dundas lying at anchor in Carvana Bay as the Tornado steamed into that roadstead. It lies on the western side of the Black Sea, a little to the north of Varna. There lay the Britannia and Trafalgar, of 120 guns, the Admiral's flag flying at the masthead of the first. The Queen, of 116 guns, the Agamemnon, a name renowned in naval story, of 101 guns, carrying the flag of Rear Admiral Sir Edmund Lyons, the Albion, of 91 guns, the Rodney and London, of 90, the Vengeance, Bellerophon, and Sanspareil, of 84, 80, and 70 guns respectively. The Arethusa, of 50 guns, twice the size of her predecessor, known in song as the gallant Arethusa, and numerous other frigates and steamers, the smallest equal in power to any frigate of the olden times. There too lay the French fleet, 50 sail of the line and 21 frigates and smaller vessels, with a flag of Admiral Hamlin flying on board the Ville de Paris, of 120 guns, and that of the second in the command, Admiral Bras, on board the Montebello, of the same force. What might not these fleets accomplish if only the Russians would dare to sail out from amid their stone walls and fight? There was the rub. Jack, having paid his respects to the Admiral, made his way on board the Briton, accompanied by Archie, whom he knew Murray would be glad to see. Jack, of course, brought dispatches from Stella.
"Now, Alick," he said, after the first greetings were over, "you read those quietly, while Gordon and I look up some of our old shipmates whom you have on board." Jack was not disappointed, for though he could not boast of having as many friends as Joss Green, he seldom went anywhere without finding some former shipmates. All were in high spirits at the thoughts of active service, though as yet nothing of importance had been done. A very gallant act, however, had been performed, of which Jack now heard. It was very important to gain exact information as to the present state of the harbor of Sebastopol and the forts protecting it, for there was every reason to believe considerable alterations had of late been made. As soon as the news of the massacre of Sinope had reached England, the government sent out orders to the admirals to enter the Black Sea, to stop every Russian ship they met, and to prevent by force, if necessary, any fresh aggression on the Turkish flag, that no repetition of such atrocity might occur. As war had not yet been formally declared, it was necessary to inform the cabinet of St. Petersburg and the governor of Sebastopol of this resolution. Captain Drummond, commanding the Retribution, a steamer of 28 guns, was accordingly ordered to proceed to Sebastopol and to deliver the dispatches to the governor. In order to make the necessary survey, he was to remain there as long as he possibly could without allowing his design to be suspected by the Russians. It was the middle of winter. The weather, as is generally the case at that time of the year, was very thick. This was favorable to the design. As he had a good chart of the coast, he stood boldly on, keeping the lead going, till he made his way between the two outermost forts into the mouth of the harbor, when he came to an anchor before he was discovered by the Russians. Great must have been their astonishment at seeing an English frigate thus boldly bearding them. The fires were kept banked up, so that she might, if necessary, make her way out again, should the Russians venture to fire at her, of which there was a very great probability. Indeed, it was said that the guns in the forts were actually loaded, ready at a moment to sink the audacious intruder. The instant the anchor was dropped, the boats were sent out to take the necessary soundings, while an accurate survey was commenced of both shores of the harbor and the forts, with the number of their guns which guarded the entrance. The fortifications were indeed of a most formidable character. On two sides of the harbor 11 forts and batteries were counted. One, which appeared to be the key to the entire works of the place, had its guns concealed from view, but in the other 10, no fewer than 722 guns, mostly 32-pounders, were counted, half of which pointed seaward and commanded the approach to the harbor, and the other half commanded the harbor, in which lay the Russian fleet itself. In every direction men could be seen strengthening the works and erecting new ones. The town was surrounded by a wall 15 feet in height and loopholed for musketry, with a ditch in front. So narrow was the entrance that 2 line-of-battle ships could barely sail in abreast. Having delayed as long as he could, Captain Drummond sent a boat with an officer to convey the dispatches to the governor, who at first expressed himself very much astonished at the appearance of an English ship at such a juncture. Being assured, however, that the frigate had come to perform an act of courtesy, he was satisfied, and salutes having been exchanged, the Retribution lifted her anchor and steamed again out of the harbor, with the important knowledge which had been obtained, and which was quickly conveyed to Admiral Dundas. Captain Drummond was of opinion that the place was entirely unassailable by ships alone, but that it might easily be blockaded and harassed by shells thrown into it at night, though he was convinced that should a ship enter the harbor in order to destroy the Russian fleet lying there, it must be annihilated before it could get out again. He advised, therefore, that Sebastopol should be attacked by a combined naval and military force, and as far as could be learned, the authorities had determined on this mode of proceeding. Jack, having left Murray time to read his dispatches, rejoined him, and heard more of what had taken place. "The army have suffered dreadfully," said Murray, as Jack was seated in his cabin, "not from the enemy, but from cholera and fever. It has also appeared on board the fleet, and nearly every ship has lost a good many men. Upwards of 50 have died on board the flagship, and we have had 30 or 40 on the sick list at a time, many of whom have succumbed to the disease. The steamers have, I hope, a better chance of escaping, but it has not left them entirely alone." "Well, I trust we shall keep free," said Jack. "The best thing we could hope for is that the commander-in-chief will give us something to do before long."
After describing the halt of the British forces at Scutari and various incidents which had occurred, Murray went on with an account of what had since taken place. After remaining for some time at Scutari, the greater part of the English force was moved on to the neighborhood of Varna, where they have been distributed on the heights south of Varna Bay, and at various other points, he continued. The 1st Division, consisting of the Guards and Highlanders, with 2 field batteries, are encamped at Gevrekler, a dreary common, covered with a short, wiry grass, one of the most desolate-looking places I ever visited. "I am sorry to hear that," said Jack, "for my brother Sidney is out there. I must try if I can get the chance of paying him a visit. Poor fellow! He was very anxious to come out, but he will find campaigning very different sort of work from a review in Hyde Park." "The chances are you are sent there on duty," observed Murray. "If you go, remember me to Mackenzie, Gordon, and Douglas of the Highlanders. Heaven knows whether we shall meet again, for the cholera, I am sorry to say, has got among them, and it is expected that the Allied army before long will have some hot work with the Russians, who are now besieging Silistria. The place is holding out nobly, the Turks being aided by those 2 gallant fellows, Captain Butler and Lieutenant Naismith. The Russians have already lost several thousand men before the place, but everybody believes that it must fall ere long, and that the Russians will then march on Constantinople. We shall do our best to stop them, and though we of course shall win, it will not be without heavy loss." "The fortunes of war," said Jack. "I only hope that the Russian fleet will soon sail out of Sebastopol and give us something to do. I have no fear but that we shall lick them." "Of course we shall," answered Murray, "and if Charlie Napier can meet their fleet in the Baltic and give them a drubbing too, they will have had enough of it, and we shall shake hands and be friends." Little did the young commanders, who thus easily settled the campaign, dream of the prolonged and sanguinary struggle which was about to take place. Jack and Archie remained on board to dine. The latter went back to the Tornado full of the news he had picked up, which he was ready to impart to Tom and his shipmates, as they were anxious to hear it. "Look here," said Archie, as he sat on one side of the berth, with Tom opposite to him, and most of the midshipmen surrounding the table. "I've been studying the chart, and I think I've a pretty correct notion of the position of the different places. Here's the Black Sea, which we'll call an irregular oval running east and west, and at the north side is the Crimea, something like a shoulder of mutton in shape, hanging on by the Isthmus of Perekop to the mainland. Sebastopol, the fortress we hear so much of, is at the southern end of a broad bay on its western side. Going back to the mainland, we find on the southern side of the Danube, which as it approaches the sea runs north, and then again to the east, at a considerable distance from the sea, the fortress of Silistria, where the Turks are bravely holding out against the numerous Russian army. South of Silistria are Varna and Shumla, between which places our troops are encamped, to be ready to intercept the Russians whenever they have captured Silistria, and thus to prevent them from getting to Constantinople. Some way north of the Danube on the seashore is Odessa, not far from the mouth of the Dnieper. To the northeast of the Crimea, with a narrow passage between it and the mainland, is the Sea of Azov. Near the entrance to that sea is the mouth of the river Kuban, where the gallant Circassians have long held out against the Russians. Here we have the Bosphorus on the southwest corner of the Black Sea, with Constantinople on the one side and Scutari on the other, and rather more than halfway along the southern coast is Sinope, where the Russians so barbarously massacred the unfortunate Turks. Thus Russia possesses the northern shore of the sea, Turkey the western and southern, and Circassia the eastern. Still, with a tremendously strong place like Sebastopol almost in its center, Russia may be said to command the whole of its waters, and that's the reason, I suppose, that we shall try to destroy Sebastopol and the fleet, which at present lies snugly under the batteries." All hands agreed that they understood Archie's account. He forgot to mention that several fortresses had been erected by the Russians on the Circassian coast. Their garrisons were, however, seldom able to venture far beyond their walls, the brave mountaineers being continually on the watch to attack them. Among other pieces of news that Archie had heard was that the Furious, Captain Loring, had been sent to Odessa with a flag of truce, to bring off the British consul and any British residents who might be in the town. The day after Jack had joined the fleet, the Furious was seen coming in from the northward, and soon after she anchored, it was reported that, notwithstanding her flag of truce, the Russians had fired at her, and also at the people she was bringing off. This, of course, made the admirals very indignant, and several steamers were sent to the north to blockade the port, and on the 17th of April, the combined fleets weighed and proceeded in the same direction, arriving off Odessa on the 28th. "I thought it wouldn't be long before we had something to do," said Archie, as he and Tom stood on the deck, watching the coast along which the Tornado was steaming. The city stands on the southern shore of a bay, with the houses built on the slopes, with moderately high hills rising up from it. In the center of the bay was a citadel, armed with heavy guns, overlooking the whole of the bay, with strong batteries placed at different points, so as to sweep it with a crossfire, while the ends of 3 piers were heavily armed with batteries. As soon as the ships came off the place, the admiral sent in a summons to the governor, demanding, as an atonement for the insult offered to the flag of truce, that all English and French ships should be sent out, and the Russian ships surrendered, and threatening, should this demand not be complied with, that the combined squadron would open fire on the place. The officers and men on board the ships waited eagerly for the governor's answer, whether he would yield to their demands and send out the vessels, or would try the chances of war. All hands hoped that he would prove obstinate, and give them the chance of trying their shot and shell against his stone batteries. By the evening of the 21st, no answer had been given, and Jack, with the other captains and commanders, having been summoned on board the flagship, returned in high spirits with the announcement that the place was to be attacked. The next morning, Ben Snatchblock's shrill pipe sounding along the decks roused up the watch below, who sprang on deck with even more than their usual alacrity. The midshipmen, turning out of their hammocks, quickly dressed. Everybody by this time knew that work was to be done. The grey light of morning was just breaking in the eastern horizon, beyond the combined fleets of England and France, which lay outside of the steamers. On the west was the city of Odessa, rising to a considerable height above the calm surface of the water, green fields and woods on either side, while in front could be seen the citadel and its numerous forts armed with heavy guns, ready to pour showers of shot and shell on the ships which might dare to oppose them. The English and French admirals threw out the signal for the steam squadron to weigh. It was answered with alacrity. The vessels, urged rapidly through the water by their paddles, stood in towards the shore. As they approached, the silence of the morning was broken by the loud roar of the Russian guns from the citadel and lower forts, responded to by those of the Allies fired from the decks of the steamers, which, having delivered their broadsides with excellent aim, stood off again to give place to their successors in the line. Having made a semicircle and reloaded, they again came into action, this maneuver being repeated without cessation, so that not a moment of breathing time was allowed to the Russians in the batteries. Most ably were the guns of the latter served, many of them firing red-hot shot as well as round shot. At length, several of the former striking one of the French steam frigates, flames were seen to burst out from her, and she was compelled to stand out of action while her crew, not without difficulty, extinguished the fire. A breeze springing up, the gallant Arethusa was seen standing in under sail, and as she closed with the batteries, she opened her fire with tremendous effect. Then, putting down her helm, she came about and stood off once more, amid showers of shot and shell which came sweeping over and about her. Though close as she was, not a shot touched her. Greatly to the disappointment of her gallant captain, he saw the signal made from the flagship for his return. Thinking that he might shut one eye, as Nelson did at Copenhagen, he, however, once more stood in, delivering a fire from his 8-inch shell guns, standing in even closer than before. This maneuver he repeated several times, but again the admiral, fearing that he would receive more damage than would be compensated for by the injury inflicted on the enemy, finally recalled him, and sending for him on board the flagship, complimented him upon his gallantry and the skillful way in which he had maneuvered his ship. The attacking squadron was now strengthened by several other steamers and gunboats. The Tornado had been playing her part. "We shall make our fire tell before long," observed Jack to Higson, who stood by his side, just as the ship had delivered her broadside and was standing out of action.
See, flames are bursting out from the fort at the end of the mole. That won't trouble us again. Look there on the other side. There must be numerous works and storehouses on fire. If we keep on in this fashion, the Russians will have the whole place burnt about their ears."
The men were at their quarters, with shirt sleeves tucked in, their heads bound by handkerchiefs, and belts round their waists. Another circle was made, when, just as the tornado had delivered her fire, a terrific sound was heard. The fort in front of her seemed to rise in the air. The flames shot upwards, and huge blocks of stone came hurtling down on either side. Loud cheers burst from the British crew. "Hurrah!" cried Tom. "I hope that won't be the only fort blown up before long." As he spoke, it was seen that several other forts were in flames. Soon after, the squadron was brought closer in to attack the shipping within the mole. The shot and shell poured upon them rapidly did its work. Some of the vessels were sunk, others, with the rest of the storehouses, were set on fire. No efforts made by the Russians could quench the flames, which continued burning all night. The work was most complete. All the government vessels, barracks, storehouses full of ammunition, and military stores were completely destroyed. Next day the Russians were, however, seen attempting to rebuild their earthworks, but a few shells from the Arethusa dispersed them. Several Russian vessels having been captured at sea, the admiral sent in to propose to exchange their crews for those on board the vessels which had been detained in the harbor. The governor, however, replied that he had no authority to make an exchange of prisoners, which personally he much regretted. Admiral Dundas, on hearing this, sent his prisoners, who were all merchant seamen, on shore, observing that he was at war only with the government of the country, and did not wish to inflict annoyance on the peaceable inhabitants. Some time after the return of the fleet to Baljic, the English merchant seamen who had been detained at Odessa made their appearance, having been released by order of the Tsar, who would not be outdone in generosity by the English. Several vessels had been left in the north to cruise up and down the coast. Among them were the Tornado, Tiger, and two others. Several prizes had been made when the Tiger parted company in a thick fog. Jack had been for some time looking out for her, when the sound of heavy guns was heard inshore. The Tornado, in company with another steamer, stood on in the direction from whence the sounds proceeded. In a short time a rapid firing of musketry was heard. "One of our cruisers is being engaged with the enemy," observed Higson. "I suspect so," said Jack, "but I very much fear that she must be on shore. At all events, we must stand in and drive away the enemy while we try to get her off." Jack hailed his consort, and, putting on all steam, the two vessels stood towards the land. Just then the firing ceased, and directly afterwards, the fog lifting, Cape Fortin, a headland about 4 miles to the south of Odessa, appeared in sight. Every glass on board was turned in the direction of the land. "There's a vessel on shore close to the cape," observed Higson. "She must, I fear, be the Tiger," said Jack. "We may still be in time to help her. Perhaps she has driven off the Russians." "I am afraid not," said Higson, "for I can make out several boats surrounding her. I fear that Captain Gifford has been compelled to strike his flag, and that the Russians are removing the prisoners." "He would not have done that as long as he had the slightest hope of saving his ship," said Jack. "Still, we may be in time to prevent her from falling into the enemy's hands." While all on board were watching the ship on shore, flames were seen to burst out from her fore and aft. "She's done for, and all her crew, I fear, will be made prisoners," said Jack. Deep sympathy was felt on board for the unfortunate ship's company, and vexation that so fine a vessel should be lost. Little hope remained of their being able to extinguish the flames. Still Jack determined to try what could be done. In a few minutes, however, the matter was set at rest. The fire increased, the masts and spars of the doomed ship were enveloped in flames, and then there came a thundering report. Her deck lifted, the masts shot upwards, and an instant afterwards, as they came down hissing into the water, a few blackened timbers alone remained of the stout ship which had lately floated buoyantly on the ocean with her gallant crew. Jack and his consort opened their fire on the Russian troops, who still remained in sight, but they, knowing that their field pieces could produce no effect upon the ships, quickly retired out of harm's way, and the steamers again stood off the shore. End of section 18.